a world of a parallel blue star in the country of Namo. Jianan City, Guqing residential area. Big brother, I am home. Lin Feng's bedroom door was pushed open, and a young girl in a white and blue school uniform walked in. She had a tall figure and natural pale blue hair. Even that baggy, loose school uniform could not hide her beautiful physique. Her long, snowy white legs were paired with a pair of white sneakers. Although she was only 18, she had a shapely figure and exquisite facial features. A real little beauty. Qiantian, home from school so early today? A handsome young man in black quickly closed his computer screen and said to the girl with a smile. Although he was incredibly fast, the girl still managed to catch a glimpse of what was on the screen. Psyching Imperial Online Live Dealer. What is this? Brother, you are not gambling online, are you? The girl said as she began changing out of her school uniform. Of course not. Am I that kind of person? Someone just sent me a link, and I accidentally clicked on it. And Qianqian, could you please knock next time? He said, feigning composure, while feeling incredibly nervous inside. If he wasn't careful, he'd be facing a socially humiliating disaster. Every time the door was shoved open like that, he would have a reflexive jump. It was especially embarrassing when he was intently focused on reading the news. I know. I am going to pick up a package first. The girl quickly changed her clothes and put on a pair of white sports shoes. She walked out the door. Lin Feng looked at the clothes left on the chair and shook his head. He casually tossed the clothes into the washing machine. The girl's name was Gu Qiantian, and she had been living at Lin Feng's house for a long time. Lin Feng lost his mother at an early age and suffered from a leg ailment. Lin Feng's father, feeling bad for his son, hired a housekeeper to take care of his daily life and meals. This housekeeper was also a woman who had suffered a hard life. Although she was decent looking and had a certain charm, her husband was a piece of trash. When Gu Qianqian was very young, he found another woman and had a son with her. She had been raising Gu Qianqian while working odd jobs. Seeing how miserable they were, Lin's father let her bring her daughter to live in their home. This way, she could better care for Lin Feng, and it also allowed her to look after her own daughter. When Gu Qianqian reached school age, he even found her a school. So, they lived in the Lin household for many years, and their relationship was much like childhood sweethearts. The girl had endured hardships from a young age, and when she first came to the Lin house, she was very cautious. It took many years before she slowly adapted to her new life there. Although she was Aunt Gu's daughter, Lin Feng never treated her like an outsider. Whenever there was something good to eat, he would always save a portion for her. It was only in the year Gu Qianqian was in 8th grade that both Lin's father and her mother passed away in a car accident. Because they had lived together for years, and Aunt Gu had always been very kind to Lin Feng, he felt deeply grateful. He was a person who knew how to return kindness. Lin Feng naturally took on the burden of caring for Gu Qianqian. Fortunately, Qianqian was an excellent student, so that was one thing he didn't have to worry about. Time flew by, and Gu Qianqian had grown into a graceful and poised young woman. At Yulin Middle School, she was already regarded as a school beauty. Naturally, there were many who wanted to pursue her. But she kept her mind entirely on her studies, thinking of changing her destiny through knowledge. Just at this moment, ding, conditions met. Binding to the system. System binding in progress. Binding successful. Congratulations to the host for binding to the part-time Reaper system. Well, that was sudden. 4 years you finally showed up. Speak, is it check-in or clock-in? I am ready for either. The sudden pinging sound opened a new window of opportunity for Lin Feng. Excuse me, I am the part-time Reaper system. The system replied in a cold, metallic voice. Part-time Reaper? Does that mean I am not a full-time employee? Lin Feng was taken aback. He obviously wasn't from this world. He had only been here for a few years. He still remembered it was summer. He was lying on his bed watching an idol drama when it reached an intense moment. The television started shaking violently. Shaking even more violently than he was. Then it started billowing thick white smoke. And suddenly, there was a massive explosion. When he woke up again, he had arrived in this eerie world. About 500 years ago, a terrifying spiritual energy surge occurred in this world. Various spirits and ghosts began to roam the human world. Because of the fluctuations in spiritual energy, many individuals awakened special abilities. His original body had special eyes that could see all kinds of terrifying ghosts. He was frequently frightened by evil spirits. The original owner of this body had a leg ailment and couldn't stand for long, forcing him into a wheelchair. The worst part was that he had been drained of his life force by a female ghost from the Republic of China era and died. When Lin Feng first integrated the original owner's memories, he shivered. That sensation of being drained was both painful and pleasurable. He even felt a bit of nostalgia. However, everyone else's transmigrations are epic, either becoming a big shot in another world or bumping into an emperor in the Tang dynasty. At the very least, one should have an empress by their side. He had it much worse, transmigrating into a disabled boy in a wheelchair. His parents had also passed away. Aside from this old house and a younger sister who looked like an anime character, he had nothing else. Let alone activating any kind of system. He would occasionally see lonely ghosts wandering outside, especially at midnight. He would always see a female ghost in red crawling out of an ancient well in the courtyard next door, which was terrifying. If it weren't for his strong will and his concern for Qianqian, he would have likely followed the fate of the original owner and reincarnated. System reminder: a beginner gift pack is available. Would you like to open it now? Open it, obviously, Lin Feng said without hesitation. Obtained. System's blessing buff. All positive attributes increased by 20%. Obtained. The full manual of ghost arts. Obtained. Flash step technique. Obtained. Reaper battle gear. Obtained. Holification ability. Obtained. Top grade marrow cleansing pill. Lin Feng didn't care much for the Reaper gear, but upon seeing the description of the final pill, he couldn't help but tremble. It could reshape the body and repair physical defects. As expected, system gift packs contain the good stuff. Lin Feng didn't hesitate. In his previous life, he was a forward on his school soccer team, only to transmigrate into a wheelchair-bound youth. He had a handsome face, but couldn't do a thing. He looked at the fragrant pill, which exuded a potent spiritual scent, and swallowed it in one go. The pill dissolved upon contact, and the spiritual liquid surged from his throat into his body, coursing through him. Lin Feng's body began to tremble, and intense pain occasionally flared up. He could hear his bones crunching. Veins popped out all over his body, and his knees felt like they were being crushed and rebuilt. Long after, Lin Feng was covered in filth as the impurities within his body were purged. Good thing Qianqian isn't here, Lin Feng thought. He was covered in grime. He hadn't realized there were so many impurities in his body. He tentatively tested his limbs. He could lift his legs slightly, though he would need some time to adjust after not using them for so long. Soaking in the bathtub, Lin Feng felt a bit awkward looking at the items hanging nearby. They were all personal undergarments. There was even a cartoon Pikachu print. The apartment he lived in was quite old, only about 90 square meters. It was in an old neighborhood, lacking space for drying laundry, so most things were hung in the bathroom. Naturally, some of Qianqian's intimate items were hanging there, and they couldn't help but catch his eye. Some of the sizes were already approaching those of an adult. This girl is growing up way too fast. Lin Feng whispered to himself that once he had money, he definitely had to buy a bigger house. Fortunately, Gu Qianqian's grades were excellent, so the school had waived all her tuition and fees. The two were mostly harmonious, but they did have their arguments. For instance, Gu Qianqian would always ask around for medicinal herbs to treat his leg and run errands for him. At first, Lin Feng felt strongly against her searching for these herbs. Every time he lectured her about it, she would just stay silent. She looked pitiable, eyes red and puffy, biting her lip and sobbing as if she had been deeply wronged. In the end, he had no choice but to let her be, provided she didn't let her studies suffer. Regarding Qiantian, he really didn't know what to say. Especially in the last few years, she had truly bloomed. She had grown into a genuine, real-life anime beauty. Lin Feng would sometimes even sigh. Why is Qiantian so cute? I wonder which boy will be lucky enough to have her in the future. As for those perverse thoughts some degenerates might have, he had absolutely none. Even if the system were designed that way, he would never do it. He would rather have his hands chopped off or be drained by a ghost than do something like that. After all, he is an upright man. A loud boom. A massive sound seemed to come from downstairs, as if something had crashed into a wall. Even this dilapidated building shook slightly. P.S. Some settings for this book are explained in the chapter comments. This is a light-hearted, anime-style story about a reaper. Beyond the anime tropes and system tropes, this setup highlights the psychological weight of burden. Lin Feng's life is anchored by duty to his sister, which serves as a powerful narrative foil to his new, potentially destructive reaper powers. Another car crash, I suppose, Lin Feng muttered to himself. The feng shui of their building wasn't very good. Cars would often just drive by and inexplicably crash into it. What was even more bizarre was that the drivers couldn't open the doors to escape. In their words, it felt as if the doors had been welded shut. After being rescued, some would even scream in a panic. This is not the bus to the kindergarten. Let me out quickly. Lin Feng had lived here for many years, and such incidents happened once or twice a month. He was long past being surprised. He vaguely suspected that there was a welding ghost lurking in the shadows causing trouble. Lin Feng's current job was simple. He made a living by writing online. Being handsome didn't help. After all, he couldn't rely on his looks to eat, and he still had a younger sister to support at home. Although the school had waived all of Qianqian's tuition and fees, there were still essential living expenses he had to cover. It was just a pity that no one was interested in the novels he wrote. He was merely rewriting the God of War stories he had read, relying on his memory. However, his writing style was subpar, and he would often forget the plot as he went, forcing him to cancel his books helplessly. A few days ago, he had just started one called The God of War's Wife Carrying a Pig to Repay Debts. He had barely written the opening when he received a severe warning from his editor, Hua Tailang. He was told that if he continued to insult the God of War with such trash, he would definitely get banned. Only one loyal reader named Langmi interacted with him frequently and would fanatically give him support. All these years he had managed to get by thanks to Langmi's support and a meager attendance bonus. Although they had known each other for 4 years, he had never seen a photo of this person and didn't know what they looked like. However, the person spoke in a bold and heroic manner, so he assumed it must be a burly man with a thick beard. Lying in the bathtub, Lin Feng looked at the operation interface that had appeared out of thin air. It even had descriptions for various attribute panels. System, what does that green experience bar mean? Lin Feng asked, pointing at it. Host, this is the experience points earned from subduing demons and eliminating monsters. After doing so, you will receive corresponding experience rewards and hunt points, and you will have a chance to drop various items, such as pills, magical artifacts, spirit liquid, even hard cash. Wait, did you say chastity could be dropped? Isn't that a bit disgusting? Lin Feng was speechless. The things it dropped were a bit inappropriate. A slip of the tongue. I meant hard cash. The previous host died rather suddenly, and I was still using the old language version, the system explained. There are risks in their line of work, and there is no shortage of suicidal hosts. Some people, after reading a few invincible novels, thought they were invincible just because they had a system, only to be chopped up like vegetables by villains. The previous host died suddenly. Could you tell me about it? Hearing this, Lin Feng felt a start and hurriedly asked. As a cautionary tale, he wanted to know more. His story was quite cliché. He was drugged by his fiancée and betrayed by his best friend. In his despair, he just happened to meet the system activation conditions. After activating the system, he naturally defeated both of them with ease. He should have just killed them, and his future would have been smooth sailing. Who would have thought he would suddenly decide to play the saint, letting them both go and magnanimously giving them his blessing? He didn't expect them to catch him off guard and stab him through the heart with a sword. The system sighed. Why be so soft-hearted for no reason? Don't you know readers hate that the most? There is truly no one to blame for such self-destructive behavior. I see. It seems I shouldn't get involved with women in the future, Lin Feng said. But don't you have to have a woman first? The system suddenly blurted out. Lin Feng looked at his left hand and fell into silence. After a long while. Can I talk to you about the abilities instead? Seeing Lin Feng so silent, the system felt it had accidentally poked a sore spot of an adult. Regarding the release of ghost-style skills, the higher the proficiency, the greater the power. Once the host reaches the required level, you can also open the system shop, which contains all kinds of items. But they all require corresponding hunt points to acquire. There are only two ways to obtain hunt points: killing monsters, and in the later stages, using money to exchange for hunt points once the system feature is unlocked. However, the exchange rate is astronomical and not something he can imagine right now. Lin Feng listened to the system's introduction, pondering deeply. His original body was born with the ability to see ghosts and monsters with the naked eye. In his memory, he had seen many tragic scenes of large monsters eating humans alive. He had also heard of the methods used by awakened beings to fight ghosts. That sight was unforgettable for a lifetime. Ding, newbie quest issued. Hunt a common ghost to receive 1 lucky draw. To assist the host in effective identification. During the novice period, an auxiliary function is specially enabled. All encountered ghosts will automatically show their level and weaknesses. For awakened cultivators, you can actively query their levels 3 times a day. That is truly thoughtful, Lin Feng praised. As a newcomer, he really didn't know how to differentiate between the levels of those ghosts. Only those mysterious organizations had special identification equipment. Now, the number of people with awakened powers is gradually increasing. Videos are frequently leaked. A few days ago, the most popular video on the internet was of a man wearing a straw hat who could stretch his body by tens of meters. He challenged various high-difficulty physical movements. Unfortunately, the video was taken down within an hour of its release. In the end, officials claimed it was a special effects promotional video for a movie. However, after seeing such scenes many times, many people have already accepted the existence of awakened beings, and whether the officials acknowledge it or not no longer matters. Instant teleportation technique. Lin Feng thought about it and carefully studied the technique. As long as a special mark is placed in the corresponding location, one can perform this technique to teleport through space at any time. Moving to the marked location. It is only level 1 now, so the spatial movement distance is no more than 1,000 meters. And there can only be 5 marked locations. Ghost Way Technique Level 1. Different techniques can be cast by chanting, calling wind and rain, summoning thunder and lightning, binding traps, etc. Ghostification Technique Level 1 generates a skull mask, prevents outsiders from probing your identity, and provides a 20% boost to all attributes. However, casting these techniques requires special spiritual power support. With Lin Feng's current spiritual power reserve, he can only use them a few times before being drained. To increase the number of uses, he must keep leveling up. Brother, are you taking a bath? Just as Lin Feng was still pondering in the bathtub, Gu Qianqian's voice came from outside the door. Yeah, Lin Feng replied. Brother, my classmate sent me some new herbs and 2 rooster eggs. She says they work very well when used together. Good, Lin Feng responded from the bathroom. This girl was always bringing all sorts of strange things home for him to try. Lin Feng was also thinking about how to tell Qianqian about this matter. He couldn't explain the system and transmigration to Gu Qianqian. But he still had to find a way to tell her, otherwise she would keep bringing herbs home. He slowly grabbed the edge of the bathtub and stood up. The strength in his legs was recovering. The pill was indeed effective, but recovery is a process. He needed to get used to it a little more. "Brother, what happened to your face?" Gu Qianqian asked when she saw Lin Feng blow-drying his hair. That familiar face seemed to have become much better looking. "What's wrong with my face?" Feng looked into the mirror. "Good heavens, I am handsome. Positive attribute boost, and looks count too." Lin Feng was stunned. Host, of course, looks count as a positive. As a qualified transmigrator, the system gives such a buff. "Have you ever seen an ugly transmigrator?" the system said. "By the way, your length and size have also increased by 20%, the system added. "What? I'm already so long, and you're still growing it? Do you want to take me to the limit? Can't you leave some space?" Lin Feng was immediately speechless. No wonder he felt a little heavier. But he couldn't ask the system to change it back. However, Qianqian kept glancing at Lin Feng, eyeing him curiously. She had only gone to get a delivery, and her brother seemed like a different person. His face was so good looking it was appetizing. As she watched, she licked her lips, seemingly recalling something. During dinner, Qianqian told Lin Feng some interesting stories from school. "Brother, did you know? A classmate of mine can create fire in his hands," Qianqian suddenly whispered. In the classroom, many people saw a cluster of purple flames suddenly appear in his hand. "Do you think he might be an awakened being?" "I suppose so," Lin Feng said vaguely. "But he didn't come to school the next day. I heard he was admitted to Imperial University in advance. I'm so envious." Speaking of Imperial University, Gu Qianqian was full of longing. As a student, she had been instilled with the Imperial University dream by her teachers since childhood. "Brother, this sausage is delicious, try some." As she said this, Qianqian picked up one for Lin Feng. The affection between non-biological siblings is always simple and plain. At this moment, in an apartment building right next to Lin Feng's residential complex, a bald man was sitting on the top floor balcony. Looking down, he was ready to give it a go. Below, a crowd of bystanders was standing by to watch the excitement. Calls of persuasion were constant from below. "Hey brother up there, don't think negatively. Think about your beautiful wife. My wife ran off with someone. Think about your brother," the people below continued to shout. "It was my brother she ran off with," the man cried back. "Think about your children. The child belongs to both of them," the bold man cried even more bitterly. "Brother, just jump. It's meaningless. It's too damn miserable." The people below couldn't stop him anymore. It was simply a human tragedy. Just as he was about to jump, suddenly a chain wrapped around him from behind and hooked him back. Wang Dali, life expectancy 80 years. It is not your time to die. If you jump today, you will only spend the rest of your life lying in bed until you die of old age. Suddenly a cold voice rang in his ear. Wang Dali looked around but saw no one. He only heard the sound of chains. "Your 18th ancestor did me a favor, and today I happen to save your life. From now on, the debt is cleared. You will have great fortune in the future, so live well." The voice drifted away. Wang Dali was terrified. Who on earth was that? However, he didn't dare to seek death anymore, since this person said he still had great fortune. Will I, old Wang, finally have a day of comeback? This book contains some anime elements, mainly reflected in equipment and skills. Systems are the ultimate shortcut, but as we see, they are often a trap for the knave. Relying on sheer power without emotional detachment is a classic rookie mistake that leads to early character retirement. After dinner, Qianqian returned to her room to continue doing her homework. With the college entrance exam only a few months away, she had quite a lot of daily assignments. Lin Feng, meanwhile, was in his room, slowly working on his leg strength exercises. After an afternoon of recovery, he could already manage to walk a few steps. However, there was still a gap compared to a normal person. But for Lin Feng, this wasn't really a major issue. He had truly had enough of these days spent in a wheelchair. Night fell. The moonlight tonight was dim, with only the pale yellow glow of streetlights filtering through the sparse leaves and falling into the residential complex. Lin Feng was already waiting on the balcony. His evening training had already shown some results, and he was able to perform short practice movements. He fixed his gaze intently on the old well in the neighboring courtyard. At midnight, a female ghost in red would crawl out from it. The ghost wore very little, looking almost scantily clad. In the past, whenever Lin Feng hit a writer's block while typing, he would wait up until midnight. He would watch the woman in red to draw a little inspiration for his work. It couldn't be helped. Those study materials just didn't feel as authentic. Besides, he didn't have extra money to go to real massage parlors for the experience. His meager royalties were almost entirely spent on daily expenses for him and Qiantian. Now Lin Feng stared intently, wanting to see what level this ghost was at. The system told him that his current strength, if categorized by ability levels, should be at the late C-rank stage. He just lacked combat experience, and it would ultimately depend on his on-site performance. C-rank water ghost, weakness, fire. Lin Feng read the hint above the ghost. It was right within his range of operations. Ethereal form. A skull mask appeared on Lin Feng's face. The mask featured eerie, interwoven red and white stripes, looking inexplicably terrifying. An all-black Shinigami outfit naturally covered his body. He looked 3 times more handsome. After all, black is forever the king. He was still waiting for the right moment. The moment the ghost fully crawled out of the well and passed by a pebble next to it. Instant body technique. Lin Feng vanished from the room in an instant. Ghost path 42nd form, flaming fire. A ball of emerald green flames appeared in his hand. The flames flickered, emitting a terrifying aura. Lin Feng's legs weren't very agile yet, so he couldn't perform more complex movements. But his attack was direct. He slapped the back of the woman in red with his palm. Ghost path 47th form, underworld fire seal. Immediately after, another blast of fire was struck. It hit the ghost's weak spot square on the back. Ah! The woman in red let out a painful roar. Caught off guard, she took 2 hits from behind from Lin Feng. The cry was chilling to the bone, but Lin Feng was fearless. It seems her looks aren't even half as good as the Republican-era ghost, Lin Feng muttered to himself. He thought to himself. When seen from a distance before, she had looked quite decent. Now that he saw her up close, she lacked that refined quality. People killing ghosts, ghosts killing people. Lin Feng adapted quite quickly. Although it was his first time taking action, he didn't feel much fear. It felt just like hunting low-level mobs in a game. This relatively weak ghost in red was taken out by Lin Feng in 2 combos. She was too careless, having operated here for so many years. She had never failed, but she didn't know that there was a diligent young man who had long since seen through her patrol route. Congratulations to the host for a successful kill. Gained 100 EXP and 10 hunting points. Host, your combat style is truly concise. It seems to lack a bit of passion. Do you mean I should fight slower next time and duel it for 50 rounds? Lin Feng asked, confused. It was something that could be resolved in minutes. Why make it so complicated? This wasn't his novel where he had to drag out chapters. Why not just take it down in one go? Gained 1 lucky draw. Would you like to draw now? No, hold on. Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry. After watching the ghost dissipate in the fire, it actually dropped a stack of real cash. Money is a good thing. This stack is at least 10,000. Lin Feng picked it up directly. He looked at a pebble nearby and focused his mind. He deactivated the instant body mark. He had put quite some effort into eliminating this ghost. He had thrown several marked stones here today, and only one landed in the ideal spot he had in mind. PS marks can be cancelled at any time without consuming spiritual energy. They only consume energy when the instant teleport is activated. Level 1 allows for a maximum of 5 simultaneous marks. Someone seems to be coming? Instant body activated again. Lin Feng disappeared from the spot and returned to his room. Host, you are quite cautious. I hope you can live a little longer. System, Why are you so pessimistic? How many hosts have died before me? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. 9. The system replied, sounding very angry. They were all courting death. Lin Feng was left speechless. It seems this part-time death god gig is a high-risk job. He thought one was enough, but he hadn't expected 9 previous hosts of this system to have died. It seems when one is weak, one must be cautious in everything. If you don't court death, you won't die. After putting the money away, Lin Feng leaned against the balcony and continued to look down. Sure enough, 2 figures appeared. He remembered he had 3 chances to actively probe ability users daily. He tried it immediately. Ability users C rank and O rank. The spiritual radar detected a strong energy fluctuation nearby just now. Why did it disappear? One of the figures asked. It must have been eliminated. Who could it be, moving so fast? Was it an awakened one, or a cultivator? The man called Lei saw a pile of ashes on the ground. The ashes were still warm, and he smelled the familiar scent of evil spirits. Whoever it is, as long as they are killing ghosts, they aren't the enemy. I just don't know if they've registered their identity, Lei said slowly. It's getting more chaotic lately, with all kinds of ghost creatures emerging one after another. It's a pity we awakened ones are too few, his partner said. I heard the higher-ups are conducting special experiments, trying to create artificial awakened ones. Wonder how that's progressing. Who knows? Some things might not be as simple as we imagine. Perhaps the low number of awakened ones is related to those experiments. The 2 exchanged a few low words and quickly hurried off in another direction. Their main mission was to hunt ghosts. They didn't have time to worry about what the higher-ups were doing. After killing the ghost, Lin Feng opened his computer again to check the tomato author backend. It was a habit formed over years. He felt unsettled if he didn't check the reader feedback every day. What on earth is this author writing? The god of war's daughter is sleeping in a cow shed again. Brother above, stop reading. This author uses the same tropes, and half the time he abandons the book. The god of war's whole family is so pathetic. The author's writing style is bad, I'm out. This author is toxic. I wonder how much money he paid for that top fan to give him so many gifts. I suspect they have some special deal. All of you get out of here. The author writes well. Why can't the god of war's daughter live in a cow shed? His whole family should be sleeping in a cow shed. The only fan supporting Lin Feng, Wolf Slayer, started arguing with the others. The comment section was filled with verbal abuse. Lin Feng silently closed the comment section, feeling like a failed writer. He only regretted not reading more nutritious novels on tomato back in the day, otherwise he wouldn't be in this situation. Ding! New pop-up on the tomato webpage. Another 99 powering for love gifts from Wolf Slayer, accompanied by urging message. Little writer, if you abandon this one again, watch out. I'll track you down through the internet cable. This put Lin Feng in a dilemma, as this was his only loyal reader. Although he now had a more promising profession, giving up writing was impossible, as writing was his faith. No, this trope is rotten. I need to come up with a new one. After a long while, he remembered the story the system told him about the previous host. Suddenly, inspiration burst forth. Green God of War. This time, no one should be swearing, Lin Feng muttered to himself while rubbing his head. Inspiration continued to gush out, like a proper spring. Just then, someone sent an image. It was written. Parents aren't home. Lonely by myself. Hot and exciting. Join me and let's enjoy some hands-on fun together. Lin Feng didn't say a word and directly added the user's room number. He opened his writing software and started a typing war. He started pounding on the keyboard furiously. 4 hours later, a 20,000-word first draft was finished. He found the name of his editor, Flower Wolf, in his email. Clicking send. Editor Flower Wolf, who was working overtime, saw the title of Lin Feng's latest novel. What the heck? This kid is really fixated on the God of War family, Flower Wolf muttered speechlessly. As Lin Feng's editor, he had witnessed this kid's persistence. 4 years of writing God of War stories, every single one a failure. The ones who started writing at the same time as Lin Feng back then. Chengxi Shenji Tang Sai, they all became masters. Only he remained a failure, with no progress. Although he heard his family situation wasn't good, only his sister was left at home. He had seen her photos. She was indeed very beautiful. She looked just like a 2D beauty, blue hair, long legs, and big eyes. Impeccably beautiful. The first time he saw Qianqian's photo, he had even wanted to call Lin Feng brother. He would have been happy to take care of Lin Feng and Qianqian for his whole life. Unfortunately, it didn't happen, because his wife wouldn't allow it. Plus, after becoming an editor, his hair grew thinner. He lost his confidence in life, and those remaining fantasies were completely extinguished. So, let's see what he's written this time. He clicked open the first chapter with his mouse. The title was actually, God of War, you become stronger if you turn green. Huh? The opening this time is actually written well. Haven't received a green-themed story in a long time. Didn't expect him to have this kind of talent. It has that flavor of the underworld goddess Jew. Flower Wolf began to read with great interest. After a long time, Da Lang, I just heated up a bowl of chicken soup for you. Drink it and go to sleep early, a young woman in pajamas said, walking toward Flower Wolf with a bowl of soup. Ah, Lian, you are so kind, Flower Wolf said, touching his bald head. He drank the chicken soup in one breath. Written well this time, has plot and details. If you had written like this sooner, you wouldn't have been a failure for so long, Flower Wolf thought as he closed the computer. There are important skill explanations in the chapter comments. This book is not miserable or tragic. The sister will not be given away. Daily life is more common than just grinding for levels. Lin Feng is basically treating urban monster hunting like a low-effort, grinding quest in an RPG. While most protagonists in these stories drown in angst, he just wants to pay the bills and keep his writing career afloat. It's a cynical take on the system trope. Even in a world of supernatural horror, the real struggle isn't the ghost, it's the crushing reality of writer's block and the platform's algorithm. After finishing the opening of the novel, Lin Feng finally began to prepare for his sacred first lucky draw. To this end, he specially went to the bathroom to take a shower and scrubbed his hands clean. To show his respect. System, start the lucky draw. I thought you could hold back a little longer, the system said. Life needs a sense of ritual, Lin Feng laughed. A large turntable appeared out of thin air in front of Lin Feng. All kinds of items were piled up on it. Start. As Lin Feng spoke, the turntable began to spin on its own. Zanpaku. Nichiren sword. Sharingan. Jade Maiden divine skill. Lin Feng was a bit confused by the names of these items, as he preferred reading novels in his past life. He didn't read much Japanese manga, and he had never even watched Naruto, One Piece, or Bleach. The only one he had seen a few episodes of was an anime about the daily life of a certain someone, and he thought it was all right. And Qianqian actually looked a bit like the character in it. It's just that Qianqian was born with blue hair, so there were some differences. The pointer kept sweeping across. Stop. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the passive skill Iron Bones. Your body has been greatly strengthened. Lin Feng instantly felt filled with power. He could probably kill 10 Huatailangs with a single punch. Looking at the fruit knife on the computer desk, he grabbed the blade with his hand. The blade crumpled into a ball as if it were paper. This skill is pretty good, Lin Feng sighed. Although those cultivation techniques were also powerful, he needed his physical strength to keep up first. Passive skills are always good things, especially for a newcomer like you. After all, survival is the most important thing. However, this Iron Bones skill only greatly increases your physical strength. It might not be as effective against the flying swords of cultivators, so you'll need to keep upgrading it, the system reminded. It gave Lin Feng reasonable advice on many aspects. The system was just a support tool and didn't care about other things. Understood, Lin Feng naturally understood what the system meant. The current world system was a bit complex. With the spiritual energy recovery, not only had awakened ability users appeared. Many rare treasures and rare spiritual herbs had also been born between heaven and earth. Strange secret realms had also emerged. Ancient cultivation sects were also coming out one after another to compete for these worldly fortunes. But the country also had many countermeasures, and generally speaking, everything was still under control. The next day, Lin Feng received a message from his editor, Hua Tailang, early in the morning. He thought the setting of the God of War was good this time, with a novel theme and creative elements. If written well, there was hope for him to become a legend. Do I finally have hope of becoming a legendary writer? Lin Feng felt as if he had been energized. Although he now had a more promising job, writing was still his biggest hobby. At the very least, he had to finish the Green God of War novel. He had promised the readers he would never abandon the book this time. Otherwise, he would eat excrement. Ding. Daily mission released. Eliminate 2 ghosts reward. 1 mysterious lucky draw. Brother, breakfast is ready. It's time to eat. Qianqian's voice came from outside the door. Okay. Lin Feng walked slowly to the wheelchair. His strength in walking was still lacking. But he estimated that he would fully recover within these 2 days. He was still wondering how to tell Qianqian that his legs had recovered. Should I just tell her that my ability awakened, and that's why my legs are better? Host, I only suggest you find another way to say it. Don't end up like my 4th host who ruined himself, the system said coldly. Huh? Your hosts have so many stories. Lin Feng was speechless. Does this system have some kind of curse? Is it specialized in jinxing its hosts? Those 9 all had plenty of stories. Do you think an 18-year-old girl can keep a secret? Once it leaks, you will be strictly targeted. The blink ability is a space-time skill, and quite a few people have their eyes on it, the system said slowly. In its view, he should at least level up his abilities first. As an omniscient and omnipotent being, it naturally knew about many cases of research through vivisection. And some things have nothing to do with trust. This is an urban setting. It's not a fantasy cultivation world, so there won't be any scenarios where she sacrifices herself to save you, the system added at the end. Having said all that, it wouldn't interfere with other matters. Lin Feng thought for a moment, then leaned on the wheelchair and went out. After eating. Brother, the weather is nice outside today. Shall I push you out for a walk? Gu Qianqian asked tentatively. Okay. Lin Feng's answer was unexpected. Gu Qianqian looked pleasantly surprised. One must know that Lin Feng never liked going out before. He especially didn't want her to accompany him out, because whenever they went out, there would always be annoying gossiping women pointing at them. As if it were abnormal for a younger sister to accompany her brother? After everything was ready, Lin Feng took out a small bag and said, inside was a bank card and a lot of cash. We're going on a big shopping spree today. Brother got his writing royalties. How much did you get? Gu Qianqian was a bit surprised. She had never asked Lin Feng about his royalties. 10,000, Lin Feng said with pride. Although it was money from hunting ghosts, it counted as his daily income. Because it was cash, no one would come to investigate. So much! Gu Qianqian didn't expect that. She had read a few chapters of Lin Feng's novel. It's just that she could never understand that war god novel. Why did the war god's daughter have to sleep in a couch? Why did tens of thousands of people immediately appear outside the couch the moment the war god got angry? How big was that couch anyway? And so on. She was always used to reading novels with her brain, so the more she read, the more confused she became, and she wasn't sure how to ask Lin Feng about it. Qianqian was wearing twin ponytails today, in a white dress with black stockings. Looking very cute. Lin Feng even pulled her hair unintentionally. It was very soft. As soon as Lin Feng left the apartment complex, he really saw many strange looks. Some had pity in their eyes, while others had a schadenfreude expression. But Lin Feng didn't care at all now. Qianqian was about to graduate. If he kept working hard to hunt ghosts and make some money, he would eventually move out of this crappy neighborhood. Why are there new ghosts around here? Lin Feng wasn't just wandering around. He also wanted to scout the surrounding situation. Ghosts were occasionally passing through the crowd, and some even locked eyes with him for a few moments. System, what's going on? After people die, their souls are supposed to go to the underworld for reincarnation, but some die too suddenly. Perhaps there is still resentment in their hearts, so they can't enter the reincarnation cycle for a while. They have to wait until the underworld investigates and sends ox head and horse face or black and white impermanence to hook their souls. However, if they are not hooked away by the underworld for a long time, the evil thoughts in those ghosts' hearts increase, and they will gradually turn into evil spirits. The system explained in detail. Watching and learning as he went, Lin Feng understood quickly. Although he could kill these ghosts now, there was no point. Unless they were marked as evil spirits, killing them wouldn't count as completing a mission. Just as the two of them passed through a narrow alley. Ding, daily mission activated. No grudge should last overnight. Reward 300 hunting points. The system suddenly prompted. Lin Feng was a bit surprised at first, but immediately understood. It was a practice session for his combat experience. He saw 7 yellow-haired men smoking in the alley. There was also a student-looking young man lying on the ground. His face was bruised. It looked like he had been beaten up. When those 7 saw Qianqin pushing Lin Feng out, they kicked the young man hard again. Get lost. The young man climbed up quickly as if he had been granted an amnesty and escaped outside. Gu Qianqin, out for another walk with your crippled brother? A man wearing ripped shorts with a scar on his face said with a sinister smile. His eyes were frivolous, looking like he wanted to cause trouble. Lin Feng felt sick hearing that mocking tone. Like some internet troll. These experienced fodder scum are so disgusting. What do you want? Gu Qianqin became a bit nervous. She recognized this scarred man, nicknamed Scarface Asen. He usually hung around the school, extorting protection money from students, engaging in blackmail and extortion. A few days ago, when he was bullying her classmates, Qianqin discovered him and stopped him with some school security guards, creating a grudge from then on. What do I want? I just want to tease you, Asen said with a hooligan-like demeanor. Haha, the yellow-haired guys around him also laughed. For such thugs, being able to make fun of a goddess from up close was a way to satisfy their twisted desires. Damn it, Lin Feng was furious. His expression turned cold. Regardless of exposing any skills, he prepared to step in and cripple these people directly. After all, who could stand by and watch Qianqin get bullied? What are you guys doing? Suddenly, a patrol officer walked over. He had just seen a young man running out of the alley entrance. In a hurry, thinking something big had happened, he rushed over to patrol and happened to catch this scene. Seeing it was Scarface Asen, he couldn't help but frown. This kind of thug who fought every day was locked up for 10 days or a half-month every time, which to them was like returning home. This group of hoodlums were also subordinates of the local boss, Ping Sishu. It gave him a headache. Captain Ling, we're just saying hello to this little girl. Is there any problem? There was no surveillance in this nearby street, and they hadn't actually taken any action yet, so they were sure the officer couldn't do anything to them. Qianqin, you two leave first. Don't take this small alley, take the main road. Ling Hao said to Gu Qianqin. This Gu Qianqin was a classmate of his daughter, and Ling Hao was very clear about her situation. She wasn't a child who stirred up trouble. Yes, thank you, Uncle Ling, Gu Qianqin said in a low voice. But Lin Feng's face remained gloomy. As Qianqin pushed him out, he gently tapped the corner of the guy's clothes. The system was right. No grudge should last overnight. Stay away from students. If I find you bullying students again, I won't let you off, Ling Hao said sternly. He had a deep hatred for this kind of hooligan. They were like an adhesive plaster, constantly causing him problems. Captain Ling, you should be careful with your words. I heard your daughter Ling Yi is also taking the college entrance exam this year? She's in the same class as Gu Qianqian. I wonder how her studies are going. Another yellow-haired guy with no common sense spoke up. Are you daring to threaten me? Ling Hao said sternly. With a backhand, he delivered a strike to the yellow-haired man's stomach. The force of his strike was not weak. It directly knocked the yellow-haired man to the ground. Whoever dares to lay a hand on Ling Yi, even if I lose my life, I won't let them have it easy, Ling Hao said fiercely. And all of you, get out of here and stop using this small alley. If he couldn't even protect his own daughter, he didn't care about being a patrol officer anymore. 面と地的いて、良好的来理手段た事業一、残酷的犯人心象、在解消地横地横食い見て、犬をフライアンで、悠々天空出動機求人的活で、才能しだなしなそでクリオクテチ。Don't worry, Qianqian, I'm here for you, Lin Feng said, noticing the concern in Gu Qianqian's heart. He hadn't expected that these practice targets would be so disgusting. Yeah, brother, let's go shopping. Gu Qianqian pretended to be calm, not wanting to appear too fragile and worrying Lin Feng. But she was truly uneasy about those hooligans. She just hoped not to run into that gang on the way to school tomorrow. After shopping with Lin Feng with a heavy heart, she went home early. The joy she felt that morning was gone. Though she said nothing, her worry was written all over her face. Lin Feng saw it all perfectly clearly. A gentleman takes revenge in 10 years, but Lin Feng takes revenge the very same night. Even without the system's reminder, it would be the same. The body flicker marker was already set. No matter where that Scarface was, he could sense him. Daring to threaten Qianqian, the outcome would be worse than death. Faint moonlight spilled across the earth. Lin Feng checked the time. 10 o'clock at night was just right. Intangibility. Lin Feng put on his mask and looked at the position of the body flicker marker. It was 5 kilometers away, too far to reach in one leap. He jumped out of the window. With his enhanced physique, his strength and speed far exceeded a normal person's. A mere 6 stories was nothing. Dressed in his Reaper outfit, Lin Feng sprinted through the dark night. His leg had recovered 80%. He was almost back to normal. Guided by the system, he had already prepared what to say. D-rank Mind Lost Ghost, Weakness Lightning. D-rank Insomnia Ghost, Weakness Lightning. Lin Feng saw 2 ghosts lurking outside a family's front door. To him, these were the weakest kind of wild ghosts. He remembered he still had one task unfinished. Keto number 24, Lightning Strike. Crackling, 2 bolts of lightning struck down, hitting the 2 ghosts directly. Keto's skill proficiency increased, gained 100 experience points, 10 hunting points. Immediately after, a notification sound from the system rang out. Ghosts like these were indeed too weak. A small silver pendant dropped from the mind-lost ghost. The pendant was hexagram-shaped, glowing with a faint blue light. With a silver chain, the design was quite feminine. After Lin Feng picked it up, the system automatically displayed its properties. Peace of Mind Pendant. Wearing it keeps the mind calm, improves memory, and wards off evil spirits. This pendant is pretty good, worth as much as 6 walnuts. Lin Feng held the pendant in his hand, feeling nothing special. With his physical strength buffed by the system, this ordinary auxiliary item was indeed useless to him. As for warding off evil, why would he need that? He relies on catching ghosts to level up. If he warded away all the evil, where would he find ghosts to hunt? Host, would you like to draw a prize now? Draw. Starting. Stop. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the passive skill Agile Reflexes. Your agility has been greatly increased. Lin Feng tested it. He could leap right over a 7-meter wall. Host, your luck is truly good. Passive skills are always welcome, the Reaper system couldn't help but remark. The lottery depends entirely on luck. Many rules were set long ago. These types of passive skills are sold in the system shop, starting at 100,000 hunting points. Lin Feng had only just begun and had already accumulated 2 passives. It really was quite impressive. With the aid of Agile Reflexes, Lin Feng's speed increased several times over as he traveled. In the moonlight, a black figure could be seen jumping and weaving between residential buildings. His footsteps were so light that even when he stepped on a pond, it was like a dragonfly skimming the water. He sped past, in a 2-story villa. Scarface Asen was on the 2nd floor, engaged in some high-difficulty warm-up exercises with a young woman. His minions were downstairs drinking and watching some disc they'd bought. They were chatting about some lewd topics. "Tomorrow, we'll go have a chat with that Ling Yi. I know her route to school by heart," one guy with dyed yellow hair said while drinking. "Ha ha ha, she's got a celebrity face. If we brothers get a chance to take a turn with her, that'd be even better," one minion joked. They had done this kind of bullying to students plenty of times, though usually just teasing. If they got caught, they'd just spend a few days in jail. The laws in Namo were not as strict as in Lin Feng's motherland on Earth. Lin Feng didn't feel a deep sense of identity with this country either. He had just transmigrated 4 years ago. It wasn't a rebirth into another world, so naturally, he didn't treat Namo as his motherland. That Ling Hao made their boss lose face today. Scaring that little girl tomorrow sounds fun. Just thinking about it felt interesting. Letting Ling Hao know that they weren't to be messed with. As the subordinates of the local thug Ping Sai, they were indeed quite bold. Bang. The door was kicked open, blowing in a cold, eerie gust of wind. It startled the group of men. There was a deep indentation on the stainless steel security door. Violent entry? They saw a man in black wearing a skull mask walking in step by step. His steps were steady, yet each one put immense psychological pressure on them. What do you want?" The guy with the yellow hair was shocked and reflexively grabbed an iron pipe from the table. He took a defensive stance. Anyone who could kick down an iron door was no ordinary person. Lin Feng said nothing more and kept walking forward. He despised people like this from the bottom of his heart. Bullying students, how pathetic. "Attack," the yellow-haired man yelled. He didn't hesitate, this guy meant trouble. "Get your weapons ready. Surely we aren't afraid of this unarmed man." He swung the iron pipe at Lin Feng's head with a whistling wind. Lin Feng reached out a palm and let the pipe strike it. A loud clang echoed. The yellow-haired man's hand went instantly numb. Lin Feng closed his hand and snatched the iron pipe away. He then struck the yellow-haired man's shoulder blade. Crack. The sound of bones shattering. It sounded almost pleasing. He immediately kicked the man, sending him flying into the wall. Bang. Another huge noise followed as decorations fell from the wall. An iron body and steel bones were not something these ordinary people could handle. Lin Feng already had a plan for how to deal with this group. The remaining men were suddenly terrified. Usually they were the ones bullying students. This was the first time they'd seen someone so fierce. That was an iron pipe, and he didn't even react when it hit his hand. They weren't fools, so they immediately thought of kneeling and begging for mercy. Even though they didn't know who this guy was, kneeling was never wrong. As thugs and punks, dignity was not something they considered important. Lin Feng ignored them. His purpose tonight was very clear. He couldn't be bothered to talk to them. Bang. Bang. A rhythmic thumping filled the room. Since these people didn't want to be good, they could be cripples for life. Their kneecaps were all crushed into powder. The sound of pig-like screaming echoed endlessly in the room. In a short time, this group was completely broken. This situation was far worse for them than simply being killed. Killing them and burning the remains wouldn't have been too hard for Lin Feng. But on the other hand, that would have been letting them off too easy. So goes the cycle of karma. As for whether they could survive from now on, Lin Feng didn't care at all. Note, there won't be any trope twists about them awakening powers or becoming geniuses. Seeing that yellow-haired guy who had called him brother, he felt disgusted and gave him a kick in the crotch as well. The screams downstairs finally alerted Scarface Asen upstairs, who was in the middle of business. What's going on? The door upstairs opened, and after some passion, Asen finally heard the noise below. Bare-chested, he looked down. His minions were all lying on the floor, covered in blood. A black-clad man in a mask stood holding an iron pipe, staring coldly up at him. He turned back, wanting to get his weapon from the room. But then, Lin Feng leaped up and jumped directly to the second floor. This was the second floor, and he had just jumped up in a single swoop. Scarface's eyes were filled with fear, especially at the gaze coming from behind the skull mask, which he found terrifying. Big brother, master. Spare me. I'll give you anything you want. There's even a girl in there. Scarface still wanted to stall. The woman inside was trembling while holding her hips. Just now, Scarface Asen had truly gone too far. She had heard the commotion outside, but she didn't dare to come out and look. This was a gang vendetta. She wouldn't dare get involved. Ah! She only heard a familiar scream, much louder than any she had let out herself earlier. After a long while of silence, she felt her way along the wall to look outside. Scarface Asen was lying in a pool of blood, looking quite miserable. The iron pipe was actually stuck in that place? Could this be karma? The woman touched her hips, which still hurt, and suddenly felt a sense of relief. Back in his room, Lin Feng placed the peace of mind pendant on his desk and opened his computer to write again. He had completely destroyed Scarface's third leg, just like his minions. He could spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. As for that last strike, it wasn't intentional, he had just tossed it aside. He had forgotten how much strength he had. Although current medical technology was advanced enough to regrow limbs, the cost was definitely not something these people could afford. No money, no power, physically crippled, they would basically have to beg for a living. As for retaliation, could they possibly come after him in wheelchairs? Besides, that group didn't even know who he was. He opened his book's review section. It was still lively. Holy crap, has the author changed his style? This first chapter was strangely depressing. I have to say, this writing style is unprecedented. It's much better than the previous pig-backing god of war. This time, I won't tremble. I'll wait until he finishes writing before I flame him. Today's comment section was much better than before. Besides the usual trolls, a reader even sent a Power for Love donation. This was truly the first time. As a well-known hack writer who only wrote God of War stories, Lin Feng also had dreams of becoming a master. I need to think about how the God of War should be betrayed next. It has to be done with some flair. Lin Feng began to type furiously on his keyboard again. Ring, ring. Ling Hao's phone rang. Captain Ling, something big happened in the Old Town area. Scarface Asen's gang has all been crippled. The methods were extremely brutal. Our preliminary suspicion is that this person has some unique fetishes. 足家で異性暴的和事、作詞量都し処理法、中性的苦力度性、小的反破罪、物理的量両面名、根本没誘白的な法、くで楽々的生成品、側弁有問いがざれ、高校的修正書や声量、果て、定的社会性反空。
Ling Hao was initially surprised when he heard the news. But as he regained his composure and realized it was Scar Asen's gang, he felt much calmer. Still, since such a major incident had occurred, he had to go and check the situation himself. Jianan Haitang Hospital. Captain Ling, you finally made it. Xiao Zhang, what is the current situation? Scar Asen is completely finished. His 3 lower limbs have been smashed to a pulp. He's lucky to be alive after that, though. The few bleached-haired thugs under him suffered the same fate. Their legs were brutally shattered. They'll be spending the rest of their lives in wheelchairs, Zhang Fei said slowly. It was his first time seeing such a scene, and he hadn't expected the perpetrator to be so ruthless. Did they say anything about the identity of the attacker? Ling Hao asked. They did. They said it was someone in black wearing a skull mask. They were subdued in a single move. That person even jumped straight up to the 2nd floor, which is 4 meters high. Able to leap to the 2nd floor and using such cruel methods, could it be? Ling Hao had some ideas. As a patrol captain, he had some knowledge about those with supernatural powers and cultivators. Sometimes, when missing persons cases occurred frequently, he would file reports to the bureau, requesting special support. This wasn't exactly a secret. Just a few days ago, he heard Ling Yi mention that a classmate in his class could produce fire from their hands. He assumed they must have suddenly awakened their powers. Once someone awakens, they are registered by a special department. As long as they are willing to serve the country, they can enjoy special privileges. Of course, there are certain obligations they must fulfill as well. He wasn't entirely sure of the exact process, but rights and obligations are equal. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Once they are discharged from the hospital, interrogate them again to see if any details were missed, Ling Hao instructed. Yes, Captain Ling. But Scar definitely got what he deserved for all the bad things he usually does. He finally fell into a trap this time. Our jurisdiction will be much quieter now, Zhang Fei said, feeling quite happy about it. For such a wicked person, he really couldn't summon any sympathy. It was just that, because of his limited authority and the secretive way these thugs operated, it was hard to gather solid evidence. Especially when victims feared retaliation and didn't dare to come forward as witnesses. Some things are better left known without being spread around, Ling Hao said to Zhang Fei. Dislike them as you might, there are still rules to follow in public. After all, they were still the patrol bureau, representing the authorities. Understood. Ling Hao still vividly remembered the threats Scar had made against him yesterday. And now, in the blink of an eye, Scar had been dealt with. Truly, the wheels of justice turn. There is always someone tougher to deal with the tough. However, since this involved special supernatural events, he still had to report it to his superiors. The thought of the paperwork gave him a headache. Lin Feng finally went to bed after writing another 8,000 words. If he doesn't write something every day, his hands feel restless. In the past, when Kyonkin wasn't home, his schedule was always like this. He never had inspiration during the day. He only had the energy to write at night. The next day. High school senior year class 9 student group chat. Did you guys know? Huge news. Scar A-san's gang was taken down yesterday. Early in the morning, Gu Qiangqian's class chat was blowing up. Gu Qiangqian had been worried about running into Scar's gang on her way to school today. She didn't expect to see such big news first thing in the morning. Liu Qiangxi, please don't post non-study related messages in the group. Once the head teacher spoke, the group went quiet immediately. Gu Qiangqian's class was the school's top graduating class. Naturally, there were students with powerful parents, and Scar A-san had bullied someone in their class just a few days ago. To see them get taken down so quickly was truly satisfying. Qiangqian, take this with you. When Gu Qiangqian was leaving, Lin Feng gave her the soul calming pendant. Gu Qiangqian looked at the beautiful star-shaped pendant, full of surprise. Remember, keep it with you at all times, and don't give it to anyone else. Lin Feng cautioned. This girl had sacrificed so much to take care of him in the past. The days they spent relying on each other for all these years now finally had a new spark of hope. This pendant could calm the mind, improve memory, relieve brain fatigue, and had effects that warded off evil spirits. It was indeed perfect for Qiangqian, and Lin Feng had also added a secret mark to it. No matter what happened, he would be able to sense Qiangqian's exact location. When Gu Qiangqian put it on, the pendant emitted a pale blue glow. This soul-calming pendant was a product of the system. Both its design and style were top tier. Gu Qiangqian liked it more the longer she looked at it. Brother, where did you buy this? It must have been expensive, right? Bought it online, didn't spend much, Lin Feng said vaguely. He bought many of the home appliances online, and naturally, quality matched the price. Thanks, brother. I'm off. Remember to soak your legs in the herbal medicine, okay? Alright, be safe on your way. Lin Feng waved goodbye to Qion. This girl is becoming more and more sensible. His legs had already recovered 90%, and he was ready for the next time Qiangqian returned. He would share this joy with her. Namo Country Imperial Training Base. A woman in white with a ponytail, a slender figure and proud curves, wearing hot pants, was weaving rapidly between driverless, intelligent, armored tanks, conducting daily combat drills. Because her chest was quite full, it bounced from time to time, but her body was very flexible, skillfully dodging one armored shell after another. Boom! The woman seized the opportunity and slammed a punch into the training tank. Under a single blow, the tank made of special alloy was dented deep inwards. Boom! Boom! The force of her punches was raging, and sonic booms echoed across the entire training field. "Sister Leng, someone is looking for you." The woman stopped only when she heard the voice. I'll take a shower and come out." The intense exercise had left her covered in sweat, making her feel uncomfortable. The woman's real name is Yi Choyin, nickname Leng Leng. She is 24 years old and an SS-level Earth Power Awakener. Her physical strength is terrifying, and she has killed many S-level ghosts. Yi Choyin listened to a tomato audio novel on her phone while showering. Green War God, Chapter 1. Turning green makes you stronger. Cutting the story again. When I'm free, I'll track the internet cable and teach you a lesson. Yi Choyin muttered to herself while showering. It seems to have grown again. What a bother. Reception room. Team leader Xiang, Sister Leng Leng will be out in a moment. Please have some tea. No rush. I have something to discuss with her today, Xiang Hui said while drinking tea. 1 hour later. Having not seen Yi Choyin yet, Xiang Hui was starting to get restless. "I'll go check again. Maybe Sister Leng Leng has something urgent to deal with," the purple-haired woman said apologetically. "What, you don't like it? Come to the capital and find me." Yi Choyin was busy typing away while arguing with someone. "Sister Leng, aren't you ready yet?" the purple-haired woman asked, knocking on the door. Yi Choyin had obviously forgotten about it. She sent another 99 gifts for love before closing her phone. When Yi Choyin came out, her long hair was draped over her shoulders. On her fair neck, the oval contours of her face were striking. With skin as smooth as jade and white as snow, she looked like a painting. A high-bridged nose and sexy collarbones. Her lips, painted in a light red, were captivating. She wore a long black shirt, and her bright eyes sparkled with a distinct charm. A sense of nobility emanated from her. Her breasts were proudly erect, and she wore a pair of black lace stockings on her legs. She was wearing a pair of red high heels. A calm smile played on her lips, reminiscent of Tifa, but her silhouette was even better. Xiang Hui was stunned just looking at her. After not seeing her for a few years, Yi Choyin had become even more beautiful. Even he had no immunity to a beautiful woman with long legs in black silk. It's just that this goddess's strength is extraordinary. He had the desire but not the guts. He remembered a line of poetry. "A girl of the Yi family has just come of age. Her strength can pull mountains and her spirit covers the world." "What do you want with me this time?" Yi Choyin asked, sitting on the sofa. "An S-level golden armored wraith has appeared in Jiangnan City. I want your help catching it alive." "An S-level golden armored wraith? You can't handle it yourself." "That guy is incredibly strong, and my flying sword can't even wound it. It's also very cunning. My master is currently in seclusion, and other martial uncles are tied up with important matters, so they can't come to help," Xiang Hui said. If he hadn't been forced to, he wouldn't want to ask other team members for help. Many of these are grudges from the previous generation that have continued to drag on, to the point where the younger generation is affected as well. "I have some special gifts for you here," Xiang Hui said, taking out a small bottle. Yi Choyin glanced at it, then nodded. Internal cooperation is common practice. Besides, since the location is Jiangnan, she could take the opportunity to see that person. She indeed had some special feelings for that person. Although they had never met, they had been spiritual companions for a long time. The writing in his books is quite good, and the writing reveals the person. She truly did have some special feelings. She had been abroad on special missions for the past few years. She only returned to the country recently. She hasn't had the time to meet him. This time it's just perfect. The contrast here is fascinating. While Ling Hao treats superpowered incidents as bureaucratic headaches, Yi Choyin views them as mere side quests between writing sessions. It perfectly illustrates the gap between state-level operatives and those truly holding the cards. Yulin High School. This is the best high school in Jiangnan City, and the number of students who get into Imperial University every year from here accounts for more than 70% of the entire city. Naturally, the admission threshold is high. If you want to get into this school, there are generally only two ways. First, the wealthy and powerful second-generation kids, and second, those with exceptionally good grades. Gu Qiangqian has no power or connections, so naturally she entered Yulin High School through her excellent grades. Qiangqian. A beautiful girl with long hair wearing a school uniform greeted Gu Qiangqian. Ling Ye. The two were classmates and also lived in the same dorm room. They have always had a good relationship, and both are considered school beauties. They lived in a 4-person dorm, but the relationship in the room wasn't quite as harmonious. As everyone knows, ugly people cause trouble, especially those who are ugly, yet wealthy and powerful. Although Ling Yi's father is a captain in the patrol bureau, in the eyes of those people, he doesn't count as much of an official. When Gu Qiangqian and her friend arrived at the dorm, there were already people inside. They were the two who didn't get on well with them, Ren Yu and Guan Linlin. Gu Qiangqian is on the lower bunk, and at this moment, Ren Yu was sitting on a stool painting her nails. Her long legs, wrapped in black silk, were resting on Gu Qiangqian's bed sheet. Only after seeing Gu Qiangqian walk in did she pull her legs down. Ren Yu's father is a big real estate developer in Jiangnan City, and to get her into the best class, he donated quite a few things to the school. Gu Qiangqian straightened out her wrinkled bed sheet with a look of displeasure. On most days, they hardly have any interactions. Even though she is sunny and confident, her family situation is not good after all. She often suffers some minor verbal bullying, but fortunately Ling Yi is there. She helps her out from time to time, and for that, she is very grateful. Linlin, look, do you think the necklace my dad gave me yesterday is pretty? Seeing that everyone in the room was present, Ren Yu took an exquisite glazed necklace out of a box. She put it on in a showy way. Isn't this the limited edition from Master Zhou Xiaofu? It hasn't been out for long. Is it expensive? Guan Linlin asked with a smile. Hey, not much, just a few million, Ren Yu said quite smugly. In terms of appearance, she isn't even half as good as Gu Qiangqian, but she has a good family. She always likes to seek a sense of presence in this regard. They are all very clear about Gu Qiangqian's family situation. Both parents are dead. Now she only lives with an older brother who has an ailment in his legs. She is a complete jinx, and if it weren't for having a pretty face, none of those boys would like her. But because she lives in the same dorm as her, boys are always asking her about Gu Qiangqian. Even the guy she likes has been probing her for information on purpose or by accident. The more this happens, the stronger her jealousy becomes. As for studying hard and going to college after the entrance exam, her family has already arranged everything for her, sending her to study abroad to experience life in a foreign land. When the time comes, she will just get a gilded diploma and come back to inherit the massive family business. Such things are the standard operations for these wealthy people. As for whether it's fair, no one cares. Hey Qiangqian, your necklace is so pretty, Ling Yi couldn't help saying. Gu Qiangqian was changing her clothes, and the necklace Lin Feng gave her slipped out inadvertently. Hey, my brother bought it, Gu Qiangqian said with a smile. Her smile was very sweet. She has always treated the things Lin Feng gives her as treasures. Ren Yu and Guan Linlin naturally saw it too. They have seen plenty of jewelry and jade, but the one Gu Qiangqian is wearing actually looks quite nice at first glance. It has a hexagram shape with a blue jade piece the size of a rice grain in the center. If it is real, it shouldn't be cheap. What kind of necklace? Let me have a look, Ren Yu said, reaching out to take it. Get away, what do you think you're doing? Gu Qiangqian refused without a second thought. She is very disgusted by Ren Yu's habit of taking things without permission. They aren't even friends, yet she goes around grabbing things. She really is used to being bossy. It's just a cheap necklace, treating it like a treasure, as if anyone wants to look at it, Ren Yu said with disdain. She didn't think Kangkyan's brother could afford anything valuable. It must be cheap junk bought online. No matter how cheap it is, it's a gift from my brother. I don't need your approval. And whether you think it's valuable or not, it doesn't matter to me at all, Kangkyan retorted. Daring to badmouth a gift from Lin Feng, Kangkyan wouldn't back down an inch. Are you ever going to stop? Don't think you're so great just because your family has money. Ling Ye couldn't stand it and spoke up. Hey, we're just looking. The daughter of a captain sure has a big attitude, Guan Linlin said. Guan Linlin's family background is also significant, and it's said she has connections in both underworld and official circles. You have a big attitude. Do you want to test it out then? Ling Ye started rolling up her sleeves as she spoke. She had practiced combat and grappling with her father. Fine, you win. Just you wait. Guan Linlin knew she couldn't beat Ling Yi. Oh wait, don't think we're afraid of you too. Let's go, Kangkyan, let's go eat. Ling Yi grabbed her hand and left the dorm as soon as she saw Kangkyan was ready. Ling Yi just couldn't stand people like that who bully others based on their power. They're all classmates. Is it really necessary? She remembered her father often said that life is full of ups and downs, or something like that. How dare she give me an attitude? Who is she trying to scare? Daring to talk to me like that? Ren Yu immediately had an idea in her mind. Making trouble for Gu Qiantian at school is a bit troublesome, as it attracts too much attention. She picked up her phone. Hey, Uncle Wen, I have something I'd like you to help me with. Ren Yu didn't care about anything and made the call right in front of Guan Linlin. If I can't deal with you at school, can't I deal with your crippled brother? Ren Yu thought to herself. Thank you, Xiao Yi. Gu Qiantian knew Ling Yi was helping her out of a tight spot. No worries, we're good friends. Just get through these few months, and when we go to college, it'll be a whole new world. Ling Yi said, holding Gu Qiantian's hand. Yeah. Don't say, your brother actually has good taste. This necklace is really pretty. You think it's pretty too? Gu Qiantian was very happy. Even if it was some cheap item from a shopping app, she didn't mind at all. A lot of things at home were things Lin Feng got from those shopping apps. In her view, this necklace should be worth at least 200 yuan. Evening self-study. After arriving at school on the weekend, there is always an evening self-study session. Gu Qiantian sat upright at her desk and picked up a workbook to read. But it was a bit strange today. Her mind was exceptionally clear while reading. In the past, when looking at a practice problem, she could think of at most 2 solutions. But today it felt weird. Inspiration just kept pouring out. She could even recall which book and which page had similar problems. Although confused, Gu Qiantian didn't think too much about it. She just picked up her pen and started working. It was smooth as flowing water. As soon as she saw a problem, the solution appeared. Her efficiency tonight was more than twice her usual level. It left her feeling perplexed. The calming pendant emitted a faint blue glow, which wasn't very noticeable under the lights. Besides, since she always wore it close to her body, she didn't notice anything different herself. 2 hours later, the end of class bell for self-study rang. She had already finished the entire workbook. If it were in the past, she would feel tired, but now she felt very energized. On the way back to the dorm, she ran into that somewhat persistent person again. Gu Qiantian, look at this large cup of milk tea. I specifically had someone go out and buy it for you. A slightly chubby man had been waiting at the entrance for quite a while with several cups of milk tea. She didn't like this at all, but no matter how many times she said it, that Qiao Shan stayed the same. Qiao Shan, the only son of Qiao Feng, the chairman of a large health and wellness chain in Jiangnan City. The sole heir to the Jiangnan wellness chain. And at the same time, one of Gu Qiantian's loyal fans. No thanks, drinking too much of this makes you gain weight. You should drink less too, Gu Qiantian said helplessly. She closed the dorm door as she finished speaking. She had absolutely no interest in such boring boys. With such a great family situation, and he doesn't even study properly. What a shame. Niyuina hakashuru wa giwa tokse. Zui sen, hu tanin to teki goman. Zeten ka teki uya shimu shimu ya. 사자이히 주텐 텐티커스의 삭샤크이 가시 크크록텍 코로 무줌 제슈 크시데 가시. A few more days passed. During this time, the system would issue a task every day. The tasks were gradually increasing as well, letting him slowly get used to the pace of monster hunting. However, Lin Feng hadn't had as much luck with the lottery recently as he did before. He hadn't drawn any good passive skills lately. He only managed to pull a few pills, some talismans, and a small spatial ring. Ding ding, hunt 5 C-rank monsters. Reward, 500 hunt points and 2 free mystery lottery draws. Host, a new task has been issued. Lin Feng put down the honor of King's game he was playing and took a detailed look at the task page. Died again, just as Lin Feng was lost in thought. The screen on his phone went grey. A record of 0 kills, 12 deaths, and 1 assist was glaringly obvious. Looks like Lubin is not for me, Lin Feng thought to himself. Lin Feng always carried out the system's monster hunting tasks at night. It would be too eye-catching to walk around in his Grim Reaper outfit in broad daylight. He had learned quite a bit of useful information from the system. In this world, besides ability awakeners, there are also cultivators. Cultivators rely on flying swords and talismans, capable of soaring through the skies and traveling through the earth. However, these people are subject to the jurisdiction of certain special organizations. Once their identities are confirmed, their actions are placed under surveillance. Otherwise, if these cultivators and ability awakeners were left to act freely, it would surely cause massive trouble. The system only provided Lin Feng with basic information. More complex knowledge could only be unlocked once he continued to grow stronger. System, do you have any events like a 100-fold rebate? Lin Feng suddenly asked. What 100-fold rebate? The system sounded a bit confused. You know, something like spending money to get stronger, or getting back 100 times what you spent? That is standard for a tycoon system. We don't have that kind of configuration. It's impossible. You'd better just honestly hunt monsters and farm for drops. Lin Feng chatted idly with the system, finding that this Grim Reaper system was actually an interesting fellow. It wasn't as mechanical or rigid as he imagined, but it was very principled. Before Lin Feng reached the system's standards, it would absolutely never do anything that violated its principles. After a friendly conversation with the system, Lin Feng set a small goal for himself. Reach S rank early, then move out of this dilapidated apartment complex, and start a new daily life with Qiantan. Night arrived. It was time for Lin Feng to make his appearance. He stood high atop the rooftop, first looking around at the surroundings. Then he tossed a coin to decide his direction for the night's operation. His combat style wasn't particularly flashy, but he showed significant improvement every day in ghost catching. Knowing exactly where a female ghost's fatal weak point was, he could basically take one out with a single strike. Host, if you wore your underwear on the outside, you would have a bit more of that Batman vibe. Lin Feng's face twitched. Now that they were familiar with each other, this system wasn't very serious either. When bored, it could even throw a few casual remarks his way. Recently, it had even started critiquing his green battle suit, seemingly showing some appreciation for his aesthetic sense. What is that? Lin Feng's pupils dilated. He saw a figure in the distance dressed in black, holding a long chain and wearing a tall hat. Written on the tall hat were the 4 words, "Peace under heaven." Rank, unknown, underworldian officer. Is that someone from the underworld? What is he doing? Lin Feng asked. Need you ask? When the black impermanence moves, it is naturally to apprehend extremely vicious evil ghosts. The black impermanence seemed to have discovered Lin Feng and looked up toward him. Just from that one glance, Lin Feng felt a wave of chill. His legs were even trembling slightly. People from the underworld are not something you can spy on right now. Hurry and go, the system warned. Lin Feng finally snapped out of it and activated his teleportation technique. He actually possesses a pair of ghost eyes. What an interesting fellow. I wonder if he would be interested in becoming a temporary worker. Black Impermanence muttered to himself. Holding the chain, he turned and walked toward a dilapidated residence. For the past few hundred years, ghosts have surged suddenly. The underworld's workload has increased quite a bit too. It's basically a 996 work life, with no happiness to speak of. The bosses keep talking about recruiting, but until now, no newcomers have joined. These days, even they are tired. That was close. Lin Feng still had cold sweat on his forehead. Just one glance, and it affected him this much. Are the people of the underworld really this terrifying? Then what kind of evil ghost is he trying to catch? Lin Feng wondered. After encountering this, Lin Feng became even more cautious in his actions. This world actually has an underworld. There are really too many secrets involved. It seems he will have to explore them slowly when he has the chance later. In an open-air playground, a fierce battle was taking place. A female ghost with a long, protruding tongue suddenly wrapped herself around Lin Feng. Her sharp claws were pinching his throat directly, and her smooth, long tongue couldn't stop drooling. I was careless. Is this an F? It's a C rank. You must have misread it, the system reminded him. It clearly showed C, there was no mistake. I wasn't talking about the ability rank, Lin Feng replied. Lin Feng had just killed 4 C-rank ghosts and hadn't expected one more to be tailing him. Catching him off guard, she wrapped herself around him. The ghost's long hair bound Lin Feng tightly. Her tongue kept poking out, and she sniffed repeatedly all over Lin Feng's body. So much yang energy, it must be delicious, the ghost said, looking at Lin Feng's mask. Should I suck from the top, or should I suck from the bottom? The voice was very seductive, but unfortunately, her face was deathly pale. With that long tongue lolling out, it looked completely out of place. This is trouble, Lin Feng felt annoyed. Having just killed those C-rank ghosts, his spiritual energy was depleted. He had intended to meditate and save a pill to recover some spiritual energy on his own before leaving. Who knew he would be directly ambushed? The ghost's fishy-smelling face moved closer and closer to Lin Feng. Her 2 fangs were poised to sink viciously into his neck. Am I going to repeat the mistake of my predecessor? Getting sucked to death? Lin Feng's mind raced. Death isn't scary. If it were a Republic-era beauty ghost, he could accept it. But this large-chested ghost, not worthy. A thought struck him, and he had an idea. Huh. The ghost was surprised. She saw that on Lin Feng's bound hands, a talisman had appeared out of thin air. The F-rank chest was very close to Lin Feng's left hand, just right for the talisman to be stuck on. Being big-chested isn't always a good thing. Lin Feng spotted the opportunity and stuck the explosion talisman directly onto her weak spot. Detonate, Lin Feng shouted. Boom, there was a deafening roar. A thunderous sound echoed. Lin Feng and the ghost were blown apart at the same time. The F was completely blown away. Of course, with such a close-range explosion, Lin Feng was also severely injured. Even with his steel-like body, his left arm was blown off. The wound was deep enough to see the bone, and blood kept flowing. Without hesitation, he pulled out a low-grade yuan replenishing pill and a low-grade spirit returning pill from his ring and swallowed them. As the pills went down, he felt a cooling sensation in his left arm. The bleeding had barely stopped. The mangled flesh blown away was also gradually regenerating. With the help of the spirit returning pill, his spiritual energy also began to recover quickly. With that little bit of charm, you dare to suck me. You're not even as good as the well ghost, Lin Feng yelled. Ranking ghosts by looks, the Republic-era lady is number 1. As for this F-rank large-chested ghost, besides being big-chested, she had no appeal at all. Ghost Art 47 Karma Fire. Lin Feng pointed toward the other F spot. Ah. The ghost's shrill, agonizing screams echoed all around. Ding ding, your ghost art has leveled up to LV2. Teleportation upgraded to LV2. Ethereal form upgraded to LV2. Spiritual energy limit has been increased. Obtained 500 hunt points. You have 2 lottery draws. Would you like to start? Draw. Lin Feng didn't hesitate this time either. The wheel appeared again. Stop. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the Grim Reaper's exclusive weapon, Magic Moon. The wheel continued to spin. Stop. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained Weapon Mastery LV1. He pulled a weapon and even got weapon mastery to match it. After the storm passed, Lin Feng was back in action. Magic Moon was long, slender, and pitch black, with shimmering light occasionally flashing across its surface. Host, there is a blessing after surviving a disaster. Look, the good stuff has arrived, the system suddenly spoke up. You have the nerve to say that? I almost died just now, Lin Feng said, speechless. Host, there are things I cannot interfere with. I can only provide you with assistance, the system explained calmly. It was a matter of principle, and not something it could change, otherwise it wouldn't have lost so many hosts before. Lin Feng was left speechless. If not for those few pills and talismans, he would have truly been sucked to death by that female ghost. Looks like I have to be even more cautious from now on. Lin Feng disappeared on the spot. Teleportation technique LV2 can mark 10 locations simultaneously, flight distance 2,000 meters. Weapon Mastery LV1. Master the beginner usage methods for all weapons. Magic Moon can deal extra damage to evil spirits, can freely change weapon form. Blade, gun, staff, club, handgun, Gatling gun, requires charging before releasing long-range attacks. Not a bad weapon, Lin Feng thought, putting Magic Moon into his spatial ring. With a weapon, he no longer had to rely on brute force. This episode highlights the classic risk-reward loop of power fantasy progression. Lin Feng surviving a near-death encounter purely through strategic resource management reminds us that in high-stakes environments, adaptability is far more valuable than raw strength. Jiangnan City, Shoshan Villa District. Uncle Wen, this is the information you asked for. Inside a spacious villa, an old man was sitting on the sofa, reviewing some documents. Although this is something the young mistress arranged, it still needs to be done properly. Let Pingxi handle it. Give him an unforgettable lesson. Wen Cheng glanced at it, tossed it aside and said, Lin Feng's background was not complicated, but the investigator had written a very detailed report. It was clear a lot of effort had gone into it. Yes, Uncle Wen. The man in black bowed respectfully and retreated. Wen Cheng was the head butler of the Ren family. He had ventured out with Ren Yu's father Ren Xiong in his youth and enjoyed Ren Xiong's deep trust. Nowadays, Ren Cheng was responsible for managing almost all of the Ren family's affairs. Guqing residential compound. Lin Feng was at home cleaning up. Today is Friday and Gu Qiongqian will be back earlier. Now that his leg has healed, he certainly couldn't let her do the cleaning and tidying around the house anymore. After half a day's work, the living room, kitchen, and Qiangqian's room were all sparkling clean. Bang! Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. He was standing on a chair to wipe the light fixture when the door was kicked open quite abruptly. He saw a man in his 30s dressed in black, wearing sunglasses, looking every bit like a typical gangster. He had appeared inside his home so suddenly. The bucket of water that had been sitting by the door while he was mopping was also kicked over. Water spilled all over the floor. This was getting interesting. Luohu was also stunned. He saw a man in a white shirt standing on a chair wiping a light. He had seen this man's face in the photo, wasn't that Lin Feng? But the report said he had a leg ailment and could only use a wheelchair. Could the information provided by the boss be wrong? But it didn't really matter. He saw that Lin Feng looked to be about 23 or 24 and didn't seem to have any other issues. He looked quite energetic, especially that face. He looked like someone who was just asking to be punched. Being handsome is an original sin. Who are you? Lin Feng jumped down from the stool and demanded. He definitely didn't know this man who had shown up out of nowhere. kid. Looks like you're really not a cripple after all. Now I can beat you up without any worries. Lu Hu sneered as he spoke. I can break your legs with peace of mind. Is that so? Lin Feng stood in front of Lu Hu, even a head taller than him. Heh, young man. Remember that some people aren't ones you can mess with. Tell your sister to learn to respect her classmates at school. This was the message Ping Sai had instructed Lu Hu to deliver. Make Qianqin learn to be intimidated. Seems like someone wants to give her trouble, Lin Feng said in a cold voice. Lu Hu threw a roundhouse kick directly towards Lin Feng's abdomen. Lin Feng just sidestepped and easily dodged it. Kid, you've got some skills, Lu Hu said, throwing another roundhouse kick. Why is it so slow? Lin Feng hesitated slightly. He saw Lu Hu's kicking motion as if it had slowed down significantly. His hands were moving in what felt like slow motion. During this period, he had dealt with quite a few ghosts. Those ghosts moved with lightning speed, and compared to them, Lu Hu was naturally far inferior. But he didn't dwell on it too much. If someone was looking for trouble, he'd just have to deal with it first. He grabbed Lu Hu's left arm with his right hand. With a gentle twist, he heard a crisp, bone-breaking sound. Then he pressed downwards. Crack. Lu Hu's hand was forced into a V shape. Ah. Lu Hu's agonizing scream echoed throughout the building. Lin Feng did not let go and kept pressing down. Lu Hu felt a chill in his heart. His left arm had been ruined in a single move. This strength, it was much higher than Ping Si's. Speak, who sent you to deliver this message? Lin Feng asked. Ping Sai, Lu Hu replied repeatedly. By now, he dared not act tough anymore. One move had crippled his arm. Who is Ping Si? Lin Feng didn't know much about the local thugs. Lin Feng grabbed Lu Hu's other hand and twisted again. It made a crunching sound. Cyan green runes flashed in his eyes, which to Lu Hu brought an inexplicable terror, and he didn't dare to look Lin Feng in the eye anymore. Just from that one glance, he felt as if his heart had stopped beating. He regretted it. He had thought it would be an easy job. He didn't expect to have both arms crippled right away. This time he had truly messed with the wrong guy. Blood and sweat dripped continuously from his body onto the floor. Spare me, I'll do anything you want. Lu Hu endured the excruciating pain as he spoke, but still didn't dare to meet Lin Feng's eyes directly. He would rather be beaten to death by Ping Si than see those terrifying eyes again. Lin Feng checked the time. Qianqin would be back soon. Everyone knows he never holds a grudge overnight. It's just a bit troublesome to track people down. Weren't you planning to cripple my legs? He pulled out a pill, forced Lu Hu's mouth open, and shoved the pill inside. This was a bone-eroding pill. After taking it, one would suffer the pain of 10,000 insects biting for 10 hours. Even if an ordinary person survived it, their mind would collapse, falling into a painful hallucination. Lin Feng lifted Lu Hu's head, stared into his eyes and said, "Place this stone near Ping Si's residence." Yes, Lu Hu answered repeatedly, enduring the intense pain. He felt like he could barely breathe, let alone throwing a rock. Even if he were told to jump off a building, he wouldn't hesitate. Those eerie eyes remained imprinted in his mind, as if they were watching him at all times, making him not dare to have any other thoughts. Of course, you can choose to snitch, but that pill will teach you a lesson. I wouldn't dare. Lu Hu was just a small-time thug. Even that Ping Si was just a small leader in his eyes. Ping Sai might end up even worse than him. Thinking of the pain of his broken hands, he nodded heavily again. Postscript: the antagonists in this book won't keep coming back to cause trouble repeatedly, so killing or crippling them is done as the plot requires. Sometimes killing is good, sometimes crippling is better. It gets boring if I just kill everyone and burn them to ashes. Half an hour later. Brother, I'm back. Gu Qianqin pushed the door open and saw that the room had been cleaned thoroughly. There wasn't a single scrap of paper in the bin, and Lin Feng's wheelchair was sitting by the desk. Qianqin. Lin Feng walked slowly out of another room. Brother, you... Gu Qianqin was surprised for a moment, her voice faltering. The herbal medicine and those 2 rooster eggs you brought last week actually worked, Lin Feng said softly. Under the system's strong warning, he had finally come up with this excuse. Since this girl believes in these things, it's better to just give her the credit. Regarding the matter of his special powers, the system did have a point. If he told Qiangtan that he had awakened supernatural powers, then what? She might be happy for a while, but that would be it. After all, Lin Feng didn't intend to join any national team, and his abilities were almost exclusively used at night. One could say that most of what he did couldn't see the light of day. Brother, that's wonderful. Gu Qiangtian couldn't help but rush over and hug Lin Feng tightly. Hey, Qiangtian, don't cry, isn't this a happy occasion? Lin Feng said, patting Gu Qiangtian's shoulder. After hugging for about 10 minutes, Lin Feng gently pushed Gu Qiangtian away. He took a tissue and helped her wipe away her tears. You've been studying hard lately, let's go out for a big meal today, Lin Feng said, rubbing Gu Qiangtian's head. Okay, then I'll go change my clothes first, Gu Qiangtian said, heading back into her small bedroom. Brother, your legs are finally better. She could hardly believe it even now, thinking she was still dreaming. If she hadn't pinched her arm hard just a moment ago, that intense pain told her that everything was real. She hadn't expected those 2 eggs to really work. Her brother could finally stand again. Today, Gu Qiangtian was still pushing Lin Feng when they went out. Gu Qiangtian felt that Lin Feng's legs had only just started to get better and still needed some extra care. It was a pity that the rooster that laid those eggs had already been stewed. Otherwise, she would have wanted to ask for 2 more eggs to help him recover. Gu Qiangtian was wearing a light blue outfit with her hair in a twin ponytail, a white short skirt and a pair of white sneakers. Although simple and plain, it still attracted the gaze of many passers-by. Shudila hop. I haven't had hot pot in a long time, let's eat here, Lin Feng said, pointing to the restaurant sign. Brother, I heard this place is a bit expensive. Gu Qiangtian hesitated, knowing that Lin Feng didn't make money easily. He was always typing away in the middle of the night. It's fine, it's a rare happy occasion, and we haven't had this in a long time, Lin Feng said with a smile. Business at Shudila was indeed booming, and Lin Feng and Gu Qiangtian waited in line for half an hour before their number was called. When ordering, Lin Feng noticed Gu Qiangtian was still shy and only picked the cheaper items. He picked up the menu and started ordering himself. It was rare that he could take Qiangtian out. Naturally, they had to eat well, even though hunting ghosts this week had only netted him 3,000 yuan. It was enough for him, and as long as he worked a bit harder, he believed his income would rise. Gu Qiangtian looked at the many items he checked and couldn't help saying, Brother, that's too much, I'll get fat if I eat too much. It's all right, eat more to nourish your body. Girls are cuter when they gain a little weight, Lin Feng said with a smile. Cuter if I gain weight, Gu Qiangtian muttered. The hot pot meal lasted for an hour and a half. Lin Feng had a great time. This was his first big meal after transmigrating. Gu Qiangtian was also very satisfied. Lin Feng had ordered so much that she had to work very hard to clear the plates. Her stomach was just a little too full. 2 distinguished guests. Today is our Shudila 30th anniversary celebration. You can use your receipt to participate in the anniversary activities and win big prizes. A waitress in a uniform handed the receipt to Lin Feng. An activity? Let's take a look, Lin Feng thought to himself. The reference to the egg-laying rooster comes from a comedy sketch. Lin Feng uses the bone erosion pill as a psychological weapon rather than just brute force, showcasing his cold strategic mind. He understands that fear is far more durable than pain when controlling his enemies. The event area was on the 2nd floor, so the 2 of them took the elevator up. It was indeed quite lively up there, with a large space set up for various challenges. Lottery draws, trivia, game battles, and so on. There were also many couple-themed games, like kissing for half an hour to win a 40% off coupon. In the center of the floor, several couples had already started their activities. They were even using some exaggerated moves, like deep, acrobatic kissing. Gu Qiantian's ears turned bright red from shyness. This scene was certainly not appropriate for these two who were not actually biological siblings. Lin Feng was also a bit embarrassed, not expecting such passionate displays. It was truly full of writing inspiration, and he could not help but take a few extra looks. Extreme ring toss. Any other friends want to give it a try? Hit 10 in a row and win a super prize. Accompanied by an enthusiastic voice, Lin Feng's attention was drawn over. Quite a few people were already trying their luck there. In the center of the game booth, there was a large rack with 10 different items on it. The difficulty increased with distance, and Lin Feng watched for a while. The luckiest person had only hit 8, winning 590% off coupons. And the game sign said, catch 10. You get a water bottom scoop VIP diamond card, plus a whole year of free meals, with a limit of 2 people per use. The offer was indeed very attractive, though most people were just here for the smaller prizes. Just hitting 5 would win a 50% off coupon, which was already a pretty good reward. Hit 10? You must be joking. The placement of the last 2 items was simply ingenious, wedged right into a corner. Too much force or too little, and the ring would miss. Even if the force was just right, it was easily blocked by the sharp corner next to it. Brother, you should give it a try, Gu Qianqian said, pulling Lin Feng's hand. I'll take 10 rings here, Gu Qianqian said to the host. After verifying the receipt, the host nimbly handed the rings to Gu Qianqian. He had assumed the young girl would be the one tossing, but she handed the rings directly to the man in the wheelchair. The man looked quite handsome, though it was a pity his legs seemed to have some issues. Otherwise, the two of them would have made a very good match. Let's witness how this young man attempts to win the grand prize, the host shouted enthusiastically. Before I start, can I ask a question? Lin Feng suddenly said to the host. Go ahead, young man. If I hit 10, can I have it delivered to my house? You see, my legs are not very mobile, Lin Feng said with a touch of shyness. The host was stunned. He hadn't even started throwing yet, and he's already thinking about delivery. Yes, a person in charge of water bottom scoop off stage nodded to the host. They had tested it long ago. To hit the 10th one, you needed special strength and techniques. The probability was pitifully small, so he was not the least bit worried about the delivery request. No problem. As long as you hit 10, we will deliver anywhere you order. Go ahead and throw with confidence, young man, the host replied immediately. Then, under everyone's gaze, Lin Feng actually stood up slowly. Naturally, one had to find the right posture for ring tossing. Swish. Swish. 7 now. This young man has already landed 7. More onlookers began to gather. Gu Qiantian looked on with admiration. Her brother was truly amazing. Even though his legs had been injured for so many years, his hand skills hadn't grown rusty at all. He was even using his left hand, but she remembered Lin Feng wasn't left-handed. Why was he so skilled with his left hand? 8 now, the host was getting excited. This was the second time today someone had hit the 8th ring. Was it possible to break through to 9? Just as Lin Feng was about to throw the 9th, he suddenly saw a little girl run into the center of the field. A soul body? Lin Feng was taken aback. The girl looked about 6 or 7 years old, wearing her hair in 2 small braids. She wore a beige outfit. She seemed to be looking for something in the area. Occasionally, she would lock eyes with Lin Feng. Brother, what is it? Gu Qianqian and other spectators noticed Lin Feng had frozen. He had been staring blankly for over 3 minutes. It is nothing. Lin Feng regained his focus, and the little girl vanished. He gently tossed the ring in his hand. The force was just right, describing a beautiful arc, and it landed steadily on the item. 9. This young man has hit 9. He has already secured the half-year discount card. Is there a chance to sprint for the 1-year grand prize? Let's witness a miracle, the host shouted excitedly. Anyway, the manager promised the delivery. He was not responsible. Naturally, he wanted to see if someone could win the big prize. The crowd around him grew larger and larger. This was a year of free meals. Qianqian, someone suddenly called out. Oh, Ling Yai. Gu Qianqian turned around and saw it was indeed Ling Yi. She was wearing a long white dress today and holding a large stuffed doll. She looked extremely cute. She instantly attracted a lot of attention. Is this your brother? Ling Yi asked, pointing at Lin Feng, who was studying the 10th target. Yeah, my brother hit 9. Amazing, right? Gu Qianqian said with a look of adoration. Her eyes were sparkling with stars. Ling Yi hadn't met Lin Feng before but heard about him from Gu Qianqian. His brother seemed to have leg problems and had to use a wheelchair. But wasn't he standing right now? He looked handsome, tall and sturdy. How did he not look like a sick person at all? Got you. Lin Feng eyed the angle and tossed it lightly toward the sharp corner. Using the rebound, it landed directly on the 10th item. 10. Congratulations to this young man for winning the year of free meals, the host roared. The atmosphere at the scene had completely erupted. Hello, Brother Lin, Ling Yai greeted him only after seeing Lin Feng finish his throw. She didn't want to distract him just now. You must be Ling Yai, I have seen you, Lin Feng said with a smile. Have we met before? Ling Yi was puzzled. I saw a photo of you in Qianqian's room on a notebook you gave her. Brother, you have the nerve to say that. You even used to call her Ling Tai. Gu Qianqian exposed his past blunder. Lin Feng laughed sheepishly. Back then, he had wondered why a nice girl would use the word iron in her name. After briefly registering his information, the diamond VIP card was handed over. Under the envious eyes of the crowd, Gu Qianqian wheeled Lin Feng away. Today's haul was not bad, and he would save on delivery fees from now on. It seems that ever since the system was activated, his luck really turned around. The days for these siblings are looking brighter and brighter. Yesterday, the top fan on his leaderboard, Lang Mi, left a message saying he would be in Jiangnan City on business soon and wanted to treat him to a meal. This top fan was a genuine person, so Lin Feng naturally wanted to treat him well. Bringing him here to Water Bottom Scoop next time would be very appropriate. The fan had been following his book for years, and he would always remember that act of support. If it weren't for the brothers' support, he wouldn't have been able to stick with it until now. That was why he often wrote exclusive, special content for the fan to give him a little extra treat. 林売り弟は展示的超論性純度、不是球的技能比で、高暗示量系、反応レライ的身体数順、7特特的かまし体上旧区ぜ不完ぜ感、小直接得定主覚合区的自然探索走行。
Back home, Qianqian was still wearing a look of excitement. Winning a year's worth of free meals at the Hot Pot restaurant, for a family like theirs, was an enormous prize. Everything today felt like a dream to her. Her brother's leg had suddenly healed, and they'd even hit the jackpot while eating out. Had the god of fortune finally started to look upon their family with favor? Qianqian, get some rest early. The college entrance exam is only a few months away, so you really need to put in the effort. Lin Feng said, stroking Gu Qianqian's forehead. Everything now was just the beginning. Their life together would surely only get better from here. Yeah, you get some rest early too, brother. Don't work yourself too hard. Gu Qianqian felt a twinge of concern, knowing her brother still had to spend his nights writing. Lin Feng returned to his room and locked the door. He sat on the bed for a while, waiting until the room next door was quiet. Only then did he prepare to head out. Incorporeal. A skull mask appeared on Lin Feng's face. He sensed the location of the stone Lu Hu had thrown. It was a bit far. The map showed it was at least 15 kilometers away. He leaped up, jumping onto the roof of the house next door. He raced forward beneath the veil of night. Target Pingxi's house. It was a large estate, with quite a few henchmen keeping watch in the hidden corners. As a local kingpin, Pingxi wielded significant influence here. Of course, he had also made many enemies, so naturally he stayed on high alert. Whoosh! Lin Feng flashed into existence at the spot where Lu Hu had thrown the stone. Why are there runes here? Lin Feng was taken aback. Beneath an old locust tree in front of the estate, he saw blood-red formation runes still flickering. There were even wisps of bloody aura seeping out from them. Surrounded by a deathly chill, this was definitely not a normal environment. Everything about it felt strange. Inside an opulent room of the estate. Master Guo, I have prepared the girl you wanted, the one born at 3:45 in the morning on the 7th day of the 7th lunar month. What do you think? A middle-aged man with a sinister, fierce appearance and a missing middle finger on his right hand spoke with great deference to an old man in green robes. Ping Sai, you have done well this time. I am surprised you found someone meeting the criteria so quickly. The old man in green smiled slightly. I will grant you this breath-breaking pill. Whether you succeed this time depends on your own fate. The old man pulled out a small emerald green bottle. This mid-grade breath-breaking pill offered a certain chance of reaching the spirit gathering stage. If one wants to walk the path of a cultivator, spirit gathering is the essential first step. Note, the cultivation levels are spirit gathering, key refining, foundation, establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and spirit transformation. These correspond to ability levels C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS respectively. Thank you, Master Guo. Ping Sai clutched the bottle, his heart trembling with excitement. He had no idea how much it had cost him to get this. He had only found out by chance that cultivators actually existed in this world. If he could learn the techniques, he would be capable of anything, flying through the sky and escaping into the earth. Unfortunately, he had no connections, so he could not enter those sects. Unexpectedly, 2 years ago, he had some good luck, and this old man named Guoji found him. After Guoji demonstrated his abilities, Ping Sai became completely convinced. He was determined to become a disciple and walk the path of cultivation. But the old man had very high demands, requiring him to find many strange things. He had spent a lot of money on this over the past 2 years. Women were an essential part of it. It would be easy if it were just any woman. But the old man's methods were peculiar. The woman's date, time, and hour of birth had to match exactly. These women met a miserable end, usually having their blood essence drained before being incinerated by a fire curse. Someone has broken in from outside, Guoji said, his voice dropping. He had set up a special formation in the courtyard, and anyone who entered would be sensed by him. Lin Feng crept through the night, sensing that something was slightly wrong with the formation beneath the locust tree. He cautiously snuck in from the backyard. Suddenly he saw the lights in the house to the north go out. Then a talisman flew toward him at high speed. He dodged to the right, and the talisman grazed his forehead. Immediately after, 2 more talismans shot out from the room. He did the same thing, nimbly dodging them with a slight shift in position. What? The talismans he thought he had successfully dodged suddenly erupted in a golden light. They sprayed rays of light, forming a birdcage-like column of light around Lin Feng. He was trapped directly inside. Heh, I wonder who you are daring to trespass on my territory. How does the taste of my drawing a prison with a rune feel? The lights turned back on, and Ping Sai and Guoji walked out of the room. Not a cultivator, Guoji said, looking Lin Feng up and down. He couldn't sense any aura belonging to a cultivator. Key refining stage, Lin Feng scanned him with the system's auxiliary function. A cultivator equivalent to a B-level ability user. He hadn't dealt with cultivators before and had to be cautious. If you still refuse to talk, I'll have to trouble Master Guo to take action, Ping Sai said, standing behind Guoji. He already had a guess in his mind. The skull mask plus this peculiar outfit. It looked a bit like the person who took out Scar-faced San. Could it be the same person? Did you kill the women under that locust tree? Lin Feng didn't take the bait. He asked his own question. He had just seen several vengeful ghosts gathered under the tree, bound by special runic chains. Even if he didn't know the technique, it was definitely nothing good. Heh, since you know, you'll have to stay here today. Once I kill you, I'll naturally find out who you really are under that mask. Guoji ignored everything else. These matters could never get out. The Paranormal Bureau was still tracking his whereabouts. In his eyes, Lin Feng, trapped in that cage, was simply too weak. He snapped his fingers. The cage began to slowly shrink. Seeing someone trapped in the cage, constantly being crushed, gave him a sense of perverse pleasure. Lin Feng had just lightly touched the birdcage, and a small cut was instantly opened on his hand. This object made of special spiritual energy was indeed tougher than he had imagined. Looking at the cage, which was getting smaller and smaller, Lin Feng's eyes shone with intensity. When he found a suitable opportunity, he threw the dagger in his hand. It was like lightning. Whoosh! Guoji watched the incoming dagger, merely tapping his index finger, and the dagger veered off course. This level of throwing knife skill didn't mean anything to him. A cultivator's perception and sharpness were not weak. "Kid, you're still too green." Guoji seemed to see the look of fear beneath Lin Feng's mask, about to be sliced into pieces by the cage. That invisible pleasure was about to arrive. Instant transmission. A shadow flickered, and the figure in the cage was gone. Lin Feng suddenly appeared behind him. Guoji hadn't reacted yet. Magical artifact for spatial movement. He had never even heard of such a thing. Lin Feng grabbed the dagger with one hand and turned around in one motion. Taking advantage of Guoji's panic, he slashed directly across his throat. The system was right. A cultivator's physical body was truly mediocre. It all relied on those mysterious and unpredictable methods. How is this possible? Guoji gripped his throat, still in disbelief. The cage was still shrinking. How did this guy get out? With wide, staring eyes, he never understood the reason until his death. "Spare me." Pingxi was so scared he fell to his knees. Master Guo had his throat slashed by this person, so how could he still be arrogant? "I'm going to ask you something." Lin Feng looked at the dead man quite calmly. "Please, my lord, tell me." Pingxi's attitude was even more respectful. "Who told you to go to Lin Feng's house and cause trouble today?" "Lin Feng?" Pingxi fell into deep thought. It took him a moment to realize it was something he had ordered Luo Hu to do. "My lord, that matter was arranged by Wen Cheng, the head steward of Ren Xiong. I heard it's because his sister provoked Ren Xiong's daughter, Ren Yu. He wanted to teach him a lesson. I didn't know that Lin Feng had a relationship with you. It was my lack of foresight. Please, my lord, spare me." Pingxi regretted it so much he wished he could die. How could he have provoked such a killing god? The Ren family, eh? Lin Feng pondered for a brief moment. Yes, it was all Wen Cheng's arrangement. Please spare me. I have some good things here. I can give them all to you. Seeing Lin Feng hesitate, Pingxi thought he might be spared. You've done your fair share of evil deeds too. The dagger in Lin Feng's hand transformed into a long black blade, with a wet tearing sound. Pingxi stared at his own chest in disbelief. There was a gaping hole there. He had only received the pill today. How could things end like this? Lin Feng took a look, and then unleashed a massive flame, completely engulfing the house in fire. Many wrong spirits had died here. Getting rid of this place would allow them to find peace. Host, you're quite decisive. I thought you were going to let him go, the system said. Why would I let him go? He didn't kill everyone he encountered, nor did he let everyone go. Those street thugs had no real power and no money. Crippling them meant they could only live a miserable life. But this Pingxi had many connections. If he was just crippled, there was a possibility he could rise again. For everything, he had his own considerations. He didn't make a habit of wanton slaughter, but he wouldn't let any wicked person off the hook. He simply followed his heart. The contrast between the ruthless mage and Lin Feng's tactical precision highlights a classic trope. Supernatural ability is nothing without physical intuition. By ignoring the bait of power-hungry shortcuts, Lin Feng proves that true strength lies in knowing exactly when to cut the ties of evil. While he claims to follow his heart, his strategic elimination of threats suggests a calculated coldness that ensures his family stays off the radar of powerful, corrupt families like the Wrens. The news of Pingxi's death spread that very night, and naturally, some were pleased while others were sorrowful. This Pingxi was a ruthless character who had committed many evil deeds over the years, but he had good connections and support from above. He usually acted like a local tyrant, Yet who would have thought he'd be stabbed to death in his own home? When the Inspectorate Bureau arrived, they only found 2 charred corpses that were barely recognizable. But there wasn't a single lead on the culprit this time. Everything in the house had been burned to ashes. "Captain Ling, how should we write the report for this one?" Zhang Fei asked, seeing that Ling Hao looked troubled. "We don't need to handle this one. The higher-ups have sent people," Ling Hao said helplessly. Just as the photo of the charred old man was uploaded to the internal network for identity verification, he received a call from the Bureau of Supernatural Affairs, telling him that the person's identity was special. They would send specialists to investigate, and for now, they just needed to guard the bodies. With major cases occurring for 2 weeks in a row, the head of the inspectorate looked grim, and he had naturally been scolded along with everyone else. Fortunately, since it involved special individuals, there was no mandatory requirement to solve the case. Ping Sai is dead. His subordinates and rivals might make a move, so tell the brothers to be careful, Ling Hao told Zhang Fei. "We can't be careless now. If another turf war breaks out, we'll be in big trouble when the higher-ups come blaming us." The Bureau of Supernatural Affairs is a special organization composed of ability users and cultivators. The headquarters is in the capital, and every city has a branch. It aims to assist cities in handling all kinds of supernatural and unnatural events. Guoji was killed, and I have already checked. It wasn't our people who did it, a young man said. He had been hiding for so many years. I didn't expect him to be tucked away in Jiangnan City, a middle-aged man beside him said. Dying is a good thing. It means one less person on the wanted list, the young man said while rubbing his forehead. Over the years, all kinds of bizarre events have emerged one after another. They were dispatched from their sect to assist the Namo authorities in handling supernatural matters. It has been more than 10 years already. But with these unknown incidents happening one after another in Jiangnan City, we still need to send someone to investigate. I just don't know if this person is a disciple training outside from some sect, or someone who suddenly awakened their abilities, the middle-aged man said slowly. However, we must find out his identity as soon as possible, and not let him slip out of our control. Yes, I have already given the notification, the young man said. The Namo government is quite wary of such lone wolves. To put it nicely, they call it acting out of chivalry, but to put it bluntly, it is acting recklessly. Relying on their own strength to bypass national judgment. After returning home, Lin Feng took out Guoji's storage bag. Inside were some common medicinal pills and small bottles of different colors. One purple gold bottle caught Lin Feng's attention. With such exquisite packaging, it must be something extraordinary. Lin Feng didn't hesitate. After taking it out, he opened the lid directly. A faint fragrance hit his face. System identification. Verdant spirit liquid, refined from various rare spiritual herbs. Consuming it can increase your maximum spiritual power. Good stuff, Lin Feng sighed. His only issue was that his maximum spiritual power was a bit insufficient, making it hard to execute many moves fluently. He had to take medicine all the time to replenish it. Lin Feng took it in one gulp, the thick liquid dissolving down his throat and transforming into a unique, pure energy that coursed through his limbs and bones, making him feel incredibly refreshed. No wonder everyone loves killing and looting treasures. After steadying himself, Lin Feng felt very comfortable inside. Especially after killing an evil cultivator, there wasn't much of a negative burden on his mind. After relaxing for a while, he sat on the edge of his bed and continued typing. Just as a strange green light appeared over the God of War's head, Lin Feng typed rapidly on the keyboard. His performance lately had been quite good, and he already had a few loyal readers. They were seeing this kind of weird green text for the first time, and it was quite creative. Of course, there were plenty of haters, since this way of being green was beyond their imagination, making them feel uneasy. Fortunately, his top donor, Lang Mi, had incredible fighting spirit. He never lost a debate, always inviting others to talk it out in the capital. I suppose this big boss must live in the capital. Lin Feng didn't think about what kind of stir Ping Xi's death would cause. For him, the two most important things at the moment were: first, Qianqian's college entrance exam. Second, earning money to buy a house. This little place really needs to be replaced. Some more time passed. Regardless of whether the system released a task, Lin Feng spent a few hours every night hunting evil spirits. Over these 2 weeks, his total earnings reached 30,000. He also got quite a few other good items. His skill levels had all been upgraded to level 3. The range of the instant body technique had already expanded to within 5,000 meters. 2 days later, after some inquiries, Lin Feng finally found Wen Cheng's address. He was quite straightforward. He didn't hold back for someone who liked to use others as weapons. He fed him 3 soul-devouring pills directly to let him feel what true pain is. An ordinary person couldn't handle even 1. After 3, Lin Feng didn't think much about the outcome. Since he wanted to mess with Qianqian, he naturally had to pay the price. He truly cared about this younger sister of his. In the remote outskirts of Jiangnan City, Xiang Hui and Yi Chuyin stood on a hilltop. Today, Yi Chuyin was wearing a dark red outfit and had custom-made supernatural exploration glasses on her face. She also wore a pair of gloves made of special materials. She gazed solemnly at a tomb not far away. "Miss Yi, remember to hold back. Don't beat it to death, I still have a big use for it," Xiang Hui reminded. "You talk too much. Hurry up and get it out, I have things to do tonight," Yi Chuyin urged. Xiang Hui joined his fingers and started chanting. 5 elements technique, earth flow. Suddenly, he pressed both hands to the ground, and the tome was arched up. "How is it you again?" A strange voice drifted over. Looking through her supernatural glasses, Yi Chuyin saw a 6-legged gold beetle crawl out of the tomb. The beetle was 2 zhang in size, with a giant horn on its head. Behind it were 2 bright wings that fluttered constantly, emitting a buzzing sound. It seems the lesson from last time wasn't enough. The golden armored spirit growled at Xiang Hui. "He managed to escape last time. I didn't expect him to find a helper this time." "Less talk, your opponent is me," Yi Chuyin said, not letting the spirit say more, since she had other business later. She leaped over and swung her fists directly at the golden armored spirit. "If you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish." The golden armored spirit charged forward to meet her. It was immensely powerful. Its wings were as sharp as blades, and it was fast and agile. Boom! Yi Chuyin clenched her palm and unleashed a punch. The punch rolled out like a stream of light, carrying an astonishing wave, striking the beetle with lightning speed. The massive force tore through the air like an air cannon, slamming heavily into the beetle's body. A thunderous roar echoed, sending out a massive shockwave. The beetle plummeted from the sky instantly. The ground cracked open along with the force of the punch, the fissure stretching hundreds of meters away. "Miss Yi, don't crush it to death," Xiang Hui shouted from the side. In terms of raw strength, this giant beetle definitely couldn't beat her. "Don't worry," Yi Chuyin signaled with an OK sign. Boom! The beetle burst out from underground again. Yi Chuyin's punch just now was indeed quite fierce. Its large horn was now bent. However, it didn't matter. It was tough-skinned, and it wasn't a fatal wound. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the beetle fluttered, 3 identical clones appeared. "Miss Yi, the bug's clone technique only has 1 real body." The 3 flying insects moved extremely fast. It knew Yi Chuyin's power was too much. A direct confrontation would definitely yield no benefits. But it was agile, so it shrank its body to 1/2 meter in size, attempting to cut with its wings. Its wings were even sharper than a cultivator's flying sword. Things that can fly are so troublesome. Yi Chuyin couldn't help but frown. Inability to fly was her greatest obstacle. No matter how agile she was, she couldn't outmatch the flying beetle. Suddenly, Yi Chuyin slowed down, even coming close to being grazed by the beetle's wings several times. Both sides seemed to be looking for an opening. Chuyin closed her eyes and began to sense. There were still some differences between the real body and the clones. "Found you." As the beetle back attacked, she took a step back. She grabbed its giant horn, then slammed it heavily against the ground. She acted like she was swinging a large guitar, smashing it around continuously. Afterward, Chuyin sat right on its back. One hand gripped the giant horn, the other hammered its head. Only hearing bang, bang, bang. The sound of intense metal-on-metal impact. Every punch caused dents to appear on the beetle's body. Though not fatal, it was very painful. The beetle's 6 legs started to twitch continuously. Xiang Hui felt his scalp tingle watching this. Too violent. No wonder no one dared to provoke her. Seeing the golden armored spirit was nearing its end, Yi Chuyin flipped it over. She pulled the wings off its back with all her strength. Let's see you fly now, wasting my time. Not to mention, these transparent wings looked pretty good, worth keeping as a souvenir. Miss Yi, that's enough, have mercy, Xiang Hui called out, seeing Chuyin getting more excited as she dismantled it. He hurriedly spoke up. He took out a talisman and began chanting. Finally, he bit his finger and drew some marks on the talisman. Then he stuck it onto the golden armored spirit's forehead. Capture. In the blink of an eye, the spirit vanished without a trace, leaving only an image of the beetle on the talisman. You cultivators have such unique methods, Yi Chuyin said. She didn't hold any particular bias against cultivators, unlike the older generation who held long-standing grudges. This was also why she was helping Xiang Hui. She was curious about the cultivators' methods of flying and vanishing, but after awakening her abilities, she could no longer cultivate. This was the rule of this world. To this day, no one has been able to break it. Miss Yi is truly heroic. This golden armored spirit has injured many of my fellow disciples. Truly, brute force works miracles. She is indeed an SS rank Earth Power Awakener. Xiang Hui solemnly put away the talisman. He had put a lot of effort into this beetle. Miss Yi, would you like to have dinner together tonight? Xiang Hui asked. No need, I have friends to meet. Maybe another time. 本州筋量、苦悩よ終身的革新と、利益流現世、社統的暴力美学、特区公開、一芸、苦金融法是原子やらるい、天在戯曲的化化、経営独教式的生存通、育使命職位等体制的系。To meet his big brother Langmi, Lin Feng specifically bought a new outfit. It wasn't for anything else, just to show his respect. He had already planned everything out. First, treat his brother to a meal, then take him to the most decent place in Jiangnan City for a massage. He had even checked the prices beforehand. He heard there was a high-end technician at 9998 who had excellent techniques and top-notch quality. It was perfect for men of quality like them. 6 o'clock, almost there, Lin Feng checked his watch. The meeting time with his brother was 7 o'clock, in front of the Shudilao restaurant. It was a half-hour walk there, not too far. Lin Feng took a taxi and arrived in front of Shudilao in 10 minutes. He and Langmi had only communicated through private messages on the writer's platform, so he didn't know what Langmi actually looked like. However, in his mind, he imagined someone hairy, long-haired, and perhaps with a dragon tattoo over his shoulder. When he arrived, quite a few people were already sitting outside the Shudilao entrance. Lin Feng saw a tall, burly man walking over with a thick necklace around his neck. He had a full beard and plopped down on the bench opposite him, swaying back and forth from time to time. This uncouth demeanor was quite close to the image of Langmi he had in his mind. Brother Lang? Lin Feng walked up and patted the burly man on the shoulder. What Lang? The burly man turned around and asked, looking at Lin Feng. His voice was somewhat effeminate, and he even gestured with his fingers. Langmi? Lin Feng felt a chill. What Langmi? I'm a decent person, young man, don't just go around saying things. He quickly brushed Lin Feng's hand away. In his view, Lin Feng looked quite handsome, but the person he was looking for didn't seem like a decent person. Langmi sounds like a street thug. Sorry, I mistook you for someone else, Lin Feng said, seeing the confused look on the man's face, realizing he had the wrong person. There was no way this somewhat effeminate guy could be the person he was looking for. Little car. Beside the burly man, a woman in sunglasses suddenly said these two words. Lin Feng was stunned. Even though the woman was wearing sunglasses, they couldn't hide her exquisite facial features. She had an indescribable beauty. On her somewhat sexy collarbone, there was a small gold pendant. She was wearing a beige top, a short white skirt, and black silk stockings. She was crossing her legs, with a pair of red high heels dangling from her feet. She was drinking bubble tea while watching Lin Feng with great interest. "Who are you?" Lin Feng asked suspiciously. Not many people knew this nickname, only his most loyal book fans would know it. But this woman in front of him didn't look lit at all. After all, the rough image of Langmi was already deeply imprinted in his mind. This fragile female image just didn't fit at all. "You? Are you Brother Lang's girlfriend?" The woman's voice was extremely pleasant. Lin Feng only guessed this because of his preconceived notions. It was indeed hard to associate her with the beautiful woman in front of him. Hearing this, the woman couldn't help but spit out the bubble tea she was drinking. It all sprayed onto the burly man's head next to her. "You." The burly man was about to get angry. But seeing the look on the woman with sunglasses, he was momentarily stunned. "I'm sorry," the woman said apologetically. Spitting bubble tea all over someone was indeed a bit inexcusable. "Young lady, what are you saying? It's so hot today. This is just helping me cool down." The burly man's tone changed instantly, becoming gentle again. Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head. As expected, if you are good-looking, everything can be forgiven. This guy really had no moral bottom line. "Young lady, my name is Kiao Rui. Can we add each other on WeChat? I'm planning to film a short movie. Can we find a time to meet up?" The burly man couldn't stop himself. The temperament of this woman was simply perfect. With a little packaging, she would definitely be a hit. "Sister, where is my big brother?" Lin Feng quickly interrupted Kiao Rui. This wasn't the time to talk about that. "Haha, I'm not his girlfriend. I'm his aunt. He asked me to come here for a meal." Yi Chuyin found it quite amusing to see that Lin Feng really hadn't recognized her. "This young man is quite handsome, just a bit silly." "Is that so?" Lin Feng was still a bit hesitant. "Brother Lang is gone, and an Aunt Lang came?" Ding! Lin Feng's phone received a message from Langmi. "Brother, I have something going on and can't get away for now. Take my aunt to eat first, and I'll find you when I'm free." After reading the message, Lin Feng didn't have much to say. It seemed like this aunt was also a bit hungry. She had already drunk a few cups of bubble tea. "Then, Auntie, shall we eat and wait for my big brother?" Lin Feng said to Yi Chuyin. He saw that her age was similar to his, and didn't expect her to be Langmi's aunt. "Don't call me auntie, I'm not that old. Just call me Leng Leng," Yi Chuyin said with a light laugh. She thought this Lin Feng was quite interesting and felt a sudden urge to play along. "Then I'll just call you Sister Leng." Lin Feng felt that was more respectful. Lin Feng had a VIP card, so he didn't have to wait in line. He Yi Chuyin directly into a small private room. "Sister Leng, take a look at the menu and see if there's anything you'd like to eat." "No need, you just order whatever you want." Yi Chuyin had eaten everything delicious in the capital. Today she just wanted to come and see Lin Feng. She didn't expect Lin Feng to be so extraordinary and quite handsome. Especially when he smiled, he looked as warm as the spring sun. Lin Feng picked up his pen and started to tick off many of the signature dishes. Yi Chuyin had taken off her sunglasses by now, and her beauty was truly outstanding. With her hair draped over her shoulders, she was beautiful to the extreme. Even the waiter serving the dishes couldn't help but take a few extra glances. "Sister Leng, the food here is pretty good, you should try some." Lin Feng kept a proper distance and didn't look at Leng Leng too much. "Why, am I ugly? Why are you keeping your head down?" Yi Chuyin said with a smile. Her voice was very gentle, with a standard Beijing accent. No, I was just wondering when my brother would come," Lin Feng explained. They had been eating for half an hour, and Langmi still hadn't arrived. He felt a bit awkward. He wasn't good with women to begin with, and besides Gu Qianqian, he had never gone out to eat alone with any other girl. If they didn't keep talking, it would be a bit of a cold atmosphere. Yi Chuyin sensed Lin Feng's awkwardness and took the initiative to start the conversation with his novels. They soon found common topics of conversation. Lin Feng didn't expect Sister Leng to have such a high opinion of his books. As expected of Brother Lang's family, their thoughts were in sync. Actually, if Yi Chuyin wanted to know about Lin Feng's situation, a single phone call would have sufficed. Someone would have delivered detailed files to her. But she didn't have that intention toward Lin Feng. She had been following his books for 4 years. This feeling was somewhat special. She could be called a loyal fan. In those boring days and nights, only Lin Feng's books could alleviate her loneliness. Especially the pace of Lin Feng's writing. It was really great and made her have special urges. She listened as Lin Feng talked about past events. She was filled with emotion. She never thought Lin Feng had such difficult past experiences. Relying solely on writing novels to support his family was truly not easy. However, I believe that man can overcome fate. If I could get back on my feet, I can definitely change my destiny. Lin Feng said firmly at the end. For some reason, he had said a lot more to Yi Chuyin today. He felt that Sister Leng's way of speaking was somewhat similar to Brother Lang's style. Sister Leng, why don't you tell me something about my brother? Lin Feng finally couldn't find anything else to say. Langmi still hadn't appeared, and the atmosphere seemed to have cooled down again. Yi Chuyin paused for a moment. He is a good person, no bad habits. Maybe his temper can be a bit explosive sometimes, Yi Chuyin said to herself. I can see that, Lin Feng agreed. His brother once stood up for him against a dozen trolls simultaneously and didn't lose. And he didn't use a single dirty word. Another hour passed. Langmi still hadn't appeared. Lin Feng received another message. Brother, I can't make it today. Arrange things for my aunt. It's her first time in Jiangnan City, so take her around for a visit. Instantly, he received a gift of 99999 units of support from Langmi. Brother Lang has such a kind heart, Lin Feng sighed. He knew what Brother Lang meant. He just didn't want him to spend too much money. But now that he had a lucrative part-time job, things were different from before. However, since Brother Lang had made the arrangements, he naturally had to handle it properly. Brother Lang's aunt is my aunt too. Sister Lang, would you like to see the night view? There is a night amusement park outside. It's actually quite nice. Hayashi kuru tenke teki shinriku tokuganmi. 多少例大的感激投射投稿投信上、ハーレ社交越清涼、一世自我した上、我々通道不中流ぐらいや取り安全感的合意、在や社交中ルティ、ゼイパソーバド。The Night Amusement Park. It is a famous internet-famous landmark in Jiangnan City, with all kinds of facilities fully equipped. The most famous attraction is the Horror Haunted House, which has a 5-star terror rating and has firmly occupied a spot in the top 3 of the National Haunted House rankings. Especially at night, there are countless people coming to challenge their nerves in the haunted house. It is said that since it opened, very few people have been able to walk out of it all alone. In all these years, it has been less than 100. Most of them had to be carried out. The night in Jiangnan felt a bit chilly, and Yi Chuyin was dressed somewhat thinly. A pair of long, snow-white legs were exposed to the breeze. The hem of her skirt fluttered slightly. What kind of image do you have of Wolf Killer in your mind? Yi Chuyin asked with a smile, feeling that Lin Feng was not only handsome but also very interesting, and the books he wrote were quite good too. He must have a short crew cut and gold teeth. His arms should be as thick as my legs. Look at his name, Wolf Killer. There must be a story behind it. Big Brother must be a very straightforward person who always keeps his word. Lin Feng said while imagining what Wolf Killer looked like. Is that how you see him in your heart? Yi Chuyin was quite surprised. She had just picked the name Wolf Killer randomly. How could Lin Feng come up with so many stories? He would definitely get a perfect score in reading comprehension. That goes without saying. You haven't seen how he debates with others. He once spent 24 hours straight arguing with a dozen trolls. Without that kind of stamina, how could he possibly keep it up? Yi Chuyin's face flushed slightly. How did she end up with such an image? That time she argued with those people was simply because she was on a mission outside and needed to be online for 24 hours. She was just bored and decided to pick a fight with them. She looked at her own arms. They were far from what Lin Feng had described. Sister Leng, how was my guess? Wolf killer is pretty much exactly as you said. Yi Chuyin didn't want to continue this topic. She had originally intended to crack a joke with Lin Feng. Who knew she would get caught in her own trap? If she told Lin Feng she was wolf killer right now, wouldn't it be even more awkward? Sister Leng put this coat on. Another cold gust of wind blew by, and Lin Feng quickly took off his coat. It is brand new. I have only worn it for a few hours. It does not smell. You are actually a very kind person. Unlike the filthy gazes of other men she met for the first time, she could tell he had no ulterior motives. She took the coat and draped it over her shoulders. Lin Feng was tall, and the coat draped over Yi Chuyin's body reached almost to her hips. The weather actually didn't affect Yi Chuyin at all. Even in an extreme frozen zone, she wouldn't feel cold dressed like this. Clothes were just decorations to her. It made no difference whether she wore them or not. If she were home alone, she would even prefer the feeling of wearing nothing at all. As Lin Feng and Yi Chuyin walked along, Lin Feng also saw some spirits darting through the crowd. Meteor Amusement Park. A huge sign hung above. Sister Leng, the scenery here is quite nice. Shall we go in and have a look? Sure, you just lead the way. Lin Feng looked at the amusement park, his heart filled with infinite emotion. He recalled the time his parents brought him and Qianqian here to play. Unexpectedly, 4 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Sister Leng, I am going to buy tickets. Please wait for me here a moment. Okay. Yi Chuyin's bracelet vibrated, alerting her to the presence of supernatural entities nearby. This is a device specially made by the National Security Agency. Whenever it detects supernatural entities nearby, it provides an alert. The vast Jiangnan is surprisingly not so peaceful. She recalled the meeting from a few days ago, where eerie incidents were occurring frequently in various places. The source of these strange occurrences remains unknown to this day. Yi Chuyin took out a pair of specially made glasses. For invisible ghosts, psychics can only use these glasses to identify them. Cultivators, however, are different. They have talismans and other special methods. They can see ghosts directly. She saw a wandering ghost clutching onto a woman. The woman walked with a heavy gait, holding a little boy's hand with her left hand. She was working hard to sell candied haws to passersby. Life must be tough for her. The little boy was not well dressed, still wearing a pair of small sandals in the cold night. The wandering ghost had one hand hooked around the woman's neck, constantly sucking her life force. Big sister, would you like to buy some candied haws? The little boy saw Yi Chuyin staring at his mother and thought she was interested in the candied haws. He came skipping over. Okay, let me take a look. Although supernatural matters are generally handled by other units, since she saw it with her own eyes, she naturally couldn't just sit by and do nothing. She walked up to the woman. The wandering ghost hadn't noticed anything unusual yet, and was still sucking her life force. Mom, this young lady wants to buy some candied haws, the boy said, pulling his mother's hand. Which flavor would you like? The woman asked quickly. I will take them all, Yi Chuyin said with a light smile. Miss, there are so many, can you finish them all? Why not just buy a few to try? The middle-aged woman hesitated, thinking this young lady was just joking with her. No, I really want them all. Tell me how much it costs. Seeing that Yi Chuyin didn't seem to be joking, and noticing her clothes, she looked very elegant and wealthy. While the woman was busy calculating the price, Yi Chuyin seized the opportunity. She gathered a special energy in her hand and grabbed the wandering ghost with one swift motion. Huh? The woman suddenly felt her back lighten significantly. For days, she did not know why she felt as if something was weighing her down. She was always feeling exhausted, and she had planned to hang on for a few more days to earn enough for her son's tuition before taking a break. Yi Chuyin clutched the wandering ghost by its neck, and the ghost's eyes widened. It seemed unable to believe that it was left with no ability to resist. Huh? Yi Chuyin saw that Lin Feng had returned with the tickets and seemed to be looking for her. With a gentle squeeze, the wandering ghost turned into green fireflies and died completely. Miss, there are 39 strings in total, 3 yuan per string. You can just give me 100 yuan. The woman was very happy that she could sell out her stock so early today. She could finally get some early rest tonight. She carefully packed all the candied haws. Just scan the code, Yi Chuyin said briefly. Sister Leng. Lin Feng finally saw Yi Chuyin and walked over quickly. Receive payment 10,000 yuan. Miss, you gave too much. I will send it back, the woman said nervously after hearing the payment prompt. Adding 2 extra zeros made her feel anxious. No need, just buy something nice for this little guy, Yi Chuyin said with a wave of her hand. Unlike Lin Feng, she really was not short of money. She didn't hesitate when doing things, and she never backed down from a debate. Lin Feng was touched as he watched the scene before him. What a kind aunt. She really is the family of Big Brother Wolf Killer. But with so many candied haws, can she really finish them all? Looking at her petite figure, she doesn't seem like a big eater, right? 会社場なんこれ千葉急流よ平凡全位公的公でっていう税一高校積んど鉄鋼だぎと普通人非いら愛要求機を手段瞬間化会きつくい映画小効力視点なる適数高有深度 The night view is beautiful. Lin Feng and Yi Chuyin had tried almost every attraction. Since his body had been strengthened, these playground rides were hardly a challenge for him. What surprised him was that Sister Leng was equally calm. Whether it was the roller coaster or the pendulum ride, she never once screamed. Running out of things to do, the two decided to check out the haunted house. The setup inside the haunted house was actually quite impressive. The ghostly designs and sound effects were almost indistinguishable from the real spirits Lin Feng had encountered. Lin Feng suspected the owner must have had some special skills. Otherwise, how could they create such lifelike puppet props? So these props were made by Sasori. No wonder they are like this, Yi Chuyin thought to herself, looking at the mark on the back of the prop's head. Just a moment ago, a lifelike evil spirit had lunged at Yi Chuyin, and she had reflexively patted the prop on the head. The puppet's head had fallen right off. It made her feel quite embarrassed. Fortunately, Lin Feng was distracted by something else and didn't notice her expression. She casually kicked the prop's head away. Bang. Lin Feng heard something hit the wall, causing a vibration. Was that something just now? Lin Feng asked, looking back. Was there? Maybe it was just some sound from the props, Yi Chuyin said, appearing puzzled. As if nothing had happened at all. Lin Feng led the way for Yi Chuyin, who followed closely behind. Whenever the ghost props suddenly attacked, she always habitually gave them a light tap on the head. This was a habit she had developed over many years of dealing with real ghosts. It seemed the quality of these props wasn't very good. The connectors made of superalloy were constantly being snapped off by her unintentional taps. It felt like they were intentionally fragile. Ring, ring, ring. Huh? An alarm sounded in the haunted house security room. Uncle Ga, wake up. Something seems to be wrong with the haunted house. Pansy, what's wrong? A man said, rubbing his still sleepy eyes. Uncle Ga, look. They saw a beautiful woman in a short skirt on the haunted house monitor. She was truly ruthless whenever a ghost prop suddenly appeared. She would knock a head off with a single slap. They watched the replay again. Suddenly. Holy cow, they actually saw a head embedded deep into the wall. Does that woman's kick really have that much power? Quick, contact Boss Sasori. Everything in this haunted house was handmade by Boss Sasori himself. If that woman is knocking heads off and destroying everything along the way, that's a huge problem. Even if she's an Esper, it doesn't matter. Their boss is no ordinary person. Boss, this is Gazo, we have an emergency. In front of Pansy, he was always Uncle Ga, but in front of Sasori, he could only be Gazo. Sasori, who was busy working on his art, suddenly received a call. What? You're saying a woman is wrecking my haunted house and destroying all my art pieces? Who is it? Send the video to me. Sasori's expression turned cold. Those props were made of special materials. They were incredibly hard. It would be impossible for an ordinary person to destroy them. The only possibility was that it was someone from their world. How could he let someone come here to cause trouble? Sasori opened the video in a rage. This woman looks so familiar. Sasori watched the monitor footage of the woman. He suddenly remembered. How could it be her, Yi Chuyin? Sasori, who was originally ready to go back and settle the score, immediately softened when he saw it was Yi Chuyin. He really didn't dare to provoke this goddess of violence. No one had yet been able to withstand her punch head-on. Remembering the time they were on a mission together, the scene was... He doubted even his strongest puppet could withstand a single punch from her. Gazo, just have someone go and clean up, don't provoke that woman. Sasori's tone had eased up significantly. It was better not to provoke her if possible. The further away from Yi Chuyin the better. But what was the meaning of her walking behind that man? Could there be some situation? Pansy, the boss says to let it go at that. You find someone later to clean up those parts. Yes, Uncle Ga. Also, don't go blabbing about this. Don't cause trouble for the boss, Gazo reminded him after thinking for a moment. The two of them were not ordinary people, but sea-level espers. They were Sasori's exclusive subordinates, helping him look after the amusement park in their spare time. It wasn't that they lacked money, it was just a life hobby. Sasori, an awakened S-level puppet master esper, can manipulate puppets for combat. His daily hobby is making various puppet toys, pursuing the highest realm of art. This haunted house doesn't seem that scary, Lin Feng and Yi Chuyin walked out swaggering. The stretcher team waiting to help them out was stunned. It had been years since they saw anyone walk out on their own. And today two appeared at once. And they were both young people. That woman's dress is so white and long. Exiting the amusement park. Thank you for the hospitality, I had a great time today, Yi Chuyin said with a light smile. Not at all, Brother Wolf's aunt is my aunt, so it's only right that I treat you well. Lin Feng said politely. It's a pity Brother Wolf couldn't come today, he was quite regretful. I wonder how long Brother Wolf is staying. Are you free tomorrow? Lin Feng asked. He still really wanted to meet Brother Wolf. He came here for some official business. I'll ask him tomorrow, Yi Chuyin said. Lin Feng didn't press for more information. My car is here, I'm heading off, see you later. A black sports car pulled up in front of Lin Feng. It was actually a capital license plate. Lin Feng had seen this car online. The rumored price was over 30 million. He hadn't expected to see it in person today. Truly a wealthy person, Lin Feng sighed. The car door opened slowly. Ms. Yi, shall we go now? A woman dressed in red asked. Yes, that's enough, let's go. Yi Chuyin waved goodbye to Lin Feng and turned to get into the sports car. Ding, hunted 10 ghosts. Reward 500 hunting points. Rewarded with 2 mystery draws. Perfect. Lin Feng checked his watch. It was already 11:30. Usually this was about the time he went out to catch ghosts. Lin Feng found a secluded spot. Spiritization. He put on the familiar Shinigami outfit again. The weapon in his hand transformed into the shape of Zangetsu. He moved directly through the darkness. Getsuga Tensho. Facing a B-level void ghost 3 Zhang tall. Lin Feng slashed directly with a bloody crescent. He had figured out some of the properties of the first stage of the Phantom Moon. After transforming into various weapons, he could unleash the unique skills of each weapon. The void ghost had one arm cut off by the blood-red light. Roar. The void ghost continued to roar. It was gathering a light beam in its mouth. Boom. It blasted it toward Lin Feng. Whoosh. Lin Feng's reaction was naturally fast. He had already marked the surrounding area with his teleportation technique. He flashed all around, ignoring the impact of the beam. Phantom Moon Scythe. Lin Feng thought to himself, and the Phantom Moon instantly turned into a scythe shape. He teleported again. He flashed directly behind the Void Ghost. Scythe slash. He slashed down directly at the Void Ghost's head. With one swift motion. Congratulations on leveling up to LV4. Task completed, rewards acquired. Your skill proficiency has been significantly improved. Your A series of system notifications appeared. After the void ghost dissipated, another stack of cash fell down. Lin Feng picked it up, just about to leave when... Friend, please stay. Two gray figures in the distance were rushing toward him rapidly. 類S低能者的共同原理、生ガス治療魔、社会的方位、ヨガティゼケイ義系、不女優ゼク武力的境遇、勝者女縁の込み超言的を白感、最ゼ公私的唯一通行為、エレリ信号突然鉄出的神秘追路者、境遇溶接家来的行為定前、売景空量。
Grade B Esper and Kwai refining cultivator. Lin Feng scanned the information directly, catching the prompts hovering above the two men. He gripped his scythe, eyeing them coldly. My friend, I am Kuanglei, and this is my colleague Jing Feng. May I ask your name? The man asked, introducing himself to Lin Feng with great courtesy. Earlier, while out on patrol, they had accidentally witnessed Lin Feng slaughtering the void ghosts. His methods were truly swift and precise, and it seemed he possessed a space-type ability. That was why they had hurried over to check it out. My name is... Lin Feng thought to himself. I should probably use a pseudonym. My name is Lang. Lin Feng paused and said. For some reason, his brother's screen name had just popped into his head. So you are Brother Lang. It is an honor to meet you. Jing Feng bowed in greeting. As a disciple from a sect who had recently descended the mountain, his manners were particularly refined. Brother Lang. Does Brother Lang know there is another meaning to this name? Prompted by Jing Feng's remark, Lin Feng thought of something else. It seemed he would have to change his name next time. May I ask if you have registered your information, Brother Lang? Don't misunderstand. We are from the Paranormal Bureau under the National Security Department. We are responsible for patrolling this area. If we discover anything unusual, we are required to register and report it, Jing Feng explained. Are you trying to put me under surveillance? Lin Feng had read plenty of novels and was well aware of such tropes. Brother Lang, you are mistaken. It is just standard procedure for our registry. Once registered, you will receive a monthly financial subsidy, along with various special privileges. Seeing that Jing Feng was taking too long to explain, Kuanglei couldn't help but chime in. If this guy really was a space-type Esper, the rewards they would get from their superiors for discovering and registering him would be substantial. After all, even experts have to make a living and have families to support. Oh, and how much is the subsidy? Lin Feng asked with interest. He had never dealt with the Paranormal Bureau before, but these two seemed quite easy to talk to, so he figured he might as well find out. You need to have your ability level tested. If you are C grade, you get an extra 50,000 monthly subsidy, 100,000 for B grade, 200,000 for A grade. Besides that, there are people dedicated to looking after your daily needs, and your family can also enjoy special benefits. P.S. I didn't write the money to me too realistically. Otherwise it just looks like a string of numbers, so I kept it conservative. Of course, there will also be missions posted from time to time, and as long as you complete them, you can receive additional rewards. Kuanglei gave Lin Feng a concise rundown, giving him a general understanding of the benefits. He had been observing Lin Feng for a long time, but could not detect any special energy fluctuations, nor could he gauge his actual strength. He found it quite strange. That eerie, oversized scythe and the skull mask he wore. Everything pointed to the fact that this person's abilities were far from ordinary. If he managed to sign this person up, his year-end bonus would definitely be significant. Espers are mortal too, and they need to make a living. He has a whole family to feed after all. Let's talk about registration some other time. I have things to do, so I'll be off. See you two later. Lin Feng said, then vanished instantly using his ability. His abilities were unique. He wasn't short on money, and he didn't want to be monitored. Even if the conditions sounded great, it was obvious that he would eventually be saddled with mandatory tasks. Nothing comes for free after all. He wouldn't mind helping them catch ghosts though. After all, he depended entirely on hunting ghosts to level up. Is this person's space movement ability really that powerful? Kuang Lai remarked, staring at where Lin Feng had suddenly disappeared. They had heard stories about the terrifying nature of space abilities. Many years ago, there was once a master of space-type abilities. This person's mastery over space was overwhelming. By coordinating with his unique space abilities, he performed instant kill tactics. His control of space-time was so superb that no one dared to face him head-on. His moves were elusive, and nobody knew when he might appear right behind them. Jingfeng was also well aware of this. They had seen the combat footage of that battle, where the predecessor looked like a golden streak of light. Wherever the golden light reached, everything was destroyed as if it were dry wood. We must report this person's information as soon as possible. Even though he is unwilling to register, we must handle the appearance of a space-type ability with extreme caution, Kuang Lai said. Another space type has appeared. I must inform my sect about this, Jingfeng thought to himself, his gears already turning. After all, there is still a competitive relationship between cultivators and espers. Both sides are seeking a delicate balance point. Back home. It was already 4 in the morning. He checked the requests for updates on Green War God and saw he had 13 now. In addition to Lang Mi, there were 2 more 5-star reviews. Lin Feng began typing away on his keyboard again. Just as the green light flashed brightly, it darted away into the distance. Lin Yuhun was suddenly shocked. How could he be this strong, and this green? By the time he finished, it was already 6 o'clock. He had a bit of writer's block today. The green theme wasn't feeling very fresh. At that moment, Yi Choyin had already woken up in the hotel, drinking milk tea while reading the latest chapter. She was dressed very sparsely, with only a few strips of cloth covering the essentials. If she were at home, she wouldn't even bother with those. The hotel was arranged by Xiang Hui, so safety and privacy were naturally not an issue. She had her slender legs resting on the sofa, lounging gracefully in a rocking chair. She used her left hand to toy with her hair, playing with it out of boredom. It's getting greener and greener, but I like it, Yi Choyin said, looking at her phone. The car Lin Feng was driving was at a moderate speed, perfect for a passenger like her. That was why she kept reading the book. Ding 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 ding. Her phone started ringing with a video call. Chu Chengyu. Yi Choyin tapped to answer the video. Leng Leng, are you awake? Isn't that a stupid question? If I weren't awake, why would I answer your call? Say what you need to say and be quick. Don't keep me from reading my novel, Yi Choyin said, sounding annoyed. Leng Leng, I just saw that your brother posted on his moments. It's a girl. Help me check out what's going on. Chu Chengju looked quite anxious. My brother finally wised up. I have to see what kind of girl she is to have caught his heart. Yi Choyin tapped on the profile picture named Daytime Doesn't Understand the Darkness of Night. Sure enough, there was a photo in his moments, posted 5 minutes ago. This woman, well, she may not have a figure as good as Chu Chengju's, but those bright red lips were truly quite sexy. Yi, hey, what's going on with your moments? Yi Choyin sent a WeChat message directly. She got a reply back in seconds. Little sister, congratulations, you have a new sister-in-law. Yi Hei replied with a big smiley face. Yi Choyin paused. Leng Leng, did you find out? Chu Chengyu asked urgently, seeing Yi Choyin hesitate. Sigh, Chengyu, congratulations. You have a sister-in-law. Huh? Chu Chengyu was stunned. Why are you congratulating me? That's your sister-in-law, not mine. Wait, no. I'm the one who's supposed to be the sister-in-law. Jindukuru Taisei ga Tokjin Sakume Hiretanai Tobi, Shoku Kanhou, Ujo Zeshu Zeshu Jiyu Teki Keia. 在終信用の手白夜中、保持新速風詳細税者者生存的革新た、非免実サボロテハイ。Xiao Yu, try to let it go. You're a good person, you'll find someone better than my brother, Yi Choyin comforted her. You're giving me the nice girl label again. If I can't even keep a man like him, where am I supposed to find anyone better? Xu Chenyu said, pouting in frustration. She didn't believe in that good person talk at all. There are so many good men out there. Why must you like my brother? Not to be mean, but if you just walk around Imperial Capital University, any guy you pick up would be better than him. Yi Choyin didn't have much experience with this sort of thing either. For all these years, she had remained single herself. Xu Chenyu had grown up with them since they were all kids. From the beginning, her brother, Yi Choi, had only ever seen her as a little sister. He had never thought of anything else. As a girl, Xu Chenyu naturally couldn't be that bold in confessing her feelings. She usually had to rely on Yi Choyin to help her scout the situation. Seeing that Yi Chui had been quiet for 2 years after his last breakup, she thought she had a chance if she just kept at it, but who knew someone would swoop in and steal him away. After comforting her a little longer, Yi Choyin hung up the video call. Standing on the balcony, the neon lights in the distance were still flickering. The sky was already starting to brighten. For some reason, the image of Lin Feng suddenly surfaced in her mind. That jacket was still resting on the sofa, forgotten and unreturned. Where am I supposed to find a tough guy like that? She began to ponder. The image of a tough guy had become somewhat deeply rooted in Lin Feng's mind. If I'd known, I wouldn't have picked such a lousy name in the first place. It's so annoying. She untied a few straps of fabric from her body and stepped into the bathroom. Her skin was like snow, and her proud assets remained firm and upright. If not properly bound, they would still bounce around while she walked. She couldn't do anything about this natural trait, but there was no use in being large. It wasn't like she was the one getting any comfort out of it. Occasionally she would envy Xu Chenyu. Having a smaller chest meant fewer worries, unlike her. She had to pay attention to details during combat, otherwise the bouncing would affect her attack speed. Even when encountering SS-rank ghosts on a daily basis, she had never been this troubled. She didn't expect to get such a headache over this tough guy business. If she told Lin Feng that she was the real deal, would he feel deceived and have a bad impression of her? Her little womanly heart started racing again. She didn't have any malicious intentions. She just didn't want to destroy Lin Feng's fantasy. After finishing his writing, Lin Feng collapsed into bed. He didn't wake up until 12 o'clock in the afternoon. He ordered takeout from Hot Pot and turned on his computer to check the latest news. The number of accidental deaths and missing persons kept increasing, and some posts even had photos of the missing people. A photo of a 6-year-old girl caught Lin Feng's attention. Missing person Ling Xiaoyao, 6 years old, went out to play on February 15th and has not returned since. A series of other detailed messages followed. Lin Feng's eyes widened slightly. He had seen this little girl. She was the same girl who appeared when he was playing the ring toss game at the Hot Pot restaurant. After a long time, Lin Feng rubbed his forehead. There was too much information on the web page. Over 100 people had mysteriously disappeared in the news over the past half-month. "System, do you know what's going on?" Lin Feng asked casually. With the spiritual energy recovery, many things in this world have changed. Things will only get weirder in the future, host. You'd better focus on getting stronger first. The system said a few simple words. Lin Feng suddenly remembered he hadn't claimed his rewards from yesterday. After coming back last night, he had gone straight to sleep after writing. The spinning wheel started to appear again. Still the familiar double draw. Activate. Stop. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the life skill. Culinary mastery. Activate. Stop. Congratulations to the host for obtaining medical mastery. Not bad. This time, both items from the double draw were useful. In his eyes, they were at least better than those pills. Culinary mastery LV1, proficient in cooking some home-style dishes. Medical mastery LV1, mastery of golden needle therapy for some difficult and miscellaneous diseases, comes with a set of 5-element golden needles. He just took a quick look at the skill introductions. These 2 skills also required proficiency to improve. He could try cooking on his own, but practicing medicine would have to wait. At least he had no plans for that right now. Oh, Brother Wolf replied. Lin Feng saw the latest private message. The tough guy said he was planning to bring his aunt over to visit his place tomorrow. Lin Feng was initially a bit troubled, thinking his place was a bit small. He was afraid of not being a good host. But then he thought that the tough guy wasn't that kind of person. Since he suggested dropping by, he would just treat it with a normal mindset. System, how can I level up my skills quickly? Didn't I tell you before? You can use hunting points to improve your skills. How much does it cost to level up my culinary mastery? It's not expensive to upgrade auxiliary life skills. 100, 200, 300, and so on. Then upgrade it one level for me. That should be enough, and Feng thought and said. Upgrade successful. Culinary mastery LV2. Unlocked methods for making some boutique private kitchen dishes. You currently have 750 hunting points remaining, the system announced. I need to think about what to cook tomorrow. Lin Feng decided to cook himself to show more sincerity. He still had to tidy up the house and go buy some groceries. Lin Feng started to get busy. He had already thought of the dishes now that he had mastered the skill. It was as if a lot of new knowledge had been poured into his mind. As long as he had hands, he knew how to cut and cook every dish perfectly. It's not an exaggeration to say that his current culinary level was no less than that of a master chef with 60 years of experience. System skills are just that broken. Ms. Yi, you're not joking, are you? You want me to look like that? Xiang Hui was still stunned after receiving Ye Chuan's call. What, do you disagree? Ye Chuan said coldly. No, of course I agree. Small matter, leave it to me. Although Xiang Hui didn't know what Ye Chuan's purpose was, it was rare for her to ask for his help, so he naturally had to give her some face. He put away the talisman in his hand. He followed Ye Chuan's instructions to use the transformation spell and began changing his appearance. The head needs to be bigger, and it's best to be bald. A thick beard is a must. Must have a big gold chain and arms as thick as your thighs. Ye Chuan described the image to Xiang Hui exactly as Lin Feng had imagined. After the transformation was complete, Xiang Hui even took a picture and sent it over. Not bad. Ye Chuan felt something was still missing. Change the third tooth on the left side to a gold one. She added, if you're going to do it perfectly. She had spent a lot of effort coming up with this idea. She decided to communicate with Lin Feng in the future under the guise of being the tough guy's aunt. She couldn't ruin the image in his heart. She would always be that kind aunt. Yulin High School. Gu Qianqian, someone from the dean's office is looking for you. Gu Qianqian was studying during self-study. Suddenly the teacher called her to go out. She stood at the door of the dean's office and saw the man who made her feel a bit terrified. Thanks for the support. Please bookmark the book and urge me to update. New book, please leave a good review. Thank you very much. 総書音的社交面具ゆら反映領域典型的心理防御図性ツール域一完全不可法心理奇的現象ライトル多法的信任霊区良古経経継承後期スタイオリッサ作大勢上韓国系中再生弱的化一旦面具ほど合過小異不良 Qianqian, the man forced a smile onto his face as soon as he saw Gu Qianqian. Why are you looking for me? If we weren't in the dean's office with the school teachers present, she would have turned around and left immediately. Qianqian, please save my son, before the man could finish his sentence. A middle-aged woman beside him dropped to her knees. Seeing this, the nearby teacher hurriedly pulled her up. What are you doing? I thought you said you were Gu Qianqian's relatives here for a visit. Teacher Wang, the dean of students, looked displeased. This was not what they had said when they asked to come in. Only then did Gu Qianqian notice a young man sitting in a wheelchair in the room. She was all too familiar with these people. Seeing them brought back a deep, bitter pain. Qianqian, only you can save your brother now. Ignoring Teacher Wang's obstruction, the woman insisted on staying on her knees. I don't have a brother. Gu Qianqian's expression was cold. Qianqian, you share the same blood after all. The man finally couldn't hold back anymore. Stop it, what are you doing? Teacher Wang interrupted. He stood in front of Gu Qianqian to protect her. He knew the situation at Gu Qianqian's home. Her mother had passed away long ago. She was currently living with her former employer's family. Qianqian, I was wrong to treat you and your mother that way back then, but only you can save him now. Gu Qianqian looked at the young man in the wheelchair without saying much. She still remembered clearly how this young man and his mother had hurt her. Oh, and how exactly do you expect me to save him? Gu Qianqian suddenly wanted to know what could possibly make him come begging to her. This man was Li Huan, Gu Qianqian's biological father. The middle-aged woman was Lu Ying, the mother of the young man in the wheelchair. The history between them went back a long way. Not long after Gu Qianqian was born, Li Huan started an affair with Lu Ying. At first it was just a secret affair. As time passed, they became bolder. Naturally, it eventually led to the mistress showing up and demanding to be made the legitimate wife. Gu Qianqian's mother initially refused to divorce, considering Qianqian was still young. Furthermore, Gu's mother had quit her job to raise Qianqian and had no other source of income. But after Lu Ying gave birth to a son, Li Huan became desperate. He was determined to give his son a formal status. He gave Gu Qianqian's mother a hard time every single day. Worst of all, he even rented an apartment for Lu Ying right upstairs from them. Back then, Gu Qianqian was little and didn't understand why her father didn't like her, and was always hugging the little boy from upstairs. And the auntie from upstairs would always come to their home to bully her mother. Whenever her father was drunk, he would beat her mother with a leather belt. After Gu Qianqian reached elementary school, her mother finally went through with the divorce. They didn't get much in the divorce settlement, and Gu's mother and Gu Qianqian lived a very hard life. Li Huan never paid a single cent of the promised alimony or tuition. No matter how much Gu Qianqian and her mother begged, it was useless. The young man had even slapped Gu's mother across the face once. These vivid memories made Gu Qianqian tremble just thinking about them. Fortunately, they later met Lin Feng's father, and they finally found some stability. Qianqian, your brother is seriously ill and needs a kidney transplant. Your aunt and I have both been tested, but neither of us is a match. When I told the doctor about you, he said that based on blood ties, there's a high chance of a successful match. Note: this is a unique kidney condition in this world, different from the matching process on Earth. Don't pay too much attention to this detail. As long as you're willing to save your brother, I'll give you 200,000, no, 500,000, Li Huan said excitedly. He obviously knew Gu Qianqian's current situation, living in a small elevator apartment with that Lin Feng. And that Lin Feng was even a disabled person. I can also help find Lin Feng a job and introduce him to someone. Otherwise, with his condition, he'll never find a partner, Lu Ying added. They had planned this all out beforehand, playing the emotional card. They had to get Gu Qianqian to go for the tests no matter what. Their son's illness couldn't wait any longer. What do you mean by this? She's only 18, her guardian isn't here, and you want to lure her with money. Please leave. Teacher Wang was getting angry. This couple was crossing the line. What did they think this school was? Do you think 500,000 means anything to me? Maybe it did in the past, but not anymore. As for my brother's health, even if he remains disabled for life, I will take care of him forever. As for your son's life or death, what does that have to do with me? I don't want to see you again. Gu Qianqian looked at the two of them and said calmly. Her heart was completely unmoved. She was no saint. If it were for Lin Feng, she would willingly give a kidney or anything else. But for the people who had hurt her mother, how could she possibly agree? How can you be so cruel? He is your brother. The woman suddenly lost control and reached out to grab Gu Qianqian. Sister, please save me, save me. The young man also began to cry. If he didn't get a kidney within 2 months, he would surely die. Teacher Wang, can I go now? Gu Qianqian asked. Of course. Why don't you go back to the dormitory and rest for a bit? I'll handle things here. Wait. Seeing Gu Qianqian about to leave, Li Huan suddenly reached out to grab her. To his surprise, Teacher Wang was faster and grabbed Li Huan's arm. What do you think you're doing? Even if Gu Qianqian agrees, I don't. Teacher Wang was usually strict, but he had a very good impression of Gu Qianqian. She was a top-tier student at the Imperial University, and he wouldn't let anyone ruin her future. Speaking of Teacher Wang, it reminds me of Charlotte's homeroom teacher. After leaving the dean's office, the weight that had been suppressing Gu Qianqian's heart for so long seemed to loosen. She lowered her head, looking at the faint blue light emitted by the tranquil pendant. Her heart felt more and more at peace. Brother, I will take good care of myself and won't let you worry. To Gu Qianqian, the only family she had left now was Lin Feng. Nothing else mattered to her at all. The next day, Lin Feng had already prepared the ingredients and was busy in the kitchen early in the morning. Qianqian was coming home today. Lin Feng's hand speed was incredible. Even an old driver of 30 years couldn't match half of his speed. At that speed, if you gave him an iron rod, he could grind it down into a needle by hand. Whether it was slicing or dicing, he achieved perfection. It was practically like a perfect work of art. Lin Feng even thought that with his current culinary skills, he could easily land a head chef position at a Michelin-starred hotel. Later, keep your mouth shut. If you let anything slip, you'll have hell to pay. Yi Qian warned Xiang Hui. Don't worry, I know how to handle things. It's just having a meal with an online friend. I thought we were going to fight a boss monster. Xiang Hui finally understood what Yi Qian wanted. She wanted him to play the role of a badass to meet her online friend. Is the necklace you're wearing a bit too thin? Yi Qian looked him over for a moment and suddenly said, No, he said it should be a big gold chain, at least as thick as a thumb. Go get a different one. Xiang Hui was speechless. What? Is there a problem? Of course not, whatever you say. I'll get someone to fetch me a big gold chain, Xiang Hui said, exasperated. He was getting more and more curious about this online friend of Yi Qian's. Moral obligation is not an inheritance. By rejecting her toxic father's demand, Gu Qianqian demonstrates the psychological boundaries required to escape intergenerational trauma. Blood relation creates no debt when the past is built on abuse. Around 4 in the afternoon, after Xiang Hui changed his clothes a few more times, the two of them finally set off. To ensure his cover wouldn't be blown, Yi Qian even forced him to read all the war novels Lin Feng had written in the past. He found reading the early chapters quite painful. He kept wondering what kind of nonsense this was. What kind of war god hides his strength, and how could a family end up so miserable? In reality, once someone becomes a war god, their family is immediately protected and given all the benefits they could ever need. He almost started an argument in the comment section. He was also curious about Yi Qian's taste, wondering why she specifically liked this kind of book. But when he saw Lin Feng's latest book, Green War God, his eyes lit up. Seeing that becoming green makes you stronger, it reminded him of his junior martial sister and brother. A faint pain suddenly twinged in his heart. This Lin Feng. To actually be able to write such green content, it went straight to the depths of his soul. Who parked their car so carelessly? When Xiang Hui drove near Lin Feng's residential area, a large truck was blocking the way, leaving only a tiny path for people to pass. Xiang Hui shouted for a long time, but no one responded. Then Yi Qian stepped out slowly. She effortlessly lifted the 5-ton truck, spotted a high platform nearby, and tossed it straight up there. The car made a loud, crashing sound. As for how the owner would get it down, that wasn't her concern. People who park like that deserve a lesson. Xiang Hui was already used to it. This was certainly a concise way to move a car. After parking, Yi Qian sent a message to Lin Feng. The two of them waited at the entrance of the complex. Lin Feng saw the message and took another walk around the room. He saw Gu Qianqian's clothes hanging in the bathroom. He thought to himself that it might be inappropriate for Brother Wolf to see those. He reached out, took the intimate garments down, folded them, put them inside Gu Qianqin's room. Qianqin is growing up, he thought to himself. Then he hurriedly ran downstairs. Brother Wolf. From a distance, Lin Feng started waving and calling out. The figure, the build, the bald head, the large gold chain, all the details Lin Feng imagined were there. Who else could it be but his brother Wolf? Brother Lin, my little brother. Xiang Hui responded to Lin Feng with equal enthusiasm. Remember your role, Yi Chuyin whispered in Xiang Hui's ear. Brother Wolf, Sister Leng, please come in. Lin Feng enthusiastically led the way. Every now and then, neighbors gave the two of them strange looks. The man looked like a typical gangster with a gold chain that was thicker than a dog leash. The woman beside him looked like a TV star, with a great figure and a pretty face. They were basically the standard companion of a powerful figure. As soon as the door opened, Yi Chuyin and Xiang Hui smelled an intense aroma. The table was already full of prepared dishes. The smell was mouth-watering. Brother Wolf, have a seat first. I just need to stir the dish in the pot to make sure it doesn't burn. Lin Feng said as he checked the pot. Yi Chuyin looked around. In the center of the living room was a large photo of Lin Feng, Gu Qianqin, and their parents. Next to it were some of Gu Qianqin's awards posted on the wall. Although the house was simple, everything was neatly and cleanly arranged. There were also many drawings on the walls, likely drawn by his younger sister. It was clearly a warm home, but with only two people, it felt a bit lacking in vitality. Xiang Hui, having nothing to do, took out his phone to play Honor of Kings. As a cultivator, having such a small hobby is only natural. This was the critical match for him to reach gold rank, so he had to be careful. Last time he tried to reach gold, he met a terrible Luban player. The player had a score of 0-12-1 and ruined the game for him. He almost used his special status to trace the personal information of that Luban through the network connection. In the end, he decided to just let it go. Since Yi Chuyin told him to speak less, he decided to play a game. Yi Chuyin walked to the kitchen and watched Lin Feng skillfully tossing the iron wok. His movements were so proficient, he could even chop while stir-frying. Multitasking effectively, he soon finished a dish of scallion-flavored pork intestine. A man who knows how to cook is the most handsome. The sight of Lin Feng with a knife in his left hand and a spatula in his right was deeply imprinted in Yi Chuyin's heart. Without realizing it, she became mesmerized. This home really does need someone to help him in the kitchen. Click. The sound of the door opening echoed. Who are you? Gu Qianqin asked, looking at the man gaming in the living room. Is that you, Qianqin? Lin Feng asked as he turned around. He happened to notice Yi Chuyin staring at him with a dazed look. Sister Leng, is something wrong? Is there something on my face? Nothing. I just remembered something and got a bit distracted for a moment. Yi Chuyin quickly changed the subject. How embarrassing, why would I do that? By now, Lin Feng had finished up, turned off the fire and walked out of the kitchen. Qianqin, this is my big brother, Wolf Annihilator. He took great care of me in the past, Lin Feng introduced to Gu Qianqin. The kindness of his big brother would always remain in his heart. Brother Wolf, this is my sister Gu Qianqin. Xiang Hui nodded repeatedly as he looked at the girl with light blue hair. She was a real beauty and looked very nice. It's just that she was a bit young. He personally preferred the mature, elegant type. Brother, who is this? Gu Qianqin asked, noticing a woman standing in the kitchen. How could she have such a great figure and be so pretty? My name is Yi Chuyin. I've heard Lin Feng mention you often. Yi Chuyin introduced herself proactively, sounding very friendly. Just like how she would treat her own sister. Hello, Sister Yi, Gu Qianqin said politely. For some reason, perhaps due to a woman's sensitive intuition, Gu Qianqin felt there was something special in the way Sister Yi looked at her brother. Come, let's eat first. We can talk while we eat, Lin Feng said, worried the food would get cold. Brother Wolf, are you going to eat? Lin Feng asked, seeing that Wolf Annihilator was still intensely playing his game. But all 3 lanes were collapsing, and he wouldn't last more than a few minutes. 2 minutes later. Trash Lubin, you sabotaged me again. Xiang Hui couldn't help but curse. Every critical moment, there was always a Lubin to ruin his rhythm. Eat, Yi Chuyin said coldly to Xiang Hui. Her cold gaze made Xiang Hui tremble slightly. He almost forgot the mission. Brother, did you make all these? When did you learn to do this? Gu Qianqian was also quite curious. She knew that for years, all Lin Feng could make was egg-fried rice or rice-fried eggs. I was bored a few days ago, so I watched some videos and learned, Lin Feng said vaguely. Come, eat first. This fish tastes pretty good. Lin Feng introduced the dishes to everyone one by one. These were private kitchen dishes, and Lin Feng had prepared them with authentic recipes. Xiang Hui picked up a piece of garlic-flavored pork ribs. It actually tastes really good, comparable to that 5-star hotel from yesterday. He didn't expect Lin Feng's culinary skills to be this good. Could he really learn this in a few days from videos? Remembering Yi Chuin's warning, speak less and eat more, he stopped worrying about other things and focused on eating. Lin Feng picked up a piece of fish, remembering that Qianqian was afraid of fish bones. He picked up a small table knife. With a flick of his wrist, the small fish bones were meticulously removed. Here, Qianqian, eat this piece of fish to boost your brain, he said affectionately, putting the fish into Gu Qianqian's bowl. He was so focused that he didn't even notice another lady staring longingly at that piece of boneless fish. This hand speed, so fast. Xiang Hui glanced Lin Feng's technique of removing fish bones. After being single for so many years, his own hand speed couldn't even match half of that. Could it be that this Lin Feng had some kind of speed buff? Bonya sero hekera, koze kako shinri teki kinseki, kinste tenshi teki chusoyo choshi shiho, fusenryusha kan shanshin monboka, kaya we homein shoda samaneo koryoku, zaikan shuke karinosuka,各期待的3人少女なんだはしすんぐしゅしみてきしゃ広告局? Thank you, brother, Gu Qianqian said with a sweet smile. Sister Leng, this Chinese sausage is also quite good. You should try some, Lin Feng said, while pointing at the sausage. However, he didn't pick up food for her. After all, they weren't close enough yet, and acting rashly would be a bit awkward. The food you make is really good, even better than what my home chef makes, Yi Chuyin said while eating. She tasted every dish, and they were indeed excellent. She didn't expect Lin Feng to have such a talent. If you like it, eat more. It'll be hard to meet again once you go back to the imperial capital. Right, Brother Wolf? Yeah, I'm talking to you. Xiang Hui was busy eating and didn't react. Yi Chuyin gently tapped Xiang Hui's hand. An invisible current wrapped around the chopsticks, and Xiang Hui was instantly jolted. Has her haki already become this strong that she can freely attach it to external objects? Xiang Hui thought to himself. Haki is a special ability that only a few awakened power users can master. Haki can form an invisible energy gas that attaches to any part of the body, acting like a solid suit of armor. How would I know if it's hard or not? Xiang Hui thought. He was just a fake filling in temporarily. If it's meant to be, we will meet again, right, Auntie? Xiang Hui asked tentatively. He was terrified of saying the wrong thing and upsetting Yi Chuyin again. Haha, well said. Qianqian's grades are so good. She will definitely get into the Imperial Capital University in the future. You and Qianqian are welcome to visit my home, Yi Chuyin said with a smile. Lin Feng chatted on and off with Xiang Hui. He toasted Xiang Hui from time to time, thanking him for his support over the years. Brother Wolf, once Sister Leng leaves tonight, I'd like to invite you for a full spa treatment. Are you free? Don't worry, it's strictly professional. Lin Feng suddenly thought of something and sent a message to Wolf Slayer via the author backend. It was just a regular massage, the most professional one in Jiangnan. It's owned by classmate Qiao Shan's family, absolutely decent. A spa treatment? And he wants to keep it from me? Yi Chuyin saw the message Lin Feng sent. But since she was currently acting as Wolf Slayer's aunt, she couldn't say much. However, she still sent a screenshot to Xiang Hui so he wouldn't blow their cover. Her identity as Wolf Slayer couldn't be exposed, especially since they had come this far. If Lin Feng found out Xiang Hui was just an actor she hired, wouldn't her image in his heart drop even further? The meal took nearly 2 hours to finish. "Brother Wolf, what do you think of the message I sent you?" Seeing that Wolf Slayer hadn't replied, Lin Feng asked during a toast. "Little brother, I appreciate the thought, but that kind of place isn't really for me," Xiang Hui said. In this day and age, who actually goes for a professional spa treatment? Lin Feng still didn't understand the real needs of a man. "Lin Feng, let's add each other on WeChat, so it's easier to stay in touch when you come to the imperial capital." Yi Chuyin suddenly spoke up. After all, she couldn't keep chatting with him as Wolf Slayer forever. With a beep. Hatsune Miku, a standard profile picture of a beautiful girl. "Sister Leng, your username is quite nice," Lin Feng couldn't help but remark. Hatsune Miku, what a poetic name. Naturally, he didn't know that 2 minutes ago. Her WeChat name was still Ruthless Purse. "Your username is also quite interesting." Kindergarten boss Yi Chuyin couldn't help but laugh. The name was so funny that it almost made her want to hop on for a ride. Huh? This name sounded familiar to Xiang Hui. Wasn't this the jerk who cost him his promotion to gold rank? However, he wanted to verify it. "Little brother, do you play Honor of Kings too?" "I play it occasionally, but I'm terrible at it," Lin Feng said humbly. But he really was terrible. He was still silver rank. "How are you with Luban?" "Luban? No way. I'm a complete liability. Last time I went No 12 and almost got cursed to death by my teammates," Lin Feng said, feeling embarrassed. "It really is you." Xiang Hui was speechless. It's such a small world. However, he couldn't deal with Lin Feng right now since Yi Chuyin was still here. "Is this game that hard? Next time I'll carry you," Yi Chuyin said. Strongest king rank, her Diaochen is the #1 in the country. After Yi Chuyin and Xiang Hui left, Lin Feng cleaned up again. He was very fast. Gu Qianqian was a bit suspicious. How long has it been? Lin Feng has already recovered like this? Returning to the room and seeing her undergarments neatly folded, she felt a warmth in her heart. It feels so good. The next day, "Can you come with me to buy clothes? Mine are getting a bit small," Gu Qianqian said suddenly. "Sure." Lin Feng agreed. Buying clothes is no big deal. Many of Qianqian's clothes were from her freshman year of high school. It's time to get some new ones. After all, she's grown up quite a bit. The two of them laughed and chatted along the way. The college entrance exam is in another month and a half. Right now, mindset is the most important thing. It's best to go into the exam feeling happy. "Qianqian, this shop looks nice. Shall we go here?" Lin Feng noticed a branded clothing store called AK-47, an internationally famous brand. "The stuff here is too expensive. Let's go to the mall. It's cheaper there." Gu Qianqian shook her head, hearing that everything here starts at least at 1,000 yuan. She doesn't need anything that expensive. "It's fine, let's just buy it here. You'll be able to wear them in college too." Lin Feng didn't take no for an answer, pulling Gu Qianqian's hand into the store. As soon as they entered, a sales clerk in a black silk uniform greeted them. Lin Feng was already tall and handsome, and his looks had been enhanced by the system. Naturally, he drew a lot of attention. "Help my little sister pick out a few suitable outfits, thanks." Lin Feng didn't say much more. He wasn't good at picking women's clothes at all. He had other things to do. Because of some special events last night that affected his mood, his green war god hasn't been updated yet. He just received gifts urging him to update from Qixing and Liu Sha. He had to hurry and write. After all, even a donkey on a production team wouldn't rest this much. Watching Lin Feng juggle professional writing deadlines and domestic life reveals a classic contrast between reality and aspiration. While he hustles as a self-made author, his comedic gaming habits and humble lifestyle choices remind us that even someone with hidden talents can feel like an underdog in the high-stakes world of social dynamics.
Fitting room. Big sister, is it really okay to wear something like this? Gu Qianqian asked, looking at the rather sexy lingerie. Honey, this is underwear. No one will see it once you put your outer clothes on. Honestly, your figure is just perfect. I am actually a bit envious. The sales assistant said with a smile. This young girl really does have a great figure. It is so well proportioned and curvy. She almost wanted to reach out and pinch her. The ones you wore before were all too small. It is uncomfortable to have your body squeezed like that. You have to use this one. It is breathable and cool. She picked up a more comfortable piece of lingerie and handed it to Gu Qianqian. She could tell that this young girl had no experience with these things. Even when trying them on, she was so cautious, afraid that she might damage the clothes. I wonder what kind of relationship she has with that man outside. The two of them actually look quite compatible. Second sister, why did you change your name? It took me forever to find you. A new chat window popped up on Yi Chuan's WeChat. She saw the familiar profile picture and felt a bit speechless. What do you want with me? Don't tell me you snuck away again and want me to plead your case to grandfather. Yi Chuan replied. Sister, why do you have so little faith in my abilities? Stop spouting nonsense. Grandfather sent you to the secret realm to retrieve that item. How do you have time to play on your phone? Yi Chuan asked. Sister, that place is no place for a human to stay. There are not even any women there. It has been 3 years. Do you have any idea how I have been living? Grandfather said, if you don't bring back that holy armor, and you dare to run back, he will break your legs himself. I cannot help you, Yi Chuan replied. This person was none other than Yi Chuan's third younger brother, Yi Chufan. WeChat nickname, Time Management Master. I already got the holy armor a long time ago. I don't need you to remind me. I just wanted to ask when you are coming back to the capital, so we can get together, and I can show you my new girlfriend. Also, why did you change your usual werewolf profile picture to a selfie? And you changed your name to something as soft and cute as Hatsune Miku. I thought your account had been hacked. This doesn't fit your personality at all. Hatsune Nightmare would have suited you better. Time Management Master added a big smiley face. None of your business. I'll be back in the capital in a few days. Yi Chuan replied curtly. The business in Jiangnan is basically wrapped up. It is about time to head back to the capital. Sister, you wouldn't happen to have someone you fancy, would you? You have to tell me about these things. Otherwise, with your personality, it is bound to fall apart sooner or later. Based on my years of experience wandering in the world, I can definitely help you land them. Time Management Master sent another message. He didn't mean anything by it. He just enjoyed dancing on the edge of death. If second sister had someone she liked, that would be big news. Who is the poor fool who is not afraid of death? Chufan, remember to put on the holy armor. When I get back, I will help you test whether that armor is actually durable or not. After sending the message, she tossed her phone aside. Her own matters haven't even succeeded yet, and he dares to say it is going to fall apart. He is clearly challenging her bottom line. Capital Yi Family Villa District. In a large house. Sister, you aren't being serious, are you? I was just joking. I really didn't mean anything else by it. Yi Chufan realized something was wrong. His sister never cared when he made jokes like this before. Why is she so serious today? Could it be that she really has someone she likes? He was just guessing blindly. Given his sister's temper, if she says she will beat him, she will definitely beat him. Running to the ends of the earth wouldn't help. Chufan, do you have time to teach me a foreign language tonight? My boyfriend isn't home. A person named Red Rose sent a message. There were several other unread messages on his WeChat, all asking him to fix air conditioners, repair water pipes, or provide home tutoring. But he was in no mood to deal with any of that. He looked at the holy armor box on the floor. He fell into deep thought. Is this holy armor actually durable? Logically speaking, it should be, right? But his sister is a truly ruthless person. Just because your love life isn't going well doesn't mean you can vent it on me. Whatever happened to being a loving family? The contrast between Tinshobon's chaotic personal life and Tohahon's ruthless discipline reveals a classic family hierarchy. While the brother treats affection like a disposable commodity, his sister's reaction hints at a rare, genuine emotional investment that might just lead to her downfall. Do you like it? Gu Qianqian walked over, dressed in a black outfit. A black top, a short skirt, and hollow-out silk stockings on her long, slender legs. There was even a black strap tied around her left leg. She looked just like a little black pixie, and her aura had improved significantly. You look good in everything, Qianqian. Let's buy a few more so you can take them with you when you start university, Lin Feng said with a smile. He had 100,000 in savings now and would never be as strapped for cash as before. As long as he kept working hard at catching ghosts, it wouldn't take long to afford an apartment. Pack up everything she picked out, Lin Feng said to the sales clerk. He never skimped on Gu Qianqian whenever his finances allowed. He had never been stingy with her, although she was once the nanny's daughter. But for Lin Feng, after transmigrating here, it didn't really matter. He had been all alone, and he had transmigrated into a disabled body. If it weren't for this girl's care, he probably wouldn't have survived back then. On the way back, Lin Feng was carrying a large bag of clothes. They were things Qianqian only picked because he had insisted. Though they were walking side by side. Along the way, passers-by couldn't help but turn their heads. Qianqian's looks were really on point today. She already had a great figure, and paired with those black silk stockings, she was naturally an eye-catcher. Lin Feng saw 3 men and a woman in front of them, and the woman was pointing a phone directly at them, taking pictures. Confused, he led Qianqian straight toward them. Ren Yu, what are you doing? Qianqian saw it too. She shouted out immediately. What am I doing? Just taking some photos to help promote your pure, maiden image, Ren Yu laughed. Give me that phone, Qianqian demanded. Although she was with Lin Feng, others didn't know he was her older brother. Given Ren Yu's personality, she would surely stir up all sorts of trouble. Here it is, if you're capable, come and take it, Ren Yu said, not backing down. She was with 3 students from a sports academy, all of them big and burly. They were certainly nothing compared to the guy next to Gu Qianqian. Ren Yu, Lin Feng understood. The root of all the previous trouble with Lu Hu, Ping Sai, and Wen Cheng was caused by this girl right here. After Ren Yu whispered something to the 3 men beside her, the group walked right over. So you're Gu Qianqian from Yulin High School. You really are a beauty. They immediately surrounded Gu Qianqian and Lin Feng. Hey beauty Qianqian, how about adding me on WeChat? One of the men had already pulled out his phone. Get lost. Say one more word, and I guarantee you won't be able to play ball for the rest of the year, Lin Feng said coldly. At the same time, he felt an even deeper disgust for people who like to provoke trouble. Heh, little brother, who are you? Beauty Qianqian, why don't you come with us to play games in the recreation room? The 3 men took another step forward, completely ignoring Lin Feng's threat. They had already received the signal from Ren Yu to give Gu Qianqian and the man beside her a little lesson. One of the men stepped forward, intending to grab Lin Feng by the neck. Lin Feng didn't dodge. He simply extended his left hand and lightly tapped the man's right arm. A crisp sound followed. Ah! The young man clutched his arm, covered in cold sweat, and crouched straight to the ground. The other 2 saw this and were somewhat bewildered. That's exaggerated, right? It was just a light tap. How much strength could this person possibly have? The 2 exchanged a glance and delivered a whip kick simultaneously, with strong wind behind them, attacking Lin Feng's chest and body. Lin Feng watched this slow motion with a blank expression. Before the 2 could react, 2 more fingers imbued with hidden internal energy struck their right arms. It was a complete comminuted fracture. With an injury of this degree, they wouldn't recover without half a year of rest. Lin Feng walked step by step toward Ren Yu, who saw the 3 men still lying on the ground, clutching their arms in agony. She was already terrified. What are you doing? My dad is Ren Xiong. If you bully me, he won't let you off. Ren Xiong, do you think I'm actually afraid? Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Ren Yu saw a faint blue ripple pass through Lin Feng's pupils. Her legs began to tremble uncontrollably. "Do you believe I can make you end up just like them?" Lin Feng said in a cold voice. "Don't, please don't. I won't dare again. I'll delete all the photos, okay?" Ren Yu was genuinely scared now. She had taken several photos just now but hadn't had the chance to send them yet. "Wait, give me the phone." Qianqian suddenly remembered something and walked over quickly. She snatched the phone from Ren Yu and transferred the photos to her own WeChat. Then she completely erased the photos from Ren Yu's phone. "Qianqian, you go back first. I have something to say to your classmate." "Okay, then I'll head back first. Come home early, brother," Qianqian replied obediently. "Do you still dare to bully Qianqian?" Lin Feng looked at Ren Yu and asked. The blue pupils reappeared. "I don't dare, I won't dare again," Ren Yu replied mechanically. Lin Feng's eerie gaze was deeply imprinted in Ren Yu's mind. Lin Feng took out 4 pain talismans and quietly slipped them into the bodies of the 4. Any thought of seeking revenge on Qianqian would trigger a piercing, bone-deep pain. It wouldn't kill them, but it would definitely be unbearable. Now that his goal was achieved, he didn't waste any more words on her, picked up the clothes, and continued walking toward home. Back home, Qianqian held her phone and looked at the photos Ren Yu had taken. To be honest, they actually looked quite good. After thinking for a while, she set one of them as her wallpaper. Second branch of the Paranormal Bureau. "Senior, we just received news from Jiangnan City. We've obtained some intelligence on the person with the skull mask." A purple-haired woman respectfully placed a report on a desk. A man in his 50s or 60s picked up the report. Alias, Wolf Slayer. Ability, spatial power, similar to the Golden Flash's space-time technique. Weapons, scythe. The report contained some combat photos of Lin Feng and rough intelligence estimates. Spatial ability, that's a good asset. Tell them to make sure to recruit this person into our Paranormal Bureau. Yes. Old man Zhang, who put that truck there? It's been 2 days, why haven't they moved it down? Passing by the residential gate, Lin Feng ran into the security guard he knew and asked. "I'm not sure. They say the owner must have been cursed. Such a heavy truck somehow drove itself onto that platform. It can't be driven down now, and they're looking everywhere to hire a crane." Still, he deserved it. He always loved parking his truck right at the front gate, blocking everyone's way, leading to arguments all the time. Now he's got it coming. Let's see if he dares to park indiscriminately again. Old man Zhang rattled on, sounding somewhat pleased. He had gotten into many arguments with the truck owner over this before. Now that it was stuck, he was quite happy. Lin Feng uses fear as a tool for social engineering, marking his territory with psychological dominance. This transition from street-level combat to the supernatural authorities' radar suggests that his unchecked power will soon become a central conflict. Ping. Just as Lin Feng returned home, his WeChat chimed. He had received a photo from Qianqian. It was exactly the one Ren Yu had taken a moment ago. "Brother, don't you think this photo looks great?" Qianqian asked, holding up her phone. Lin Feng took a closer look, and honestly, it really wasn't bad. Qianqian's height actually matched his quite well. They hadn't taken many photos together before, and the angle of this shot was quite flattering. He noticed that the profile pictures of most people on his WeChat were photos with their families. As for him, he was still using the default chrysanthemum avatar, so he casually changed it and set this photo as his new one. After putting away his things, he went straight to the kitchen to get busy. He had specifically bought a large fish head today to make soup for Qianqian to help nourish her brain. With the final critical month ahead, she needed to keep her nutrition up. He really worried a lot for this little sister of his. Guxi Village, Yangliu County, Jiangnan City. It was a very remote, small village. Most of the young people had moved to the city for work, leaving only a few dozen elderly residents behind. They also raised quite a few head of poultry. Although the population was small, there was still a sense of life there. But overnight, the village was reduced to ruins. The entire village was completely empty, and even the livestock had mysteriously vanished. After receiving reports from relatives living elsewhere, the local Bureau of Investigation gathered surveillance footage from all around. Finding no leads, they ultimately classified the incident as a supernatural event. They had no choice but to request the Supernatural Bureau to send someone to assist. Only they had the means to deal with ghosts and spirits. Ordinary people were simply helpless. "Brother Lin, have you discovered anything?" A young woman with a pure and cute appearance asked. They had been dispatched by their superiors to inspect the site and find the cause. The man was named Lin Yuan, an awakened B-rank lightning user. The woman was named Ding Yao, an awakened B-rank heavy water user. They had been together for many years, both as partners and as a couple. When joining forces, they were even on par with typical A-rank superpowered individuals. The spirit-detecting glasses haven't picked up anything, but I can definitely sense residual ghost energy, Lin Yuan said with a grave expression. This was the first time he had encountered such a bizarre case, one that left absolutely no clues behind. What kind of thing could have done this? The area around the village had already been sealed off by the Bureau of Investigation, and no one was allowed in or out until the truth was discovered. "Let's see what happens tonight," Lin Yuan said after a long moment of thought. "The yin energy will be stronger at night. Maybe we'll find something else then." Okay. Seeing how serious Lin Yuan was, Ding Yao knew this particular ghost was no ordinary threat. The two found a spot with an excellent vantage point. Ding Yao took out a talisman and placed it gently on the ground. Instantly, a circle of red glowing characters formed around them. With this circle, they could temporarily hide their presence from the ghosts. I have to say, the talismans made by those cultivators are actually quite useful, Ding Yao said with a faint smile. That goes without saying. They are experts at carving talismans, and their techniques for flying and shifting are nothing to scoff at, Lin Yuan said, looking at her. Lin Yuan looked at Ding Yao as he spoke. There were quite a few cultivators in the Supernatural Bureau, and whenever they went on missions, the Bureau would issue some special talismans. The special thing about these talismans was that they didn't require spiritual power to activate and only provided basic, passive effects. But for them, that was enough for carrying out their missions. After all, those high-level cultivators would never hand over their more powerful talismans. The competitive tension between the two sides had always existed, and the Bureau was constantly trying to mediate. Nile. Cold, eerie winds swept through the ancient village, causing doors and windows to creak and rattle from time to time. Lin Yuan and Ding Yao looked serious as their spirit-detecting glasses signaled continuous fluctuations of special energy. Clack, clack, clack. Midnight arrived. Ding Yao watched in shock as a terrifying monster crawled out of the ancient well they had searched multiple times. The creature was over 3 meters tall. Its head was horribly rotted, and tiny corpse worms were crawling all over its body. There was a large hole in its abdomen, with red matter oozing out. It was a truly horrifying sight. Strange, the monitor only shows this monster as C rank, but why do I feel so uneasy? Ding Yao wondered. Ding Yao looked puzzled. Suddenly, a wild rabbit darted out from somewhere, and happened to run toward the well. Naturally, the rabbit couldn't feel the monster's energy. The moment it got close to the monster, a red tentacle shot out from the monster's abdomen and dragged the rabbit inside. With a slurping sound, it was digested instantly. This monster is different from anything we've seen before. Could it be a new type? Lin Yuan thought to himself. However, electricity was already beginning to spark in his hands as he watched the monster slowly walk in their direction. It seemed slow, and it hadn't noticed them yet. Should we attack, Brother Lin? Ding Yao began to condense a sphere of heavy water. Be careful, I don't think it's that simple, Lin Yuan said, his expression darkening. He felt like he had overlooked something. The monster seemed to be heading right toward their position. Although slow, the distance was closing. Do it, Ding Yao said. Since the monster was so close, they should just take it out first. Just as she was about to unleash her heavy water, several tentacles suddenly shot out from the monster's abdomen toward them. Lightning blade, Lin Yuan reacted instantly. Having been with Ding Yao for so many years, he hadn't let his skills get rusty. He had certainly kept his skills sharp. The lightning in his hand instantly sliced through the tentacles. Heavy water prison. The water in Ding Yao's hand formed a circle, trapping the monster inside. The monster continued to shriek and tried to extend more tentacles, but they were blocked by the watery barrier. Lin Yuan transformed his lightning into a sword. Thunder slashed. He struck directly through the heavy water prison. The monster was cleanly cut in half. "Is it dead?" Ding Yao asked, watching the two halves collapse to the ground. Just as she started to relax. "No, don't let your guard down." Lin Yuan saw the two halves of the monster's body beginning to writhe. Then, they began to reform, actually turning into two identical monsters. Thunder slashed. Lin Yuan struck again. How could this be? Under their continuous attacks, the monster seemed to be dividing. The more they killed, the more appeared. And they were getting stronger. Brother Lin, the heavy water prison won't hold much longer. Devour. After dividing, the monsters began to devour one another. How could this happen? Both were stunned to see that the energy of the monsters increased after devouring each other. It was already approaching B rank. This was the first time they had encountered such a ghost one that kept dividing when killed. And after dividing, they could devour each other to evolve. There was absolutely no record of this in their database. On the other side of the hillside, Lin Feng stood on a massive, ancient tree, watching the scene intently. He had just finished a mission assigned by the system to capture ghosts in the suburbs and had slain a village corpse. While pausing here, he had witnessed the intense battle between the man and the woman. "Host, aren't you going to help them?" the system suddenly asked. "Do you think I can handle it? This guy keeps dividing and devouring itself. It completely violates the law of conservation of energy," Lin Feng said. He had enough self-awareness to just observe what kind of abilities the monster had. In case he encountered one later, he would at least have a strategy. As for playing the hero to save them, he didn't have that in mind for now. The two in the field didn't seem likely to die so easily. Just as he was about to leave. Standing in the tree, Lin Feng noticed a man in a red cloud-patterned robe not far away. Wearing a conical hat, he was watching the intense battle from afar. Lin Feng felt a hunch and used his scan ability on him. Ability, I Power SS top tier? How is he this strong? Lin Feng was taken aback. This was the first time he had seen someone with SS rank strength. Ding watched a magnificent battle, rewarded with one mysterious lucky draw. System, who did you learn this from? Watching a video to get a prize. This monster exhibits a biological paradox that defies standard threat assessment protocols. By weaponizing entropy and recursive evolution, it forces its opponents into a cycle where their own offensive energy fuels the enemy's growth. How can it be this strong? After the monster broke through the B rank threshold, it actually started to split on its own. Water Dragon. The heavy water in Ding Yao's hands began to change shape, condensing into a massive water dragon. Thunder Blast. The lightning in Lin Yuan's hands surged directly into the water dragon. With water and lightning combined, thunder roared within the dragon as it let out series of howls. This is their unique combination skill. The water dragon coiled around the group of monsters, detonating repeatedly. Broken, mangled corpses were scattered all over the ground. Brother Lin, did we succeed? Ding Yao asked, looking at the pile of shattered remains. It doesn't seem like it, Lin Yuan said, catching sight of an anomaly. The shattered remains were actually beginning to pull themselves back together. They did not split again. Instead, they formed a giant 7 jang tall. 10 arms and 20 eyes were wrapped all around its body. Energy detection AWA's rank. How can this be? It gets stronger the more we kill it. What kind of monster is this? Ding Yao couldn't help but exclaim. It was their first time encountering a monster like this. It seemed impossible to kill. Roar. The monster smashed down with a punch. Evade. Lin Yuan quickly dodged, carrying Ding Yao. The monster's speed was increasing. Tentacles stretched out from its abdomen once more. They kept lashing out toward Lin Yuan. The two were trapped in a grueling battle. Suddenly, a tentacle snared Ding Yao, and it looked as though it was about to pull her back to its abdomen to be devoured. At that moment, a red giant descended from the sky. With a single sword strike, it cleanly severed the tentacle. Lin Yuan grabbed hold of Ding Yao. He was quite shaken by what just happened. Had it not been for the red giant's blade, Ding Yao would have been in grave danger. Seeing its tentacle cut off, the monster swung its fist directly at the red giant. That earth-shattering punch didn't cause a single bit of damage. Instead, the red giant slashed at the monster again. It pierced straight through the monster's chest. "You cannot kill me." The monster let out a low growl. It clearly possessed intelligence. The great sword in the giant's hand suddenly emitted a red glow. Lin Yuan then noticed that the hilt of the sword was shaped like a gourd. As the red light swirled, the monster was sucked directly into the sword hilt. After the monster vanished completely, the figure of the red giant began to fade. How? Ding Yao saw that there was actually a man wearing a bamboo hat inside. Does that mean he was the one controlling this red giant? Seeing the man about to leave, Lin Yuan stepped forward and said, "Thank you for your help, sir." The man just waved his hand dismissively and walked toward the ancient well. Ding Yao noticed that the man was wearing a red ring on his finger. The man stood at the entrance for a long time, then said, "He has already escaped. You two should go back and file your report." "May I ask who he is? Could you tell us?" Lin Yuan didn't really want to ask, but he had to report back. "It should be that strange snake." The man dropped only this sentence before walking into the darkness. However, Lin Yuan clearly saw the man cough deeply. "Have I become this weak already? It seems I need to move the plan forward." The man looked at the blood on his hand and muttered to himself. Soon after, he disappeared into the darkness. Ding, watching mission complete. Lin Feng was still in shock. Those moves were truly cool and magnificent. Is this the fear of being dominated by a giant? With a mere gesture, he sealed and absorbed that unkillable monster. This skill is simply eye-catching. What if I could get it? If I could activate a giant avatar, wouldn't I be taking out a vicious demon with every strike? But what on earth did the system want by making me watch this battle? Lin Feng was still a bit puzzled. According to his understanding of the system, it wouldn't let him get something for free. Lucky draw. Lin Feng remembered that watching this movie came with a draw chance. Start. Stop. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a bottle of strength potion, permanently increasing your strength attribute. Nice. This was worth the watch. Lin Feng grabbed the red strength potion and downed it in one gulp. Feeling a surge of immense power, he threw a punch directly at the adjacent hillside. Boom! The mountain wall instantly cracked with countless huge fissures. Then rocks came tumbling down. Is it that fierce? Lin Feng sighed and quickly flashed away. The next day. Lin Feng, why did you change your profile picture? Lin Feng received a message from Hatsune Miku. Sister Leng, how is this photo? Not bad, right? Lin Feng replied with a big smiley face. What do you mean not bad? Someone who didn't know better would think it's a couple's profile picture, Yi Choyin thought to herself. But she didn't say it out loud. She knew the relationship between the two. However, that Qianqian wearing a short skirt and black stockings was truly photogenic. Does Lin Feng like this type? At that moment, Yi Choyin's phone received an internal assistance notice. She glanced at the content, asking me to stay in Jiangnan to assist in investigating the snake. Since it's official business, I'll stay for now, she said to herself. For Lin Feng, she did have special feelings. They had known each other online for 4 years. Apart from their identities, they talked about almost everything. It was Lin Feng who accompanied her through many long, lonely nights. Plus, after meeting in person for the first time, she was attracted by his unique aura. She was also feeling a bit moved. Having never dated before at 24, she was indeed longing for the taste of love. After that giant incident, Lin Feng had asked the system about it. The eye power that man possessed was indeed extraordinary. It was sold in the system shop, but unfortunately, it was only the basic version. Upgrading to the giant summoning version had harsh requirements. You have to kill your own family. Upon hearing that condition, Lin Feng immediately lost interest. How could he ever kill Qiantian? He wouldn't even think about such a thing. She was his only family in this world. Even though they were not blood-related. Night fell. Lin Feng picked up his scythe again to start working. He set a small goal for himself, to buy a new house within a year. That girl? While patrolling for targets, Lin Feng suddenly spotted the figure of that little girl. It was the same ghost he encountered on the second floor of the Shui Di Lao restaurant. She was running away, and Lin Feng saw a tall C-rank ghost chasing her. Little girl, you can't escape. Just be a good girl and let me consume you. The ghost seemed to have had its fill of the chase. It elongated its arm and grabbed the girl. Opening its bloodthirsty maw, it prepared to swallow her in one bite. Suddenly, a crimson crescent blade struck, severing the C-rank ghost at the neck. It turned into green phosphorescent flames and vanished before them. The little girl looked on in surprise, seeing a person in a skull mask appear before her. Don't be afraid, I mean no harm, Lin Feng said softly. This girl was just an ordinary ghost, and according to the system, it should be one with unfinished wishes. That was why she couldn't enter the cycle of reincarnation. Do you have any unfinished wishes? Lin Feng asked. It wasn't that he was being overly saintly, but seeing the look in the little girl's eyes reminded him of Qianqian's past. Back then, wasn't she just as pitiable? I want to go home, but so many people are blocking me, the girl said intermittently. Ding. Hidden mission triggered. Escort Ling Xiaoyao home reward. 1 mysterious lucky draw. This can trigger a mission too. Lin Feng was quite surprised. He had always thought only ghost-catching missions were available. Host. Besides normal missions, there are naturally many hidden missions. Don't be afraid, I'll take you home. Lin Feng looked at the little girl and said kindly. Chapter notes have an important explanation. You can skip if you don't like it, regarding the introduction of elements. The show reveals a harsh lesson about power. True strength often comes with a tragic price, like that soul-crushing sacrifice required to master the giant. Lin Feng's refusal to sacrifice his bond proves that morality remains his greatest, albeit most dangerous, asset. Lin Feng let the little girl crawl onto his back and started leaping across the rooftops. The little girl's home was 10 kilometers away, but for him, it was no difficult task. He had long been accustomed to traveling this way. Lin Feng could feel the weight of the girl's soul body, though it felt somewhat icy. This was the unique constitution of a soul entity. So this is what it's like after death, Lin Feng thought to himself. After about half an hour of traveling, Lin Feng stood on a rooftop and could already see the specific location of the home the little girl had mentioned. It was a high-end villa district. Those who lived here were either wealthy or powerful. However, this villa area was surrounded by lingering yin energy, and in terms of feng shui, the layout was a dangerous place, particularly well-suited for ghosts to survive. Hiss. Ghosts began to increase along the way. It seemed the girl had quite a strong appeal to them, as if she were a special delicacy. What is so different about this girl? Lin Feng wondered. But his hands were not idle. Anything that dared to approach him was instantly killed by a crescent-shaped slash of blood-red light. His strength now was far beyond what it used to be. His weapon mastery proficiency had reached level 3. Attack damage increased by 30%. Phantom Moon itself also had a special bonus for damaging ghosts. Killing B-level ghosts was a breeze. It dropped a bead? After Lin Feng killed a B-level grave ghost, a round bead dropped down. Lin Feng reached out and grabbed the bead. Soul-nourishing bead. At the cost of a blood relative's lifespan, it can nurture a soul that has not yet dissipated and allow it to regain a physical form. Ineffective for those who died of natural causes, it can only nurture ghosts that died in accidents. Now, any ghost that dared to show its head became his experience points. He was hoping to level up quickly to unlock the system store. It was said that there were many good things in there. Ling family villa. Lanner, stop crying. Inside a children's bedroom. It was filled with dolls and a pink princess bed. Picture books, a toy cart, and so on. On the bedroom wall hung a photograph of a cute little girl. She looked like a little angel. A middle-aged man looked haggard, with quite a few gray hairs on his head. He gently stroked the woman's forehead, filled with sorrow. Their daughter had been missing for days, and his wife spent every day in tears. Staying in this room, she only saw things that reminded her of her daughter. Little Yeo will be fine, Brother Lui. Please send people to look for her again, okay? The woman murmured. The man had a bitter look on his face. If she could be found, he wouldn't be in such a state. He had already accepted the outcome in his heart, but he just didn't want to believe it. He had dominated the business world for many years, and only had his daughter at the age of 40. He never expected that things would turn out like this. He had long stopped managing the company, leaving it to his second younger brother, Ling Shan. To him, what was the point of having so much money, if it couldn't buy his daughter's life back? Okay. I will send more people to search. We will definitely find little Yao. The two of them stared at their daughter's photo on the wall, falling into silence once more. Thump. The door downstairs was pushed open, and the man heard the noise. He didn't think much of it, as this was a high-end villa district. Security was always tight, and it was unlikely that any thief would come here. Step, 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 step. It sounded like footsteps climbing the stairs. Coming from afar, closer and closer. Congratulations to the host for completing the escort mission. Would you like to draw a prize now? Not yet, Lin Feng replied, not in a rush. He and Ling Xiaoyao walked up the stairs step by step. The villa was huge and exceptionally silent in the night. Only one bedroom had a faint light shining through the door gap. Big brother, it is right here, Ling Xiaoyao said. She could feel the presence of her parents. Bang! The door was pushed open violently. Ling Li was holding a black pistol, pointing it directly at the door. As a businessman, it was too easy for him to get his hands on such a weapon. But he saw a terrifying scene. A figure in black stood at the door, wearing a strange skull mask, staring at him eerily. Bang! Ling Li's hands were shaking, and he actually fired a shot. Lin Feng saw the bullet flying towards him, and just tilted slightly to dodge it. Of course, even if he had taken it head-on, nothing would have happened. Who are you? Ling Li, though nervous, forced himself to stay calm. Ah! Hearing the gunshot, the woman inside came to her senses and saw Lin Feng's appearance. She couldn't help but scream. Lanner, are you okay? Ling Li couldn't care about anything else and hugged his wife immediately. I'm just bringing someone back, don't be so nervous. Who are you bringing back? Ling Li saw that there was no one around Lin Feng and couldn't help but frown deeply. He already had a guess in his mind. Anyone who could dodge a bullet at such close range was definitely not an ordinary person. He must be one of those awakened ability users. However, he had heard that ability users also had rules. They were forbidden from using their special abilities to harm ordinary people, and those who violated this would be severely punished. Assuming they got caught, that is. Your daughter, Ling Xiaoyao. Lin Feng said softly, seeing the decorations throughout the room. He naturally understood how heartbroken the parents must be. Where is little Yao? The woman was somewhat agitated. She didn't care what Lin Feng's purpose was. Whether he wanted money or their lives, as long as he brought their daughter back, that was all that mattered. She is right in front of you, you just can't see her. Lin Feng pointed to the little girl standing in front of her. Are you playing games with us? Ling Li was furious. As a father on the verge of losing control, anger and fear were constantly battling in his heart. But he still didn't dare to act, especially with his wife beside him. He dared not provoke this man. Little Yao, if you have anything to say, I will pass it on for you. Lin Feng said slowly. This kind of situation really made him feel uncomfortable. She says, Lin Feng repeated her words word by word. He even mentioned a few specific events. Ling Li's head gradually dropped. Those events were secrets between him and his daughter, and it was impossible for little Yao to have told anyone else. He began to believe Lin Feng's words. Can you tell me how she was harmed? Ling Li's voice was trembling. Things had reached this point. He only wanted to find his daughter's remains and give her a proper burial. In the water tank of your company building, she said it was done by her second uncle. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy while relaying this. How could someone target such a young girl? Was it done by my second brother? For the sake of money, he actually took my daughter's life. A murderous glint appeared in the man's eyes. This was his own brother. But now he wished he could strip his muscles and break his bones. Ling Xiaoyao's final wish had been fulfilled, and her body began to shimmer with light, looking as if she were about to dissipate. But she really didn't want to go. Ding. Special mission triggered. The kind soul. Resurrect Ling Xiaoyao to receive a mysterious 5-draw prize. Host, you are really lucky. You've triggered a hidden quest again. Lin Feng immediately thought of something. As in the novels, the necessary item always appeared at the most opportune moment. Was that soul-nourishing bead for this? He really had no use for that bead. Everything he obtained that he didn't use was stored in his ring. He had never thought of selling it. Bringing back a blood relative in this world, he didn't really have any blood relatives. If she could be resurrected, what price are you willing to pay? Lin Feng asked. Naturally, he had to find a way to complete the mission. After all, the item was useless to him anyway. Resurrect? You have a way to bring her back to life. The woman seemed to have grabbed onto a lifeline. Anything. You want anything from this house, you can have it, even my life. The classic trope of the treacherous uncle highlights the dark side of corporate succession. While Lin Feng plays the role of a supernatural mercenary, the true horror lies in human greed, eroding familial loyalty. Can a soul trapped in the void truly return? Or is this just another high-stakes transaction in a world where morality is clearly negotiable?
Lin Feng took out the soul-nurturing bead he had just acquired, feeling that things were turning out quite well. Completing the task along the way, this system wasn't half bad to him. I have collected Xiaoyao's soul within this bead. After 49 days, her body will recondense. She will naturally be resurrected by then, Lin Feng said. Then, what do we need to do? The woman asked anxiously. What exactly was the price Lin Feng spoke of? Drip your blood onto this soul-nurturing bead, and she will gain half of the lifespan of her blood relatives. Only half. Can't we give her all of it? The woman wasn't concerned with the lifespan itself, but rather with the desire to pass all of it over to her. This is an act that defies the natural order, so don't overthink it, Lin Feng said while shaking his head. That was exactly what the bead's manual stated. Without further hesitation, the two used a knife to cut their fingers and drip their blood onto the bead. The originally transparent bead was stained blood red after absorbing the blood. The two were actually able to see the figure of a girl inside the bead. Although it was a bit blurry, they finally saw hope. Thank you for saving our daughter. The husband and wife bowed their heads in gratitude. Such great kindness would never be forgotten. I suppose this is fate between me and her, Lin Feng thought, recalling the scene at the ring toss stall. Those eyes were just like Qiantian's. I don't know if you will ever need my help in the future, but if you do, I will do anything for you without hesitation, Ling Li said with great sincerity. Ling Li had wanted to offer money or a house, but he worried that offering such common things to his benefactor might cause offense. He swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Perhaps I really will have a use for them one day, Lin Feng pondered. The yin energy in your villa area is quite heavy and not suitable for living. Move as soon as you can, otherwise more misfortune will follow. After saying this, Lin Feng vanished in an instant. He had lost a lot of time today, and his ghost-catching plan wasn't finished yet. Move? Yes, we must move, Ling Li realized. As long as our daughter can be safely resurrected, this house means nothing. As for his second brother, he would definitely not be spared. Draw. Start. Stop. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a rare item. Substitute doll, unique item, non-tradable, gifted. Substitute doll. Once bound, you can be resurrected once after an accidental death. This is truly a great item, Lin Feng said, feeling somewhat excited. Always being out and about, there's always a risk of a slip-up. Having this doll is equivalent to having an extra life. This task was worth it. He had saved the girl's life, and in return the system gave him one. Returning home, he placed the doll on his bedside table. He inserted a strand of his hair into the doll's head. The doll's face began to change, gradually resembling his own. After 49 days, I can perform 5 draws, right? That's correct. Once the girl is resurrected, you can proceed with the draws. Your luck is so good, I think I see hope for entering the Golden Group. The system stated. Golden Group. What is the Golden Group? Lin Feng asked, confused. You are too weak right now. Let's talk about it once you've grown stronger. 1 week later. Lin Feng saw in the news that Ling Shan, the second in command of the Ling Group, had died from an accidental fall from the top of a building. The report described his death as extremely horrific. However, the funeral was very low-key. Other than his children, no one else attended. Even his closest brother, Ling Li, did not attend the funeral. Wolf bro, is your aunt not going back for now? Lin Feng asked with surprise. Didn't you say she was leaving in a few days? Her family arranged a blind date with a second-generation heir, but she refused, so she stayed in Jiangnan City for the time being. She wants to hide out for a while. She's new to this city, so please look after her for me. Don't worry, Wolf bro, your aunt is my aunt. I'll treat her like family, Lin Feng replied confidently. If you're free, take my aunt to see a movie. I heard the newly released Ring is pretty good. Take her to see it. I've already booked the tickets. Alright, whatever you say, Wolf bro. Said Ho. I am truly a genius for coming up with this idea. Someone boasted to herself. It was quite exhausting playing these roles. She had to be bold when playing Lang Mi. And when switching to Hatsune Miku, she had to act like a fragile girl. Switching back and forth like this was more of a headache than fighting monsters. Ding ding. Sister Leng, are you free to see a movie tonight? The Ring. Not long after the message from the Lang Mi persona was sent, Yi Chuyin received the WeChat message from the kindergarten car. Yes, I'm free, but I heard that movie is quite scary. It's not that scary. Wolf bro said it's just average, the kindergarten car replied. Then what should I wear tonight? Yi Chuyin began to plan. She turned off the TV while she was at it. Having been bored lately, she had finished watching all 17 parts of Ju-on. What a boring movie, not exciting at all. It's not even as interesting as watching real ghosts dance at a graveyard. They agreed to meet at the entrance of the Bida cinema at 7 o'clock. Lin Feng finished dinner and set off early. It's never good to be late when going to a movie with a girl. Though he wondered why Wolf bro chose a horror movie like The Ring. He heard the comedy Sex is Zero was quite well reviewed, but he hadn't had the time to see it. After picking up the tickets, he stood at the entrance waiting. Lin Feng stood out in the crowd, and from time to time, beautiful women would come to strike up a conversation. It didn't take long. Lin Feng saw that familiar sports car appear at the entrance. It drew quite a crowd. This limited edition car was a rare sight, and many people were even leaning against the front to take photos. The car door slowly opened. Yi Chuyin was dressed quite sexily today, under the guidance of Ju Chengyu. A black top with a small shawl draped over it. The fair-skinned pair were slightly exposed, revealing a V-shaped cleavage. Round and plump. An exquisite curvy figure. She was wearing black sheer stockings, looking even sexier than last time. After some careful dressing, she looked every bit the mature woman. Lin Feng, have you been waiting long? Yi Chuyin didn't care about the onlookers' gazes and walked straight toward him. Sister Leng, I just arrived a little while ago, Lin Feng said quickly. Wolf bro booked a private room, let's go upstairs to watch it. Alright. Yi Chuan had booked a 99,999 yuan luxury suite with a perfect view. Lin Feng, is this movie really not scary? Yi Chuan asked feignedly. Wolf bro said he's seen it, and the plot is decent. Since there were only the two of them in the room, they were more relaxed. After sitting down, Yi Chuan took off her red high heels. She put her legs in a comfortable position, reclined in the chair, and started watching the movie. Lin Feng watched as Yi Chuan's black-stockinged legs shifted occasionally in front of him. Her feet seemed quite lovely too. Suddenly he gave himself a sharp pinch. He snapped back to reality, reminding himself that he was here to watch a movie, not to look for reference material. He almost started searching for writing inspiration from Sister Leng's body. Good thing nobody noticed, otherwise what would they think of him? This episode explores the classic duality of identity management. While Lin Feng navigates his supernatural quests, Yi Chuan's elaborate performance art highlights the psychological burden of living behind a curated persona, a concept often seen in high-stakes social engineering. Watching a movie in a private room is really quite nice. The sound effects and lighting are just perfect, and the atmosphere is far better than watching on a computer. Lin Feng was thoroughly enjoying it. This was his first time at a cinema since he transmigrated. Yi Chuan's long legs in black silk stockings were almost resting on his chair. He didn't even dare to take a second look. He was afraid of leaving a bad impression. That is just how his personality is. When it comes to people he is close with, he always shows his true self. Yi Chuan felt a bit strange. In novels, when a scene like this happens, shouldn't there be some sign of a racing heart, or at least some physical reaction? It seems he is really not that kind of vulgar person, she thought to herself. Otherwise, how could he not even take a single look? She was still quite confident in her own looks. She belongs to the type that can be both cute and commanding. Yi Chuan's feelings for Lin Feng were somewhat unique. The first novel she ever read was Doghouse God of War, written by Lin Feng. The scene where the war god's daughter lived in a doghouse moved her so much that she cried. Back then, she was busy with training and special missions all day long, and she didn't have much free time, so she just kept following Lin Feng's books. She couldn't get into anyone else's books, they were too mentally taxing. She was the complete opposite of Gu Qianqian. She was the type who read without using her brain. As long as it was satisfying, that was enough. Lin Feng's war god stories suited her perfectly. From the beginning until now, that adds up to over 4 years. The two of them had communicated privately on the Tomato platform many times, so one could say they were long-time close acquaintances. Lin Feng had a great writing style and was quite skilled at adding spicy content. Especially when they first met, that handsome face of his was deeply etched in her heart. It felt like her body had been suddenly struck by something. She couldn't help herself. If she missed this chance, wouldn't it be such a pity? Right at this moment, the ghost in the movie suddenly appeared, and the cinema was filled with screams. The shrill shrieks echoed through the private room. Seizing the perfect opportunity, Yi Chuan reached out and grabbed Lin Feng's hand. She pretended to be startled and was about to fake a scream. "Ow, that hurts," Lin Feng shouted out first. "Oh no, I forgot to pull my strength back," Yi Chuan realized immediately. Even though she only used a fraction of her strength, it was still way too much for an ordinary person. "Sis, you're really strong," Lin Feng said with surprise. His body was supposedly reinforced with steel-like bones. He could even withstand bullets, so how could a simple pinch hurt this much? Could his strengthening ability be temporarily malfunctioning in front of a beauty? "What are you talking about?" Yi Chuan said with a blush. After confirming Lin Feng's hand wasn't broken, she quickly pulled her own hand back. Her self-assigned persona right now was a weak girl who even needed Lin Feng's help to open a bottle cap. Lin Feng was also a bit awkward. Could it really have been his imagination? Looking at Sister Leng, she really didn't seem like someone with that much strength. It must have been his imagination. This movie is too scary, definitely won't be able to sleep tonight. Yi Choyin muttered to herself, not very loudly, but just enough for Lin Feng to hear. How about we stop watching? Shall we do something else? Lin Feng remembered the instructions from Brother Wolf. He had to take good care of his sister-in-law. If we stop watching, so be it. He could just download it again later with his fast internet. At least he would see the ending eventually. He turned off the projector in the room, and silence immediately fell. Do something else. Is he hinting at something? Yi Choyin tapped her fingertips together, appearing a bit shy. Don't let her strong exterior fool you. She never loses a fight. But when it comes to romance, she's a blank slate. She hasn't had a real relationship from childhood until now. Ever since she awakened her ability, it has been nothing but constant training and improvement. The stronger she became, the more others felt only awe for her, not daring to reach for someone so far above them. Consequently, she remained single, and in the blink of an eye, she was 24. If she stays single any longer, she'll become a spinster. If he holds my hand, should I reject him? Yi Choyin's mind raced with thoughts. Let's go, Sister Leng, I'll see you home. It's really not suitable for a girl to watch horror movies. Brother Wolf is something else. Why did he recommend this ring? Lin Feng stood up and couldn't help but steal another glance at Yi Choyin's legs in black silk. He felt a sudden surge of excitement. Is this what they call the seduction of silk stockings? Maybe he just thought it was pretty good. He's a very straightforward person, Yi Choyin explained. She hadn't expected that this movie, rated 5 stars for horror, would be so boring. If she had known, she would have watched that other movie instead. I think it was called My Sister's Pea Student Friend. Chu Chengyu recommended it, but she hadn't seen it yet. Leaving the cinema, Yi Choyin had felt a bit stifled inside and wanted to walk back. The cinema was only a half-hour walk from the hotel where she was staying, and it was convenient for Lin Feng to walk her back. The two walked side by side, chatting and laughing all the way. Every now and then, Lin Feng would tell her some funny jokes, making her hide a smile behind her lips. As a struggling writer, he at least had those basic skills. He had concluded one thing: to attract an audience, you have to add some spicy content occasionally. Who would read it if you didn't, would you? But if he added too much, his editor, Hua Tailang, would send him a warning on WeChat. His usual routine was endless revisions, and during those painful moments, he even wished he could turn into the Grim Reaper and take his editor away. Now, he was being extra careful, terrified that if his pace was too fast, he'd lead his readers astray. Lin Feng, have you ever dated anyone all this time? Yi Choyin asked suddenly. Dated anyone? Not really, I suppose, Lin Feng muttered to himself. His previous self had indeed had an online relationship, but they had broken up before he transmigrated. It probably didn't count as anything to him. Then you don't plan on finding a partner. You can't just stay single forever, Yi Choyin laughed. But she kept her eyes fixed on Lin Feng, waiting to see what he would say. A girlfriend? I'll wait until Qiantin gets into university, and I need to get a bigger place first, Lin Feng thought and said. The apartment he lived in now was too small, and the soundproofing wasn't very good. He had to wear headphones even when watching the news. The root cause was that his computer was full of viruses. It would frequently pop up ads like macaw casino dealers dealing online for no reason. The sound was incredibly loud, often blasting out unexpectedly in the dead of night. To the point where for a while, Gu Qiangqian even suspected that Lin Feng was gambling online. Do you have a preferred type? Sister Leng can give you some advice, Yi Choyin said, feigning sophistication. In reality, she just wanted to find out what kind of girl he liked. She was the type who could be cute or commanding, and could take the initiative or wait. Even if he liked a wealthy woman, that would be fine, as she wasn't short on money either. Type? For some reason, the image of short-haired Qiangqian flashed through Lin Feng's mind. He shook his head vigorously, wondering why he thought of her. It must be because he hadn't slept well. Looks don't really matter. I'm kind of face blind. Just a good personality and being sincere and down to earth is enough. Lin Feng said jokingly, not taking it seriously at all. Then what do you think of me? Yi Chuyin asked tentatively. Sister Leng, you're joking again. How could that be possible? Lin Feng replied with a wave of his hand. He really didn't have any thoughts about a rich kid like Yi Chuyin. Besides, Brother Wolf was his biggest fan who had looked out for him for years. And if the other guy treated him like a brother, but he himself wanted to be that guy's brother-in-law, could he still call himself a decent person? Yi Chuyin curled her lip when she heard that and walked ahead on her own. What a blockhead. That's right, she had fallen for Lin Feng. Feelings are just like that. They often come without warning, just appearing out of the blue. This awkward dynamic reveals a classic social dilemma, the brother-in-law barrier. Lin Feng's refusal isn't just about denseness, but a subconscious adherence to professional ethics and social loyalty. When the boundary between creator and fan, or benefactor and suitor, becomes blurred, emotional intelligence often fails to keep pace with the complex power dynamics at play. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Lin Feng heard the deafening roar of motorcycles, which was exceptionally noisy. Looking back, he saw 7 or 8 rebellious youths speeding down the road, constantly performing fancy stunts. You can actually ride a motorcycle like that? He slowed his pace, unable to help but watch for a few extra moments. He saw a purple motorcycle popping wheelies and then doing stoppies one after another. The moves were incredibly flashy. After weaving in a serpentine pattern, it accelerated and charged ahead. When the owner of that motorcycle saw Yi Chuyin walking alone in front, the sight of that elegant figure and those long, slender legs in white silk stockings made him unable to resist the urge to go over and say hello to get to know her. If her back looked this good, there was no need to ask what her face looked like. For these thrill-seeking youths, their roadside flirting skills were top-notch. Hey beauty, I am Tianzang from the Funeral Love family. Do you want to join me and feel the joy of chasing the wind? The motorcycle pulled up and blocked Yi Chuyin's path. The man even deliberately tossed his hair back. With that standard pose, combined with the street-rattling roar of the bike, it really seemed quite ridiculous to Yi Chuyin. Get lost. Yi Chuyin glared slightly. If not for the fact that Lin Feng was still behind her, she would have tossed this man and his bike into a ditch. As she released a faint trace of her aura, the man instantly collapsed to the ground. His whole body couldn't stop trembling. Even just releasing such a weak burst of aura was more than an ordinary person could withstand. Sister Leng, Lin Feng called out as he ran over. Seeing the man sprawled on the ground, shivering uncontrollably. Sister Leng, what is this? I don't know. He just collapsed and started shaking as soon as he got here. Maybe he's having a fit, Yi Chuyin said. Lin Feng didn't have much of a sense for this aura thing. The Reaper system hadn't unlocked that knowledge for him yet due to permission restrictions. His friends are coming. They should take him to the hospital. Let's go. Lin Feng could already hear the motorcycles behind him, and he had no intention of helping. Brother Tianzang, what's wrong with you? The motorcycles behind stopped, and seeing their boss Tianzang lying on the ground trembling, they hurried over to ask. The man lying on the ground pointed a finger feebly at Yi Chuyin. He choked out with great difficulty. You two stay put. No one is leaving today until you explain what's going on. A man with orange spiky hair got off his motorcycle. He was holding a long pair of nunchucks in his hand. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to say a word to these non-mainstream youths. It seems you don't take me Jami seriously. If you don't give a clear explanation today, neither you nor your girlfriend is leaving. The blonde-haired man said, hitting the ground repeatedly with a steel pipe. He seemed to be trying to put some psychological pressure on Lin Feng. Looks like it's more trouble, Lin Feng thought to himself. He was prepared. If this blonde guy said one more word, he would be put on the ground today. What did you just say? Yi Chuyin suddenly turned around and asked. And no one is leaving, Zhami stammered after seeing Yi Chuyin's face. She really was a great beauty. He was only 20. He had no resistance to a beauty of this level. The sentence before that, Yi Chuyin continued. You and your girlfriend, Zhami said tentatively. I didn't expect you to have such a good eye. So what kind of settlement do you want? Yi Chuyin said softly. The blonde guy had a good eye, otherwise he would be on the ground with Tianzang by now. Lin Feng was stunned. Sister Leng really has a sense of humor. To be able to joke in a situation like this. His current understanding was simple. How could such a rich and beautiful woman be interested in him? They had only known each other for half a month. This had to be a joke. What else could it be? Tianzang seemed to regain a bit of strength and grabbed the blonde's leg, as if he had something to say. Brother Tian, what do you want to say? The blonde leaned in. Don't mess with her. There's something wrong. Tianzang finally forced those words out. Just a moment ago, he had felt something terrifying in Yi Chuyin's gaze. It was truly dreadful. This person must not be an ordinary person, and must never be provoked. After saying that, Tianzang's head slumped down again. He had actually passed out. Brother Tian. Seeing this, the blonde quickly loaded him onto a motorcycle. Saving lives was the priority now. With another rev of the throttle, they sped off instantly, leaving behind thick exhaust fumes. Lin Feng frowned. He had accidentally seen a cluster of black gas over the blonde's head. When he looked again, it had vanished. He felt something was strange. Let's go. Yi Chuyin had no interest in such ordinary people, and what happened just now was only because Tianzang had run into her. Awakened ones indeed have laws. They are forbidden from acting against ordinary people, but for her, the laws had little binding power. Those are clauses meant for the weak, and she considered herself a referee. In this world, strength is the ultimate truth. After the scene that just unfolded, Lin Feng subconsciously took Yi Chuyin's hand, preparing to leave together. Yi Chuyin's face turned red instantly. Lin Feng was stunned. He was just used to holding hands with Qianchun. Recalling that he was the one who held her hand unconsciously. By the time he thought to let go, Yi Chuyin had already naturally gripped his hand back. Holding hands, they looked just like a couple out for a stroll. In this situation, whoever mentions it first loses. At that moment, Pansy was passing by in a small truck loaded with alcohol. Uncle Ga, look at those two. Don't they look like the two we saw at the amusement park last time? It really seems to be them. Boss Scorpion gave strict orders to keep a distance from that woman. Pansy hit the gas and the truck accelerated. They still had to sell alcohol tonight. They had plenty of side jobs. Even with government subsidies and the wages from Scorpion, they had started live streaming in their off hours. Uncle Ga, did an accident happen ahead? They saw a yellow motorcycle lying on the ground. Beside it lay two non-mainstream youths. They actually hit a tree. What a brilliant display of driving. Pansy glanced at them. The blonde's leg looked ruined, and the arm of the one beside him was broken. Pansy, hurry up, we're almost at the deadline. Uncle Ga urged. It was almost time to meet their family, and they still had to go back to set up the drinks. The power dynamic here is fascinating. Yi Chuyin's status as a judge allows her to bypass societal constraints, illustrating the classic trope that laws are often just safety nets for the weak. Meanwhile, the dark aura Lin Feng glimpsed suggests the supernatural threat is escalating beyond simple street thugs. Back at the hotel. Lin Feng, you said you wanted to do something interesting, and this is just playing mobile games with me? Yi Chuyin asked with wide eye. Sister Leng, how about you watch me type then? Lin Feng replied, momentarily stunned. Because Yi Chuyin was afraid of having nightmares at night. Brother Wolf had told him privately that someone must accompany his aunt. He didn't trust anyone else with such a task, so it naturally fell to Lin Feng. Since there was nothing to do late at night, what else could they do besides playing games? Forget it, let's just play the game together, Yi Chuyin sighed. She had expected something more interesting, like holding hands, which would have been fine. She didn't expect it to turn out to be playing games together. What kind of interesting activity is this? I'm gonna take a shower, you go ahead and start playing. She felt extremely uncomfortable if she didn't take a shower before bed. Okay, Lin Feng replied. You have received a game invitation from your friend Cao. As soon as he logged on, Lin Feng saw the pop-up window. Cao Aman was his game friend, ranked silver. They were both pretty bad at the game. They had been playing for years and never made it to gold. Yo, little car, let's go. I'm with my friend Chu Yu today, let's play a trio. Kindergarten Car was Lin Feng's in-game name. Shortened to Little Car, he was still a long way from being a car god. Alrighty. Xiang Hui had just finished his work for the day and was ready for a round. He had almost finished refining that six-legged gold armor. It would be done in a few more days, so he wanted to relax in the evening. Time to push his rank. Today is Thursday. The kids aren't on break, so nothing should stop him from reaching gold this time. Match. Almost simultaneously, that trio of scrubs and Xiang Hui clicked the button. I'll go with Zhen Ji, Lin Feng thought, realizing he wasn't cut out for damage dealing. I'll play Liu Shan. I'll pick the Monkey King. The three of them quickly selected their characters. Xiang Hui chose his most familiar character, Hao Yi. This time, he was going to carry the whole game himself. Kindergarten Car. Only after selecting his character did Xiang Hui notice the username. It's that scrub again. Xiang Hui felt a chill. But he's playing a mage this time, so it should be fine, he consoled himself. In the voice channel, Aman and Shu Yu were already discussing strategy. Aman, listen to me. In a moment I'll go over there and lure them out. You take the chance to steal their blue buff. Do this and do that, Xu Yu said. Once in the game, Lin Feng went to the middle lane to play steadily. Liu Shan and the Monkey King headed to the enemy's side to steal the blue buff. The playstyle in low-rank matches is always this chaotic. It went surprisingly well. No one from the enemy team even came to take the blue. A few minutes later, Aman, let's move. Time to pick someone off in mid lane, Xu Yu said. They coordinated well, grabbing blue buffs, red buffs, and the vanguard. Xu Yu, you're amazing, Aman couldn't help but say. You really do predict everything. Playing together, they had already scored 2 kills. This game should be in the bag, Xiang Hui thought, farming steadily in the bottom lane. Although he hadn't landed any kills, he was evenly matched with his opponent. The other teammate in the top lane was slacking a bit and being pressured. But once they were geared up, it wouldn't be a problem. Little car, initiate. Lin Feng immediately used his first skill to knock up the enemy, Lai. The Monkey King struck 3 times and followed up with Liu Shan. They took out Ali in one combo. Aman, with my brilliant tactics, taking out our opponents is a piece of cake. Xu Yu started acting cocky. Xu Yu, you're still playing games this late. Aren't you turning in your homework today? Thud. That was the sound of a phone hitting the floor. The voice channel was loud, and Lin Feng heard it clearly. Damn it, Chu Yu. Did you go AFK? Don't you know you should finish your homework before playing? You're messing me up. Cao Aman cursed. But there was no response. Aman, who is that woman? Sai, that's Xu Yu's wife Bai Ji. A short while later, strange sounds started coming through the voice channel. This chaotic gaming session highlights a classic psychological truth. Our focus often shifts from high-stakes real-world responsibilities to trivial digital distractions, only for reality to crash the party at the most awkward moment. Tap, tap, tap. Like the sound of horse hooves. Xiang Hui's face turned livid. At this critical moment of his promotion to gold, he was actually being trolled. This is absolutely intolerable. Don't panic, my friends. Give me 5 minutes, and I'll be back. Let's play defensively for now. Cao Aman said quickly, fearing the others would rage quit. Xiang Hui suppressed his anger, used a technique to calm himself down, and continued farming. Liu Shan finally started moving. Sorry brothers, something came up just now and held me back. But don't worry, we're definitely going to win this, Xu Yu said. It happened so suddenly. Luckily, he is usually fast. Otherwise, the match would have been delayed. Lin Feng was speechless but didn't say anything. Fortunately, a 5-minute gap isn't that big. He can catch up quickly. 10 minutes later, the two sides were trading blows. Lin Feng had a 3-3 KDA, barely ranking third. Xiang Hu's 6-2-4 record wasn't too bad. They had already destroyed one of the opponent's lanes. As long as they played steadily for one more wave, his promotion should be in the bag. Suddenly, Liu Shan stopped moving again, and the opponent seized the opportunity to burst him down instantly. Xu Yu, damn it, how can you get distracted with that stuff while gaming? Cao Aman was angry. Undoubtedly, he could tell exactly what Xu Yu was doing. He was actually copying Mouth Brother. Brother, don't worry, we can win. Win my ass. After Liu Shan died, the opponents seized the chance to take the dragon. Taking advantage of this opening, they launched a counter push. They smashed through all three of Lin Feng's high ground lanes and even destroyed one of the Nexus turrets. Fortunately, a man caught a break and deleted their two squishy mages, which finally eased the pressure. Lin Feng, who was that making noise? Yi Choyin had just finished her shower and come out. She was wearing a loose silk bathrobe, her hair still slightly damp. It was slightly coiled up, and the bathrobe was loose, barely covering the critical parts. There were still water droplets on her collarbone. Her breasts were even more prominent, stretching the fabric of the robe, and she was barefoot. My teammate left their voice chat on speaker, Lin Feng explained awkwardly. Oh? Are you about to lose? Yi Chuan looked down at the screen and asked. Not good. Lin Feng felt his nose getting a bit damp. That wasn't a good sign. So it's just such a trivial thing. Come here, let your sister show you how to output like crazy. After saying that, she picked up Lin Feng's phone and lay directly on the sofa. Her jade-like feet were resting across the coffee table. The pose was as alluring as it could possibly be. 5 minutes later, young Ka is amazing. So you couldn't help but say Gen G's predictive CC was way too divine. It was 100% accurate, and she was stacked with pure ability power items. She was dancing through the team fight, pumping out damage. Boring, Yi Chuin said while playing. She is a challenger rank player, so playing in this silver tier lobby is hardly a challenge at all. Lin Feng wanted to watch but couldn't really look. The phone was resting above her cleavage, and although it covered most of it, whenever he looked at the screen, his gaze would naturally drift downwards. This phone was really too pale. Young Ka, from now on, I wish to call you the Ka god. Cao Aman couldn't help but say. Genji's pentakill was much better than that trash Hao Ye. I didn't expect her to play support so well. I should talk to her more later, Xiang Hui thought. This match he got his wish and promoted to gold. From now on, he was definitely saying goodbye to silver. Thinking of this, he got a bit excited. He couldn't help but start another game. Come here, let's carry you to victory. Yi Choyin took out her own phone and said. The moment she logged on, she was flooded with game invites. Among them were quite a few streamers. But she declined them one by one. After the match started. I'll do the damage, you pick a support to heal me, Yi Choyin instructed. Okay, don't worry Cold Sis, I'll keep you topped off. Lin Feng chose Kai Wenji and Yi Choyin chose Luban. The two headed straight for the bottom lane. Lin Feng hid cowardly behind Yi Choyin. Because of his interference in this game, there were too many uncertain variables. Watching Yi Choyin's sharp gameplay, Lin Feng was truly impressed. Every detail was executed to perfection. Even when Yi Choyin occasionally stopped to check her messages, it all looked like a high-level play to Lin Feng. Cold Sis, there's nobody in the jungle, shall we go farm some jungle camps? Someone is camping there, Yi Choyin said. As she spoke, she fired a cannonball in that direction. Right on target. This game lasted a full 40 minutes. Yi Choyin finished with a 21-114 KDA, the game's MVP. The only time she died was because she was blocking damage for Lin Feng. Still want to play? Yi Chuan asked. No, cold sis, your rank is too high. If I go, I'll just get crushed. I'd better just stay in silver. Lin Feng waved his hand. He had been healing from start to finish, had no real fun playing, and figured he might as well play on his own. Then I'll just switch to a Smurf account, won't that work? Yi Chuan said. If she let Lin Feng play alone, what would be the fun in that? What a beautiful evening, it would be a shame to waste it. He didn't know how long they had been playing. Lin Feng had actually fallen asleep on the sofa. Perhaps because he was too tired, he didn't even wake up when Yi Chuan carried him to the bed. Yi Chuan lay down beside him, not doing anything inappropriate, just lying on her side and watching Lin Feng's face. The more she looked, the more she found him appealing. She almost couldn't control her hands. While this gaming session serves as a classic power fantasy trope, the real psychological hook here isn't the rank up. It is the shifting power dynamic. Yi Chuan doesn't just dominate the game, she actively recalibrates the intimacy boundaries, turning a simple digital escapade into a high-stakes emotional tether that Lin Feng is clearly not prepared to handle.
The next day, when Lin Feng woke up, it was already 9 a.m. He opened his eyes slightly and was surprised to find Yi Chuan lying opposite him. She was still holding his phone. She was wearing a very loose pair of pajamas. Her bare feet were crossed over each other. She looked quite sexy that. He checked his own clothes, they were still intact. It seemed he hadn't done anything last night. He had just taken a nap on her bed. As for how he ended up in bed, he was still a bit dazed. He remembered playing games on the sofa and falling asleep unconsciously because he was too tired. Could it be that he sleepwalked here? Otherwise, with his size, Sister Leng probably wouldn't have been able to carry him. He gently took his phone back from Yi Chuan's hand. He turned on the screen and saw it was still on the victory interface. He checked the rank, Gold 3. As expected of a mature beauty, she actually carried me to success. Lin Feng was naturally happy inside. He had wanted to reach gold for years, but he was just too clumsy and always hovered in silver. He took a look at the sheet nearby and covered Yi Chuan with it as well. It was cold in the morning, so it was better to cover up. After finishing everything, he got up, got out of bed, and prepared to type a bit. Help. Lin Feng saw a message from Hua Tailang in the author group. Chengxi sent a question mark in response. I ran into a ghost last night. It was terrifying as hell. Does anyone know how to ward off evil? Please give me some advice. Hua Tailang started talking in the group about what he encountered last night. He had a nightmare last night, dreaming of a man in black clothes carrying a set of chains. The man walked into his room and left him a note. He originally thought it was just a dream, but to his surprise, when he woke up, there was actually a note on the table stained with black blood. The note read, "You damn editor, I will personally pay you a visit at 12 o'clock tonight." He even posted a photo of it in the group. Tailang, you're not kidding, are you? You made it look so serious. It's a pity you don't write novels with me. Shenji said, Nice, I'm just about to write a horror novel about the return of spiritual energy. The editor is so humorous. I'm taking this plot point, said I love eating pumpkins. Who the hell has the mood to joke? I'm on the 18th floor, and the door is usually double locked. Hua Tailang was panicking. Last night's dream felt too real. Tailang, did you check for inappropriate content too strictly lately? You must have been targeted by someone, said Tang Sai. Nonsense. Apart from those newbies, I've let all the inappropriate content from you guys slide, Hua Tailang replied. He had principles when checking for inappropriate content. When big shots occasionally crossed the line, it didn't count for much. At least they had a sense of propriety and knew how to use metaphors. He mainly checked those newcomers who had just submitted their work. The kind that hits the gas pedal to the floor right from the start. If they aren't kept in check, it would almost turn into erotica. His editor-in-chief, Black Tailang, was watching like a hawk. Lin Feng also felt like Hua Tailang was joking. Where would a ghost come looking for a junior editor? Even though he had such an idea once before. But how could that be real? Nobody would actually believe that a Reaper would take an editor away for something like this, right? Lin Feng didn't pay any more attention to it and went back to typing hard. Just as he finished typing. So love and hate intertwine as people grow thin. I fear that some pain comes without a reason. So sadness and joy rise and fall as people stay silent. Lin Feng's phone rang. Hello, is this Lin Feng, the guardian of Guqianqian? Are you free to come to the school today? Who are you? Lin Feng was instantly nervous, thinking something had happened. My surname is Jin, called Jin Lion. I'm the director of the admissions office. I'd like you to come over to discuss Qianqian's special admission. Oh. Lin Feng had some impression of this. For students with exceptionally good grades. Those prestigious schools all have quotas for independent special admissions, and Qianqian's grades were quite good. If she could be directly admitted, that would be pretty good. Okay, Teacher Pan, I'll be right there, Lin Feng replied. The person on the other end of the line was speechless. She had clearly introduced herself as Jin Lion. What did this Teacher Pan mean? What's wrong? Yi Chuyin saw that Lin Feng's expression was a bit serious and couldn't help but ask. Qianqian is about to take the college entrance exam, and those prestigious schools have come to Yulan High School for early recruitment. They asked me to go and check the situation. Lin Feng replied. Then let me take you there. I drive very fast, it won't take long, Yi Chuyin said. Didn't you leave your car at the cinema last night? Lin Feng asked. It's not like I only have one car. Don't talk, let's go. Don't keep the teacher waiting. Yi Chuyin made a quick phone call, and soon someone brought the car keys over. It was another limited edition orange sports car. To be honest, Lin Feng hadn't ridden a sports car before. This seating position was a bit awkward and uncomfortable for him. It wasn't even as comfortable as a Wuling van. Yi Chuyin didn't pay attention to other things. After Lin Feng got in, she stepped on the gas and shot off. On a newly built main road, there weren't many cars yet. She couldn't help but want to show off her driving skills to Lin Feng. She drove fast, took corners with inertia, and drifted sideways. And she drifted into a ditch. Hey Xiang Hui, send someone to pick me up. That's right, she crashed. Xiang Hui, who was working hard to reach gold, received Yi Chuin's call. He had accidentally played one too many games last night, and had a 5-game losing streak. He was still struggling to reach gold now. While the editor's supernatural death threat adds a urban legend horror to the plot, the real catastrophe is Yi Chuyin's disastrous driving. It perfectly illustrates the Dunning-Kruger effect, overestimating one's skill leading to an inevitable, literal crash into a ditch. The two lay quietly inside the car, with the door sides wedged tight against the ditch walls. Lin Feng had no idea Yi Chuyin's driving skills were this impressive. In the blink of an eye, she and the car had drifted right into the ditch. There are only two ways out of this now. 1. Wait for rescue. And 2. Tear the car roof off with our bare hands. Both of them could easily manage to tear the roof off, but they considered that doing so might shock others. Besides, there was no danger of an explosion like in the movies. They were just stuck in a ditch. The two of them reached an unspoken agreement and chose to wait for rescue. 10 minutes later, a large crane and a Jiangnan brand car with the license plate number Dao1003 arrived at the scene. It was Xiang Hui and the rescue vehicle he had brought. Seeing the two of them stuck in the ditch, he couldn't help but find it amusing. He thought to himself that Yi Chuyin's driving skill was truly something, to be able to drift into such a deep pit. She was an SS rank master, after all, capable of easily destroying reinforced armored vehicles. Yet, just to keep a low profile in front of this netizen, she was sitting obediently in the car, waiting to be lifted out. It seems this guy is no ordinary person. Borrow your car for a moment, I need to take him to Yulan High School. Yi Chuyin said after being lifted out. Miss Yi, let me drive you to there instead. Xiang Hui clearly didn't trust Yi Chuyin's driving skills. To end up in a ditch on such a wide road, her driving really left much to be desired. At this moment, Xiang Hui was not using a transformation spell, he was showing his true face. Lin Feng didn't recognize him, of course, just feeling that his voice was somewhat similar to Lang Mi's. Having been fighting all night, Jiang Hui hadn't rested at all. His driving was noticeably steadier, very smooth, though his eyelids kept drooping. In Yi Chuan's words, in a word, it was slow. The meaning of the Jiangnan 2003 license plate was self-evident. No one dared to overtake them along the way, even in the city center. No impatient driver dared to pass them casually. Privileged cars work everywhere. Half an hour later, they arrived at the gate of Yulin High School. The security guards at the gate saw the special plate and waved them through immediately. They were secretly wondering which high-ranking leader had come to inspect the school's work. They had seen plenty of luxury cars, as the students here were either rich or powerful. But it was the first time they had seen such a prominent license plate. They immediately called the school's reception office to report the situation, to avoid any lack of proper hospitality. Director Luo, there was no notice from above about anyone coming for an inspection today, was there? Director Luo of the reception office hurried toward the parking lot while contacting Principal Zhu. Hearing that a big shot had arrived for an inspection, Principal Zhu immediately dropped everything and rushed to the parking lot. Why is this parking lot so winding? Jiang Hui said with dissatisfaction, taking a long detour before finding a spot. After parking the car, Lin Feng opened the door. He saw several people already waiting at the entrance of the parking lot. He recognized one bald man. He had seen him in Qianqian's freshman handbook. "Welcome, leaders, for your guidance." Principal Zhao took the lead and said. But the three people who got out of the car were all very young. 2 men and a woman. They didn't look like senior leaders at all. But the car wasn't fake. No one was stupid enough to use such a license plate to grandstand everywhere. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. Jiang Hui quickly realized that these people must have mistaken them for officials due to the license plate. Having dealt with bureaucracy for years, he was naturally familiar with how things worked. Without much explanation, he took out his National Security Department Word D and flashed it briefly before Principal Zhu. "I'm just accompanying a friend to handle some business. Today I'm just the driver. We aren't here for any inspection. No need to be so nervous." Jiang Hui said very politely to Principal Zhu. "Principal Zhu, hello. I'm Lin Feng, the older brother of Gu Qianqian from the senior year. I received a call from Ms. Pan in the admissions office today, asking me to come by," Lin Feng said. "Director Wang, do we have a Ms. Pan here?" Principal Zhou was puzzled, as he hadn't heard of that name. Indeed, some teachers from Imperial University were here for special recruitment today. He had received them in the morning, but hadn't heard of anyone named Pan. Wang Duoyu was also a bit confused. He knew Gu Qianqian. Last time when someone caused trouble, he had even helped out. He hadn't expected this to be her brother. He didn't look like someone with health issues, but being able to ride in that car, his background couldn't be low. His mind raced with many thoughts. Her full name is Pan Jinlian. Seeing that the principal and other directors were still confused, Lin Feng stated the full name. "There is a teacher named Jinlian, but her surname is Jin, right?" Director Wang said. He had just been communicating with teacher Jin about the special recruitment students. Lin Feng realized that he had seen water margin too many times and had mentally added the Pan prefix. "Right, that's the one. Teacher Jinlian asked me to come," Lin Feng said while showing the call log on his phone. "Correct, that's Teacher Jinlian's number. She's in my office. Let's head over together," Director Wang said. "You guys go ahead, I have things to do. I'll wait in the car," Jiang Hui said. He had sworn an oath last night. He wouldn't sleep until he broke through to the Golden Core stage. As a qualified cultivator, such vows cannot be easily broken. "Teacher Wang, keep them company. I have a meeting, so I'll be going first," Principal Zhao said, patting Director Wang on the shoulder. Academic Affairs Office. Teacher Jinlian quickly explained the purpose of her visit. Qianqian had passed Imperial University's independent recruitment exam. She was willing to attend Imperial University, but there were some issues regarding her major. It required everyone to discuss it together. Qianqian did quite well on the exam this time. But there were quite a few students at Yulin High School who had passed the independent recruitment this year. Sorted by score, the popular majors with high employment rates had already been filled, leaving only the less popular ones. But it was an Imperial University quota after all. Giving it up would be a real shame. Although Lin Feng believed in Qianqian's ability, exam performance could be affected by many factors. It's common for top students to fail their entrance exams due to poor performance on the day, so caution was necessary. Qianqian was now facing a dilemma between the school and the major. What major does Qianqian like? Yi Chayin, who hadn't said a word since entering, suddenly asked. We communicated with Gu Qianqian, and she prefers finance. That's the trump card major at Imperial University. Wang Duoyu said. What majors are left now? Yi Chayin asked again. Geological exploration and underground archaeology. Lin Feng was speechless. He really couldn't bear to convince Qianqian to study geology or archaeology. After graduation, those fields involved working outdoors, which really wasn't suitable for a girl. It might even mean running around everywhere after graduation, making it inconvenient for dating and marriage. Aren't there any more quotas for the finance major? Yi Chayin asked again. Young lady, you're joking. That is the trump card major at our Imperial University, and the quota has always been limited. Unless the dean of our school's economics department gives the word, he does have 2 special quotas left. Teacher Jinlian said with a smile, not shying away from the others. The implication was obvious. Those 2 special quotas were meant for special people. Average people wouldn't be able to get them. However, you don't need to be anxious. You can discuss it further. Just let us know by next Monday. Teacher Jinlian said, knowing such matters affect a student's whole life and required caution. Jiao Fan, which department is the second uncle a dean of at Imperial University? After thinking for a moment, Yi Chuyin sent a message to Ye Chufan. At that moment, Ye Chufan was wearing his Phoenix Saint armor, undergoing special pounding resistance training. Naturally, it was for the upcoming Sisters Loving Iron Fists. Flame Emperor. A huge fireball condensed on him, with flames reaching the sky. It made bursts of cracking sounds. Yi Chufan, an S-rank top-tier fire ability user. Ryo Kururoku Keikai Kunen Kida, Zesha Kaisaku Deku Senburu. Soshon Kaniji-teki Ichijou Shinshiki, Ishi Kudai Degai Deju. Komaku. Kyui Shujin Paigo Teku Kiro Kishi. Ie Hoshin Koguru Teisei. Waiting for training to finish. A beautiful young woman stepped forward, considerately handing him a towel and his phone. Master Fan, according to the recent test results, the sacred armor should be able to withstand a strike from the second miss. A single strike. That should be enough. She wouldn't really kill me, would she? He took off the sacred armor, which was covered in cracks. His training was far from easy. The massive training ground still bore the scorched marks of flames. He pointed at the sacred armor, and a stream of blood flew from his fingertip onto the suit. The cracks on the armor began to repair themselves, returning to their original state in just a moment. He saw that his phone had over 99 unread messages, most of them invitations for private visits. Brother Fan, I know of a basement where no one goes. Would you like to go and take on a challenge? Young Master Fan, I am wearing a lowly outfit today. Little Fan, my period has started. But you still have the chance to challenge other achievements. Each message was full of suggestive undertones. Yi Chufan swiped through the messages while calculating in his head how to arrange his schedule to meet these appointments. As a master of time management, this was no difficult task. Suddenly he saw a message from Hatsune Miku. Zixi, which college in the imperial capital is my second uncle the dean of again? He asked the woman beside him. He wasn't very clear about family matters, as there were too many people in various positions. Who has the time to remember all that? Also, why is my second sister asking about this? Young master, your second uncle hasn't been a dean for a long time. He became the president the year before last. And so? Sister, second uncle is the president now, not the dean. Why are you asking about this? Yi Chufan replied. None of your business. You better focus on your training these days. I'll help you strengthen it when I get back, Yi Chuan replied. She already had a plan in mind. As a future sister-in-law, helping out with such a small matter, isn't it the right thing to do? Lin Feng, let's talk about it when we get back. It's not a big deal, Yi Chuan said softly. Of course, even if her second uncle wasn't the president, with her ability, getting a spot is an easy matter. After all, Qianqian's grades aren't bad. It's just a matter of changing her major. Then I'll congratulate student Gu Qianqian in advance, Director Wang said with a smile. If an ordinary person said that, he would only think it was a joke. After all, spots at the Imperial Capital University aren't so easy to get, especially for independent admissions. Once you enter, you are not allowed to change majors. However, he had seen these people get out of that car with his own eyes. Especially the man driving. He was exceptionally polite to this woman. Perhaps this woman's status is even higher. 3 losses in a row again. Xiang Hui was helpless. Every game he starts is a disaster. His teammates are either offline or feeding the enemy. From last night until now, every single match has been 4 against 5. No, this is very wrong. Heavenly Eye technique open. He muttered an incantation and wiped a spiritual talisman across his eyes. To his surprise, he saw a green sprite clinging to him. On its forehead was the character for bad luck. This kind of sprite is a bit special. It doesn't cause any direct physical harm. It only affects one's fortune for a certain period. However, it has no spiritual power fluctuation and no level classification. Detection equipment can't find it. Only a cultivator's special heavenly eye technique can see what's really going on. Sprites are natural products of heaven and earth, and no one has yet figured out where they come from. Like a game buff, they trigger randomly and disappear on their own after a while. People often say that when someone is unlucky enough to have their teeth stuck just by drinking cold water, it's because this kind of green sprite has latched onto them. So it was you god of misfortune, causing my losing streak. Xiang Hui grabbed the unlucky sprite by the neck. The sprite's eyes were filled with terror. It was so hard for me to reach gold rank, and you dare to sabotage me. He immediately started giving it a beating, a punch to the left, a punch to the right. He gave it a sound thrashing. Before long, the sprite changed color. It turned entirely red, and the character for good luck appeared on its forehead. It was full of the desire to survive. Hold on tight, if we lose this game, I'll take your life. Xiang Hui threatened, and the little sprite clung to him for dear life. He started another match. 4th and 5th spots are boosters we won't feed, guaranteed win. As soon as he entered the lobby, the players in the 4th and 5th slots spoke up. This game was indeed very stable. While Xiang Hui was still laning in mid, the guys in the bottom lane had already crushed their opponents. The battle ended in less than 10 minutes. You're actually somewhat useful after all. The subsequent matches went even more smoothly. The opponents were either disconnecting or going AFK. Or, the teammates on the other side started bickering with each other. And on his own side there were always pro players. Xiang Hui barely had to do anything before the outcome was decided. 5-game winning streak, 6-game winning streak, 10-game winning streak. Finally, in the 11th game, the red sprite disappeared. Looks like this game is where I finally get to show my true strength. Gu Qiantian, come out for a moment. Director Wang led Lin Feng and Yi Chuan to the classroom door. The high school seniors were basically doing self-study now, with nothing else to do. It was lunchtime already, and since they were here, they could grab lunch with Qiantian and chat a bit more. Lin Feng was full of gratitude toward Yi Chuan now. He knew that Cold Sister had vast connections. Qianqian's major transfer might actually work out. If it succeeded, he would naturally owe Cold Sister a big favor. He would have to find a way to repay her later. Brother, Sister Chuan, why are you here? After Gu Qianqian came out, she was surprised to see her brother and that pretty sister there. She felt quite astonished. Your brother came to school today to talk about special admissions. It's lunchtime, so let's go get something to eat, Director Wang said. Wow. Suddenly, a commotion broke out in the classroom. Many people looked up and saw Lin Feng and Yi Chayin. No one expected Gu Qianqian's brother to be so handsome, and the woman beside him was even more beautiful. Quiet. How many days until the college entrance exam? Get back to your studying. Director Wang walked in and tapped the blackboard. Is your friend coming with us? Lin Feng asked. After all, someone drove them here. It wouldn't be right to just ignore him. I just asked, and he said he's on a losing streak, not eating until he wins. Yi Chuyin said helplessly. She hadn't expected Jiang Hui's skills to be so poor. How can one keep losing at a game? Isn't that something you can win just by having hands? Brother, let me show you the school cafeteria. Gu Qianqian naturally reached out and took Lin Feng's hand. She looked very intimate. After all, they were siblings, so there wasn't much to worry about. Under Yi Chuin's astonished gaze, they walked further and further away. Sister Chuin, let's go. Seeing Yi Chuin looking a bit dazed, Gu Qianqian called out to her again. This episode explores the fascinating concept of luck as an external variable. The luck sprite mechanism mirrors the real-world psychological phenomenon of confirmation bias, where people attribute external randomness to their own skill or misfortune. It is a sharp satire on how we rationalize failure in competitive environments, whether in gaming or the high-stakes world of elite university admissions. I should be under the car, not inside the car, watching how sweet you two are. Just then, Yi Chuin's phone rang. It was a call from the Phoenix Group headquarters. Sister Chayin, a new secret realm has appeared in Wen State, and it contains some extraordinary things. What kind of things? Very special things. Fire-breathing dragons, flying fish, giant stone men, singing pigs, and many other things. The realm is currently sealed off by the World Alliance, and only those S rank or higher are eligible to explore it. Are you interested, Sister Chayin? Quite a few experts have already gone in to explore. The voice on the other end of the line asked. Not interested, I'm busy. Let's talk later. Yi Chayin hung up. What a bizarre secret realm, she muttered to herself. For some reason, she felt it was strange to see Gu Qianqian holding Lin Feng's hand. It didn't look like a sibling dynamic at all. Yi Chayin, what are you thinking? This is your future little sister. She reminded herself and hurried after Lin Feng. It was just a pity that she couldn't hold his hand. After the three of them finished lunch, Yi Chuyin found a private moment to call her second uncle far away in the capital. Things proceeded very smoothly. Teacher Jin Lian, who was taking a nap, received a direct call from her superiors. An additional spot for the finance major was opened up, specifically designated for Gu Qianqian. She was told to prepare the necessary documents. As soon as Gu Qianqian signed them, the transfer could be finalized later. That girl really has incredible connections, Jin Lian sighed. You have to realize, the dean of the finance department had called her personally just now. Her connections were truly solid. That afternoon, Lin Feng accompanied Gu Qianqian to sign all the paperwork. Under the envious gazes of other students, she packed up her daily belongings. Yi Chuyin thoughtfully called for a large van to haul everything from Gu Qianqian's dorm back to their place. Sister Leng, I, Lin Feng, will never forget your great kindness. Whenever you have any need for me in the future, I will do whatever you ask without hesitation, Lin Feng said sincerely. We are family, why talk about things like that? Yi Chuyin shook her head gently, as Qianqian's sister-in-law. She stood at quite a high status. She wasn't even interested in the secret realm exploration for the time being. After seeing Yi Chuyin off, Gu Qianqian started tidying up the room. She had packed so many things today, she still had to organize them. Brother, you don't have feelings for Sister Chayin, do you? Gu Qianqian asked Lin Feng during a break. What are you thinking? That's Brother Lang's aunt, and my aunt too. How could I ever do something like that? Lin Feng ruffled Gu Qianqian's hair as he spoke. After all, Ye Chuyin treated him like family. How could he have such inappropriate thoughts? From now on, she was his own aunt. Yi Choyin never expected that she had dug a huge pit for herself. "Brother, why is there a doll in your room?" While cleaning Lin Feng's room, Qianqian spotted a small doll tucked under the pillow. It even looked quite similar to Lin Feng. "I won it with Sister Leng a few days ago, she got it," Lin Feng explained vaguely. "Such a cute doll. How can you just leave it crushed under your pillow? It's better to keep it on my bed, at least it won't get flattened," Gu Qianqian said as she held the doll. The more she looked at it, the more it resembled Lin Feng. Whatever you like." It didn't matter where the substitute doll was placed, it was just a resurrection spawn point. It was just moving from Lin Feng's bed to Gu Qianqian's bed. It wouldn't affect the resurrection effect. Night arrived. Gu Qianqian fell asleep clutching the little doll. For some reason, she felt that the doll was giving off a familiar aura, just like Lin Feng himself. It felt as if she wasn't hugging a doll, but a real person. The doll was pressed tightly against her chest, getting a bit squashed. Lin Feng put on his Grim Reaper robe and headed out again. He had spent last night indulging with Yi Choyin, so he needed to make up for the lost time today. The Ling family. Ling Li had moved some time ago. The new house they were living in had been checked by a feng shui master, and was considered a blessed site. Now the couple spent their days guarding the soul-nurturing bead, waiting for the soul shadow inside to condense soon. Tonight, the two heard strange footsteps again. The footsteps were heavy, echoing with a rhythmic tapping. The security monitor on Ling Li's phone showed no reaction. The door was pushed open without a sound. In walked a tall, thin man wearing a long white hat. Written on it were the words "Wealth at First Sight." He held a staff and had a hideous face. "Ling Xiaoyao, your life has ended. Will you not come with me at once?" the man said with an expressionless face. Ling Lai and his wife were horrified. Who exactly was this person? How did he know Xiaoyao was here? "Senior, please show mercy. My daughter has already been granted a life extension. Please investigate clearly," Ling Li pleaded. Defying the heavens to change fate, soul-nurturing bead, blood-kin connection. The man calculated with his fingers and realized what had happened. Ling Xiaoyao, her natural lifespan was exhausted, but thanks to the help of a noble person, and the gift of her parents' remaining years, she can live for another 58 years. "Sigh, the intel is lagging again," the white-faced man muttered. He was responsible for guiding the souls of the kind-hearted, who failed to enter the underworld through the proper channels. Unlike the evil spirits escorted by the black impermanents, he had been working 996 overtime for over 200 years, and there were endless ghosts to guide every day. But someone actually dared to reverse reincarnation. "Let me see exactly who it is." The white-faced man chanted a spell, and soon he saw an image. It was a person wearing a skull mask. He couldn't calculate any more detailed information. It was as if it had been completely blocked off. Is there really someone in the human world this powerful, that even my spirit divination can't peek into their true identity? The white-faced man muttered to himself. Since Ling Xiaoyao had already had her life extended, she was naturally no longer in his scope of duty. He still had 40 souls to guide today. He had to hurry up. Hua Tailang's home. Hua Tailang and his wife A Lion sat upright in front of the window, with exorcism supplies arranged all around the bed. He had specifically asked his editor-in-chief, Gray Tailang, about this. Under Gray Tailang's command, there was a writer named Ba Chang who wrote quite eerie ghost stories. This person gave him some pointers, though he didn't know if they would work. The two waited quietly on the bed. A live stream was running in the WeChat group. The masters in the group said they wanted to see with their own eyes what kind of ghost it was. Seeing Hua Tailang so serious in the group chat, Lin Feng figured the ghost-catching spot wasn't far away, so he went directly to the scene to watch the show. He was currently on the roof of the building opposite Hua Tailang's house, eyes fixed on the window. He wanted to see what on earth could scare Hua Tailang like this. While waiting, he kept smelling a peculiar fragrance nearby, which smelled quite like the scent on Qianqian. He was quite puzzled about where this scent was coming from. Midnight arrived. A cold gust of wind blew in, and Hua Tailang, who was sitting upright, suddenly collapsed flat. His wife's face was full of terror. It seemed she had also seen something. 高所目的、自己家的繰り替え、お医者室へ、勇者的死種目、動力あ臨場込みき、テク密を大だざれくフル破的心理、意外また心眼玩具的意外流形、フレーゼ異常でグラテイテコチ、構成いつオニチウンよ宿命的か、暗示着輪、アジリュウの命不明、キー、破壊経済器量法形。Why is Hua Tailang just lying there? The live stream chat couldn't see any other footage, and it quickly turned into a blue screen. Hua Tailang was lying on the bed without moving, not because he didn't want to, but because his whole body was rigid and unable to move. A ghost was floating in front of his bed. That ghost looked a bit strange. It had the head of an ox and was holding a chain. The exorcism method that Ba Chang mentioned was completely useless. The ox head ignored it as if it were nothing. Dog editor, do you know who I am? Hua Tailang's eyes darted left and right. How could he know who this ox head was? The ox head gave a light tap, and the area around Hua Tailang's mouth relaxed, and he could move his tongue again. Brother Ox, please spare me, I really don't know who you are. Dog editor, let me remind you, there is an author who submitted to you 40 times in a row, and you rejected every single one. Do you remember now? Hua Tailang's mind jolted and he suddenly remembered. The author's name was Zheng Aniu, and the novel he wrote was called I Reincarnated as a Cuckold. The whole thing is extremely green, even more outrageous than the green god of war from that kid's car. The female leads are all given away, and all his brothers backstab him. The action scenes were so intense that he didn't even use any modifiers. It was just verb after verb. How could he dare to approve such a submission? Lin Feng was also shocked watching from afar. How did this Hua Tailang manage to provoke something like this? Underworld ox head, strength still unknown. Could it be that I'm going to have to change my editor this time? Are you that Zheng Aniu? Hua Tailang asked. Not bad. At least you have a bit of a memory left, the ox head said. Dog editor, tell me today why you wouldn't approve your brother Ox's work. Brother Ox, I really didn't dare to. Your story is too intense, Hua Tailang explained. He was also shocked. Is it really an ox head writing novels? Your brother Ox isn't here today to talk about that. I'm just asking how you're going to handle it. If you still won't approve the manuscript, I'll take you down tonight. Go where? Hua Tailang was a bit bewildered. The underworld, the ox head said coldly. Brother Ox, I don't want to die. Look, my wife is still young. I have elderly parents and children. Hua Tailang begged miserably. Don't worry, I'll take your whole family with you. I'll make sure you're reunited. Hua Tailang was stunned. Did he just doom his whole family? Brother Ox, I'll approve your manuscript. Is that okay? Compared to work, life seemed more important. The worst that happens is I get fired after publishing it. I'll dump this mess on the editor-in-chief Hua Tailang. Just approving it isn't enough. I need it to be a hit. The ox head added another demand. A hit is fine, but Brother Ox, your vocabulary is a bit too explicit. I'll have to edit it personally. Hua Tailang gritted his teeth and said, Heh, you're a sensible one. Brother Ox knows his own level. If this book becomes a hit, Brother Ox guarantees your whole family will be safe and live to a ripe old age. Whole family safe and sound, long life? This condition was quite tempting for Hua Tailang. What else does a person live for in this world, if not for their family's safety and happiness? Brother Ox, don't worry, if it's not a hit, I'll eat shit. I'll edit the manuscript for you tonight. But the title has to be changed. Change it to what? The ox head asked. System I, the ox head, cuckolded the universe. Hua Tailang said. If you want to be a hit, how can you do it without a punchy title? Before becoming an editor, he was also a talented writer. This Hua Tailang is something else. Lin Feng was watching clearly from a distance. Although he couldn't hear, he could read the actions. Hua Tailang seemed to be out of danger. The ox head and Hua Tailang were staring at the computer. Hua Tailang's hands were flying across the keyboard. Brother Ox, look at this word, we can replace it with flower stem and stamen. In your spare time, you can read that Green God of War book. The pacing is just right. Huatailang started giving pointers. Not bad, not bad. If you had told me this sooner, wouldn't it have been better? The ox head nodded in understanding. What is his WeChat ID? The ox head suddenly asked. Brother Ox, you use WeChat too? What? My WeChat connects the 3 realms. Lin Feng's phone dinged. He picked it up to look. Zhang and Yu wants to add you as a friend. The avatar is still this ox head. There was also a message attached. Editor's recommendation, learning green literature techniques. My God, this Huatailang is bringing trouble to my door. Letting an ox head learn green literature from me? Lin Feng cursed quietly and went back to hunting ghosts. Why is the yin energy in this building so heavy? Lin Feng stood on the roof of the Baimao building, which was located in the suburbs of Jiangnan City and had been abandoned for years. News reports said that strange things happened while the building was under construction. Workers always went missing for no apparent reason. Within half a year of starting, no less than 30 workers had gone missing. In the end, everyone was panic-stricken, and the place became an unfinished project. The Supernatural Bureau had sent people to investigate back then, but they found no useful clues, so they just sealed the place temporarily. Not every strange event can be fully explained. Depending on the security rating, sometimes they just seal it off first, and wait until there is enough manpower to investigate further. Ding, mission prompt. Explore the haunted building and uncover the deepest secret. Mission completion reward, 1,000 hunting points and 3 mystery draws. A triggered mission again. This is interesting. With an extra life in his pocket, he was much bolder in his actions. He jumped straight inside to see what was actually in this building. Walking through the building, Lin Feng could occasionally hear the sound of a ball bouncing on the floor. Thump. 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 A rhythmic, bouncing sound. Hey, another string of a woman's laughter. Lin Feng saw a lot of water stains on the walls, as well as many human-like figures. It looked very eerie. This abandoned building had 7 floors above ground and 3 floors below ground. Lin Feng wandered through each floor. When he reached the 4th floor, he saw a boy in white clothes bouncing a ball. There was no one else around. System prompt, lonely ghost. It seems that the ghost level in the mission dungeon is hidden, Lin Feng thought to himself. Host, you guessed right. Every different choice you make leads to a different outcome. There is no failure penalty for the dungeon, but each type of mission can only be done once. Lin Feng held his Tensa Zangetsu and walked slowly forward. The little boy didn't seem surprised at all, but the ball's direction seemed to go off, rolling toward Lin Feng. Big brother, come and play with me. The little boy looked at Lin Feng, who was wearing a skull mask, and said with a smile. Who knew the afterlife had its own editorial department? This shift from horror to workplace satire perfectly illustrates the absurdity of modern content creation, where even a supernatural entity is just another creator chasing the algorithm for validation.
Lin Feng stared at the ball intently. To his surprise, the ball began to morph, gradually taking the shape of a human head. Its eyes were tightly shut, with blood seeping from the corners. The little boy looked at him with a grin, seemingly waiting for Lin Feng to pass the ball. Ghost Art 49 Blazing Sunfire. A burst of flame shot directly from Lin Feng's hand, reducing the head to ashes. Lin Feng had absolutely no interest in playing with human heads. The moment the ball was destroyed, the little boy's face turned deathly pale. Heh, you actually saw through my ball. That's quite impressive. But since you broke my ball, you will have to pay for it with your own head. The boy let out a creepy laugh, revealing his pearly white teeth. The brightness of those teeth actually made Lin Feng feel a bit envious. Can I ask a question? Lin Feng believed in asking when he didn't know. You can ask, but I make no promises on whether I will answer. The boy remained smiling brightly. Once the building was sealed off, ordinary people could no longer enter. He hadn't replaced his ball in a long time. Before you died, did you use Xeran toothpaste? Toothpaste? The boy was stunned. Shouldn't he be asking questions like who I am or where I came from? This unconventional question left him completely bewildered. How dare you mock me? Ghostly shadows. Suddenly, several ghostly figures split off from the boy's body. They were all headless spirits. The figures surrounded Lin Feng tightly. Wraith Collective. The mark of the wandering spirit above the boy's head vanished. The designation changed directly to Wraith Collective. So it's a combination of headless wraiths, and some of them don't seem weak at all. Is it because you have no heads that you are filled with such resentment? Lin Feng gripped Zhenyu and cautiously observed the split entities. These ghosts were all headless, existing only from the neck down. Once we slice your head off, you will understand why we are resentful. The master downstairs will surely love your head. The master downstairs? As I thought, the real bosses are down below. This one is just a small fry. Lin Feng understood everything in an instant. The system's dungeon tropes are still the same. There doesn't seem to be any innovation here. Whoosh! A headless evil spirit flew directly toward Lin Feng. Its fingers were hard as divine iron, and it was extremely agile. Bang! Zhenyu struck its fingers, sparks flew, but it couldn't cut through them. At least A rank in strength with high physical defense, Lin Feng concluded. I can't see the weakness, but I refuse to believe they have absolute defense against all 5 elements. His weapon transformed into a chain state, wrapping around him for protection. When the other spirits attacked, the chain coiled around Lin Feng to shield him. He took a handful of kunai-like throwing weapons from his ring, which he had acquired from capturing ghosts previously. He threw them in all directions. The projectiles hit the spirits, emitting only clanging sounds. They still dealt no damage. Heh. The lone boy's head let out a terrifying laugh. It is useless. Our bodies have been reinforced by the master. Hand over your head obediently and become one with us. As long as we are here, our power is infinite. How long can your chains hold out? The boy seemed well versed in human methods, knowing that control-type magic items always eventually run out of spiritual energy. Currently, 8 headless spirits were relentlessly attacking the chains, creating a constant barrage of noise. Trying to wear me down? Lin Feng easily saw through the boy's plan. He took a mid-grade spirit recovery pill and consumed it. Body flicker technique. Ghost Art 32, Mysterious Ice Curse. Ghost Art 29, 5 Thunder's Curse. Lin Feng kept utilizing the body flicker technique, shifting positions using the scattered throwing weapons as markers. No matter how fast the spirits were, they couldn't keep up with his technique. Since ghost arts encompass the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, he simply tested them one by one. One by one, the weaknesses of the spirits were exposed. An hour later, the group of headless spirits had all become EXP for Lin Feng. Ghost Art 9 Reaper's Bind. He pointed at the boy, and a golden halo immediately bound him tightly. Now that you've split off those headless ghosts, your strength must be greatly diminished, or it would have been hard to capture you, Lin Feng said. Kill me. The master won't let you off. Although the boy looked terrified, he refused to beg for mercy. I think you have misjudged the situation. I can leave whenever I want. Tell me all the secrets of this abandoned building. If the information is valuable enough, I will spare you. Lin Feng's goal was to investigate the secrets of this place. If the boy could explain it clearly, he wouldn't need to risk his life going down to the 3rd basement level. He had a faint suspicion that the entity down there was at least S rank. He had only been a part-time Reaper for a month and wasn't strong enough to take down such a monster. The halo binding the boy kept shrinking. It was a curse designed specifically for spirits, and the pain it caused was unimaginable. The boy's face became twisted and ghastly. He let out continuous, agonizing wails. Spare me, and I will tell you everything. The boy finally succumbed to begging. Should have done that from the start. Lin Feng concentrated, and the halo stopped shrinking. Tell me all the secrets of this building. You only get one chance. Lin Feng added. The boy's expression shifted constantly, but Lin Feng clearly didn't want to waste any more time. The master is... The boy started to continue. Suddenly his eyes glowed with an eerie green light. Young man, you are quite interesting. If you dare to come down here, I can tell you everything you want to know. After the boy uttered these mysterious words, blood streamed from his eyes, and his power seemed to increase rapidly. He actually shattered the Reaper's bind. He raised his hands and twisted his own neck off, then vanished into a streak of fluorescent light. Lin Feng was shocked. Was the entity down below really that strong? It had total control over the boy, erasing him from existence entirely. Should I go down or not? Lin Feng was conflicted. System, confirm the substitute puppet is functioning correctly. Lin Feng was making up his mind. Rest assured, it's a system-made product. Quality guaranteed. If you die, you will instantly reappear in Gu Qiangqin's bed. Fine, wealth is found in risk. Lin Feng made his decision. If I encounter danger, I'll just use body flicker to escape. At worst, I can just respawn. Basement level 3. A man covered in snake scales was sitting on a bench. He was observing every move of Lin Feng through a specialized surveillance device. Lin Feng treats this encounter as a standard RPG dungeon crawl, but the boss's remote puppetry reveals a dangerous psychological game. In high-stakes environments, the real threat is never the minions. It is the entity controlling the information flow. By forcing Lin Feng to choose between retreat and a potential death trap, the antagonist is testing his risk-reward threshold. Whether the resurrection doll acts as a safety net or a tactical crutch, Lin Feng is now playing into the exact narrative the villain has scripted. After Lin Feng took a medicinal pill, he headed downstairs. The chains remained coiled tightly around him, ensuring that any sudden attack would be blocked immediately. The further down he went, the more shadows appeared on the walls. They assumed all sorts of bizarre and distorted shapes. Suddenly, a shadowy hand swiped at Lin Feng, and the chains instantly whipped around. They crushed the hand shadow into pieces. What kind of monsters are inside these walls? Lin Feng wondered, feeling increasingly baffled. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable pressure squeezing in on him. It was like two massive mountains pressing him from both sides. He didn't think much of it, assuming it was just some peculiar spiritual pressure unique to this place. In reality, it was just Qiangqin turning over in her sleep, and she just happened to be squeezing the doll in the middle. Seeing that they couldn't hurt Lin Feng, the ghosts in the walls ceased their movements for the time being. As he descended deeper, eerie things appeared on every level. Lin Feng became even more curious. Who exactly is this master they keep mentioning? Is it also a vengeful spirit? Basement level. Young man, you have finally arrived. Lin Feng saw a man covered in snake scales sitting on a bench. His pupils were like those of a snake, and he looked every bit like a snake man. Behind him there were several strange containers. Some of them even held headless corpses. Lin Feng felt a wave of nausea. The system prompted, crazy grave robber, great snake. Great snake? Grave robber? Lin Feng was speechless. Is he a professional gravedigger? Don't worry about anything. I just want to witness your abilities, and perhaps clear up some of your confusion along the way. The snakeman said slowly. It made Lin Feng's scalp tingle. This half-human, half-ghost appearance was truly disgusting. Will you tell me everything about this building? Lin Feng asked directly. This place was too strange, and the person in front of him was definitely a madman. What kind of special experiment was he conducting to end up looking like this? Heh, ask whatever you want. Well, I haven't changed my mind, the great snake said slowly. I want to know the secret of this building. Lin Feng didn't beat around the bush. As soon as he got the answers, he could leave at any time. The secret of this building? I didn't expect you to be interested in that. The snake man licked his tongue and said, Alright, then I will tell you. The snake man looked at Lin Feng as if he were a delicious meal, looking more satisfied the more he stared. The feng shui of this building was forcibly altered to become a ghost burial ground. A feng shui master once secretly buried several ancient, evil-attracting jades around this area. The great snake gave a detailed account, as if he had seen it with his own eyes. A long time later. So, this place was set up by that feng shui master. Lin Feng finally understood the gist of it. When this building was being constructed, the boss wanted to expand the site footprint. Without any negotiations, he ordered his thugs to demolish the surrounding houses overnight. According to the boss's usual rules, he would demolish first and negotiate later. Once the houses were gone, even the most stubborn people had no choice. He had used this trick many times with great success. However, among the places forcibly demolished this time was an orphanage. It was a place where that feng shui master had once stayed. Because the old director resisted, the workers hired by the boss beat him severely before throwing him outside. He was left to freeze overnight in the sub-zero winter. By the next day, he was found stiff and dead. The feng shui master was a ruthless man who didn't choose to report it to the authorities. Instead, he spent a fortune to buy several evil-attracting jades. He used his mystical arts to alter the terrain, turning the site into a cursed ghost burial ground. From the start of construction to the eventual abandonment, people kept disappearing and dying. Various accidents happened frequently. The boss eventually went bankrupt and lost his entire family. That young boy was the boss's own son. He had disappeared mysteriously after following his father to the site. Lin Feng gasped in horror. Indeed, ruthless people are everywhere, though he had no comment on it. There is always someone more ruthless out there. After hearing the story, Lin Feng immediately received a notification that the mission was complete. Without a second of hesitation, he wanted to leave immediately. The atmosphere here made him very uncomfortable. This grave-robbing great snake was not someone to be trifled with. He shouldn't go any deeper into this dungeon plot, or there might be some trap waiting. As a writer, this was his basic professional intuition. Lin Feng saw a notification. Skill activation failed. Young man, you want to leave just after hearing the story. The great snake flashed an eerie smile. I know your abilities are unique. How could I not be prepared? I have already set up a containment barrier. It won't be that easy to get out. The great snake smiled even more brightly. He looked at Lin Feng as if viewing a perfect work of art, so appetizing. He couldn't even help but lick his lips. Lin Feng felt his scalp crawl. No way. Could this guy have some special hobby? Is he after my body? He reflexively covered his backside, fearing he might show a weakness and be taken down in one hit. Host, if the shadow step reaches level 6 or above, you can ignore space barriers within a certain range. The system suddenly popped up. Then do I have enough money to upgrade? No, I was just telling you. Then why the hell did you say it? If I lose my virtue, I'll commit suicide today. No one can stop me, Lin Feng said fiercely. Suicide just sends you back to Kyongkyan. What's there to be afraid of? The system muttered to itself. Young man, I admire your abilities. Any interest in joining me? Enjoy the thrill of grave robbing together. The great snake licked his lips and continued. He had a deep obsession with grave robbing and even developed a set of unique forbidden techniques for it. Not interested. In Lin Feng's values, grave robbing was not a good thing. That's how you get struck by lightning. Young man, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. I can give you plenty of time to consider. Perhaps soon, you will hear some earth-shattering news. The great snake smiled even more sinisterly. He had come here this time because he had his eye on 2 extremely valuable corpses. He was just looking for a chance to strike. However, I can't let you go just like that, otherwise it won't be easy to find you later. I'll give you a special gift, the great snake said slowly. A long time later. Lin Feng looked at the bite mark on his shoulder, feeling a bit uneasy. This thing seemed to contain some kind of special power. This setup highlights a classic trope of fatal hubris, where the villain underestimates the protagonist's survival instinct. By turning this building into a cursed tomb, the story critiques the short-sighted cruelty of corporate greed, reminding us that every unethical shortcut eventually creates its own inescapable ghost. After the Great Snake cast the cursed seal, it dispelled the space barrier. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't stay there any longer and teleported away immediately. Once he reached a safe place, he opened his interface to take a look. The Great Snake's cursed seal. When activated, it increases attack damage by 50%, but the user becomes more bloodthirsty and crazed. The caster can sense your exact location. Bloodthirsty madness includes the following random states: blindness, mental confusion, corruption, ruthlessness, wild frenzy. System, is this curse seal just a buff effect for me that comes with a tracker? Lin Feng asked. You can understand it that way. The curse seal provides both positive and negative effects. The crazier you get, the greater your strength increase. However, the buff disappears upon death. If you are willing, you can remove this curse seal by killing yourself right now. The system explained. Killing myself? Lin Feng wouldn't do that. This curse seal gives an attack bonus, which might be useful later. I will keep it for now, even if there comes a day when I can't handle it. I can just die and reset. It seems tonight's harvest is these 3 drawers and this mysterious curse seal, Lin Feng thought to himself. Draw now. Lin Feng went straight for 3 consecutive draws. Congratulations on obtaining 1 advanced invisibility talisman. Obtained rare flight item, bamboo copter ×2. Obtained secret skill, death possession blood. Skill description, death possession blood uses the enemy's blood as a medium. It makes the target suffer any damage the caster receives, and it is unavoidable, but it only works if the caster damages their own body. The skill description is simple and easy to understand. As long as you have someone else's blood, you can perform a move that leads to mutual destruction. System, if I cut off my own leg, will the opponent suffer the same? Correct. No matter which part of your body is injured, the opponent will suffer the same. For example, I am saying just for example, if the opponent is a woman and I cut off my 3 legs, which part of her gets cut off? Lin Feng popped out a question. The system fell into deep thought. The official skill description is indeed that they suffer damage in the same place. You really are a ruthless person. I have never encountered anyone who asked such a question. I will report this question now and see how the back office replies. The system said it truly had never encountered this before. However, as long as it is a question within the host's normal authority, it must provide an explanation. It only took about a quarter of an hour. Host, the back office has carefully studied your question. It is indeed a bug and it has now been fixed. How was it fixed? If you cast this technique on a woman, the system will forcibly grow a leg on the opponent's body. Ah? Lin Feng was speechless. This system is really damn powerful. Directly growing a 3rd leg on the opponent. What if it grows out and I don't cut it? Whether you cut it or not is up to you. As long as you use her blood to perform this technique, we will make her leg grow out, the system replied. Awesome, this skill's lethality and insult potential are truly strong, Lin Feng praised. To reward you for discovering a system bug, the back office specifically rewards you with a mysterious pet egg. An ostrich-sized egg appeared before Lin Feng's eyes. What can this egg hatch? Theoretically, there is a chance to hatch any type of Pokémon, with a low probability of hatching a variant. Lin Feng then studied the other 2 items. Advanced Invisibility Talisman, a one-time use item that masks all aura while invisible. Finally, Lin Feng looked at the 2 bamboo copters of different colors with a touch of embarrassment. The introduction says, this item has an extremely fast flying speed, no less than a cultivator's flying sword. What's more rare is that it doesn't require anything to fuel it. You can fly using just your intent. This item isn't very useful for cultivators, but for ability users, it is a rare and good thing. People who master flight abilities are few and far between, just like when Yi Chuan dealt with that six-legged golden beetle. If it kept flying to escape, she would have no way to catch up to it. This thing is good, but is it a bit embarrassing to wear it on top of your head? Lin Feng muttered to himself while looking at the bamboo copter. Host, if you find the style ugly, there are ways to fix it. For only 1,000 points, you can change the item's appearance into wings, a firewheel, a somersault cloud, anything you want, the system said. I only have 2,500 points in total. If I had that kind of spare money, I might as well upgrade my teleportation technique. Lin Feng was clearly not in a hurry to change the appearance. He was wearing a mask, so no one could recognize him. There is no need to worry for now. And so, Lin Feng began to fly in the night sky with the bamboo copter. Flying in the sky to observe the situation below is indeed much more convenient than exploring from rooftops. Even his efficiency in wild farming improved quite a bit. He even took out his phone to start typing while in the sky. The next day, Chantan woke up at 6:30 in the morning. Back when she was studying, she used to wake up at around this time every day. Today was no exception. But after waking up, she remembered that she finished the paperwork yesterday, and now she is just waiting for the admission letter. The 3 years of high school felt like a dream. Most of the students who signed for special admissions had already begun to leave, and there were less than half of the students left in the classroom. The remaining students were either those who stayed because they weren't satisfied with their special admission major, or those who didn't meet the requirements and weren't admitted. To be admitted to the major she loved most, Kongken was thrilled, and it still felt like a dream when she thought about it. She picked up the doll that was sleeping next to her again. Can the clothes still be taken off? Kyantin found that the buttons were very delicate. She woke up too early today, so she had nothing to do for a while. She took the opportunity to study the doll. Lin Feng, who was still typing in the room next door. How come I feel like my clothes are being taken off? Is someone peeping at me? Lin Feng felt a little suspicious in his heart. This feeling was just too bizarre. She even has this kind of thing? Gu Qianqin's eyes widened. Her face instantly flushed red. There was actually something under the doll's pants. Can the craftsmanship really be this detailed? It was almost like it was made to scale. She flicked it with her fingernail. It was quite interesting. Fortunately, Qianqin felt bored and put the doll's pants back on. This was also because Lin Feng didn't read the instruction manual for the substitute doll carefully. He only saw that the doll should be kept in a safe place, and he selectively ignored the following few lines of small print. The system also didn't remind him about trivial matters. Hu Tailang's home. Brother Niu, just write it exactly as I said. If it doesn't become a hit, I'll swallow dung and die, Hu Tailang said solemnly. He spent all night thoroughly revising the first 50 chapters of The Bullhead. Don't worry, if it doesn't become a hit, I will feed you myself. It's almost dawn. I still have to go down for my shift today. Let's chat on WeChat if anything comes up. Niu Tu finished his sentence and vanished like smoke. This chaotic blend of dark fantasy mechanics and absurd humor perfectly highlights the system trope's potential for satire. By forcing the protagonist to navigate absurd logic glitches, the show effectively mocks the lazy writing often found in generic leveling up narratives. Early in the morning, Zheng Anyu sent a message to Lin Feng. He said he saw his green god of war and wanted to come over in person one day to communicate and learn some techniques. Lin Feng was shocked to his core and couldn't help but curse Hua Tailang again in his heart. This damn editor, what a pitfall. Why couldn't he just direct this bull-headed guy to some other big shot? Why did he have to send him to me? He checked his book reviews from yesterday. Wolf Extinguisher had tipped him 999 power tokens. Among them, one of the paragraph comments actually had 99 plus data, which made him quite happy. This was the first time this had ever happened. But to be fair, in that chapter last night he really did nail the details. He pulled out all sorts of fancy tricks just to keep the big shots satisfied. Yi Choyin read the chapter Lin Feng posted yesterday many times, and she felt a strange warmth in her heart. She had this sudden, overwhelming urge to see Lin Feng. Afterward, she was startled by herself. What on earth was going on? Seeing each other every day probably isn't appropriate, right? After all, our relationship hasn't been defined yet. Just then, Yi Choyin received the message from Lin Feng. Sister Choyin, I'm cooking crawfish at noon today. Do you have time to come over for a meal? Coming right now. Yi Choyin replied instantly. Then she rushed into the bathroom to take a shower. She had to groom and dress herself all over again. To look different from usual, she even specially put her hair up in a bun. She wore a tight-fitting skirt and sheer nude-colored stockings. Her white high heels looked simple and elegant. She thought for a moment, then took several unopened outfits out of her closet. They were all high-end designer brands, these few pieces alone. Cost far more than what Lin Feng earned in a whole month of ghost catching. But money meant little to her, excluding the allowance from her family, just her own regular stipends. And mission rewards were more than enough to support herself. These were gifts for Gu Qiantian. She really cared about this future sister-in-law of hers. From what she gathered, the two of them were very close, and if she wanted to fit in, she had to build a good relationship with the family members first. Take Su Chengyu, for example. Whenever she had free time, she'd use her to ask about Ye Hai, and whenever she went traveling or shopping, she always made sure to get something for her. Unfortunately, her big brother Ye Hai always treated Su Chengyu like a little sister. Even though she had the heart to help, there was nothing she could do. She couldn't just force them to become a couple, could she? Heavenly Dragon Sect. A long-standing cultivation sect located within the borders of Nammo. Heavenly Dragon Hall. Several men and women in various attires were discussing matters. Some were wearing robes, while others were in modern clothing. However, they all had the sect's dragon emblem on their clothes. Elder Li, we've just received word. Jiang Hui of the Dragon Tiger Temple has obtained a six-legged golden beetle, and he's likely refining it into a golden armor avatar. That Dragon Tiger Temple again. They've been so active in the secular world lately, snatching up quite a lot of resources, said an old man with white hair and beard. Indeed, that kid is incredibly cunning and keeps very close to those superhumans. This time, they only caught the six-legged golden beetle thanks to that SS rank Yi Choyin. A young man spoke with visible resentment. A six-legged golden beetle. If one could refine it into an avatar, their strength wouldn't just improve by a little bit. And it was actually obtained by Xiang Hui. Ruoshui, any new information on those superhumans? Asked a man dressed in green Taoist robes. With sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, he looked heroic and extraordinary. He was none other than Lai Jiao, the 33rd generation sect master of the Heavenly Dragon Sect. Sect master, the superhumans are becoming powerful now. Just the day before yesterday, another person awakened an S-rank wind ability, said Zhang Ruoshui, sounding quite unwilling to accept it. Those people, as long as they are lucky, become equivalent to our decades or even centuries of hard cultivation just by awakening. I didn't expect that you all would still be so unable to let go of this, falling into the same trap I did back in the day, said the young man in the Taoist robe. Please enlighten us, Sect Master, a few young disciples said as they knelt. Though called young, most of them were actually decades or over 100 years old. It was just a matter of their state of mind. Once one steps into the realm of cultivation, age and appearance no longer follow the standards of ordinary people. And cultivators generally have methods to retain their looks, making it easy to stay youthful. 500 years ago, the world's spiritual energy suddenly revived and ghosts ran rampant. Back then, the most powerful cultivators were only at the foundation establishment stage. Even with the ancestral Dharma artifacts left behind, we still couldn't deal with those rank and above ghosts. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of those ability-awakened people, This world would have likely been overturned by ghosts long ago. Lei Jiao said slowly, as if he were looking back at that piece of history. That's how cultivators are. The path of cultivation emphasizes gradual progress and continuous growth, whereas the upper limit for superhumans is determined at birth, unless they encounter some special opportunity to cause their bloodline abilities to mutate again, or awaken some special domineering ability. Otherwise, there is no path for progress. But their lifespan is limited after all. The more powerful their abilities, the shorter their life. For them, their abilities are both a stroke of luck and a curse. Nowadays, some old guys have already broken through to the soul formation stage, making them no weaker than those SSS rank superhumans. It's just that they are hiding in the shadows. Lei Jiao had undoubtedly revealed a world-shaking piece of news. 500 years has a predecessor really broken through to the soul formation stage. The others were also shocked. Indeed, the current concentration of spiritual energy in this world far exceeds any other period. I've compared it with ancient historical texts. Cultivating for 1 day now is equivalent to 5 days in the past. This is our opportunity. You must not forget, we cultivate the heartless great Tao. We cultivate the path to immortality. Do not be distracted by such trivial matters, Li Jiao said. After hearing this, everyone seemed to have gained some insight. Ruoshui, you said the other day that a new space ability user has appeared, asked a beautiful woman in white robes. Though wearing Taoist robes, her appearance was still quite extraordinary. Yes, Elder Zhao, this person is in Jiangnan City. Very well, then I shall make a trip myself. This person is of some use to me, the beautiful woman said with an indifferent look. She was planning to explore a secret realm and needed a suitable human puppet. A puppet with space abilities would be of great use to her. While Yi Chuan plays the social game of winning over her future sister-in-law, the sect leaders are already plotting to turn a spatial esper into a human puppet. This highlights the classic conflict between innate gifts and long-term cultivation. It seems the real danger isn't just the ghosts, but the ruthless utilitarianism of those who claim to pursue the path of immortality. Qian-chan, this is an outfit I bought for you. Take a look and see if it fits. Lin Feng also leaned in to take a look. Sister Leng, this is too expensive. I really can't accept it. I really can't. Lin Feng checked the brand tag on the clothes. He said repeatedly, "This is a gift for Qian-chan, not for you. Why wouldn't you be able to accept it?" Yi Chuan glanced at Lin Feng and said. Her expression brooked no refusal. As she spoke, she grabbed Gu Qianqian's hand and went into the room to try it on. Upon seeing Qianqian take off her underwear, "Qianqian is quite well developed, isn't she?" Yi Chuan couldn't help but exclaim. To be like this at her age is actually pretty impressive. This made Gu Qianqian blush deeply. She didn't know why that part of her had grown so fast either. Back when she was in school, to keep others from noticing, she had deliberately worn smaller sizes to strap herself tighter, hoping it would grow a bit slower. But she never expected Lin Feng to see it, which left her feeling embarrassed for a long time. My Qianqian looks good in anything." Watching Qianqian wear the clothes she bought, Yi Chuan remarked as she appraised her, it really was a perfect fit. It's perfect for college, but these few outfits aren't enough. Once Qianqian goes to the imperial capital, I should take her to buy some more. She was already acting like a sister-in-law. "Come on, let's take a photo together," Yi Chuan said, holding her phone. "Qianqian, this doll is actually quite cute, isn't it?" Yi Chuan suddenly noticed the body double doll sitting on the head of the bed. It looks so much like Lin Feng. "My brother gave it to me." "Hey, Lin Feng is really quite thoughtful towards you." Yi Chuan found the doll a bit unique, but didn't look into it any further. "I have to admit, the spicy crayfish Lin Feng makes is truly top tier." Yi Chuan and Gu Qianqian couldn't stop eating. Lin Feng was using his incredibly fast hand speed to peel the shells for both of them. "Sister Leng, Wolfie mentioned before that you were avoiding a blind date with a rich kid. Is he still pestering you now?" Lin Feng suddenly blurted out. Yi Chuan, who was busy battling with her crayfish, froze for a second. No, he's still waiting in the imperial capital. I still need to hide in Jiangnan for a while. She was quick-witted after all, and didn't give anything away. The three chatted for a while longer. Qiantian, do you have any plans for this period? Yi Chuan asked. After all, this vacation is quite long and Qiantian has effectively been accepted in advance. There are about 3 months left until school starts in September. Sister Chuan, I plan on doing some part-time tutoring for a while to earn some living expenses, Qiantian said. She is such a sensible girl. Now that she's about to start university, she wants to plan things using her own abilities, to lessen the burden on Lin Feng. After all, seeing Lin Feng stay up late every night typing makes her feel a bit uneasy. Having that heart is good, but your brother can earn money now. There's no need for you to take on a part-time job. Go out and see the world. After all these years, you haven't even finished exploring Jiangnan City yet, Lin Feng said with a smile. He was pleased that Qiantian had such thoughts, but he didn't approve of them. Your brother is right. Take advantage of your free time and travel around. This time, your sis. I'll take care of it for you, Yi Chuan said, almost slipping up. Seeing the sincere look in Lin Feng and Yi Chuan's eyes, Gu Qiantian could only lower her head and continue peeling crayfish. A few more days passed. Yi Chuan's efficiency was indeed impressive. Knowing it would be difficult for Gu Qiantian to accept her money, she simply had Jiang Hui get an internal family welfare card for Qiantian. The linked account was Yi Chuan's own. The welfare standard of this card was determined by the level of the main account. The higher the rank of the account owner, the greater the benefits and discounts for the family member. With a level like Yi Chuan's, family members enjoy free access to any tourist attraction in the country, free stays at designated city hotels, and many other privileges. Enjoying VIP treatment for everything. Since Qiantian was her future sister-in-law, it didn't count as abusing her authority. If it weren't for the concern that Qiantian wouldn't accept her money, she would have even given Qiantian her own unlimited black card. Qiantian, finish exploring Jiangnan first, and once Ling Yi finishes his college entrance exams, you two can go see other parts of the country, Lin Feng said. Lin Feng said. As he spoke, he transferred another 5,000 yuan to Qiantian's bank card. You have to spend money when traveling, so you definitely need to carry some cash. Brother, I can't use that much. With the discount card Sister Chuan gave me, I won't spend much money. It's fine, just keep it. Stay safe on the road and call me anytime if anything comes up, so I can come and get you, Lin Feng instructed. Brother, are you rushing me to travel because you're afraid I'll disturb you and Sister Chuan? Gu Qiantian suddenly said. Lin Feng, who was drinking water, almost spat it out. What are you talking about? Your Sister Chuan is genuinely being good to you. How could she have such thoughts? As for me, your brother, that's even more impossible. Soft rice isn't easy to eat. If I'm looking, I'd look for someone with a simple family background. System, is there anything that can protect Qiantian? Is there any danger on this trip? There's no major danger, just a few small episodes. Protective items aren't needed this time. I'll tell you if they are needed. As long as she doesn't lose that tranquilizing pendant, she won't run into any trouble. The system said after some thought. That's all the hints it could give. Saying any more would be a spoiler. After all, a few minor bumps in the road are nothing. It is fascinating how Yi Chuan uses a corporate-style welfare card to bypass Gu Qiantian's pride, turning financial support into a form of social privilege. While Lin Feng maintains his defensive stance against being perceived as a gold digger, the hidden protective amulet hints that their comfortable domestic bubble is about to be punctured by the inevitable outside conflicts the system alluded to.